Welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is CLE, joined by not Gangly, but a more handsome version, Impetuous Panda, joining us on the show. Welcome. We're glad to have you.
We're apparently the ginger bearded brothers now, Jack. I'm down for this duo, but I'm also down for regionals. I'm down for TechCrown. I'm down for the end of the set of TFT, because that is, for me, the most hype and most exciting and most trash talky part of the set.
Absolutely. And you may have noticed, like, this is not normal for a countdown or for the Roll Down podcast, because we've teamed up with the TFT Esports team to bring you guys a special release for the countdown of the regionals broadcast. This is a regionals primer episode specifically for EMEA. So that's why we brought on the subject expert, this way, Panda. He's here to help us walk through that. So welcome to the regionals broadcast. We are so happy to have you and excited to jump into all things that's coming and happening during this regional finals. So today we're going to be covering the format of this whole event. We're going to do an introduction to the players, where they ended up and how they got there. We're going to talk about some storylines when it comes to player buckets and also share some of our predictions. Panda, are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready. I'm hype. It's the first time we're getting a 2-week regional as well. So there's just so much to talk about. So many players, so much at stake as well with TPC next set.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it. We are ultimately competing for a slot at the Tactician's Crown. We have competition slots being handed out all across the globe, 9 in APAC, 8 in China, and 6 for the Americas and EMEA. But 11 players already qualified for the Tactician's Crown through the TFT Pro Circuit. And here are those representatives we see on our screen, most notably from EMEA, Travis, Lococo, and Bensack, who will all be playing in these tournaments as well.
Well-deserved, I think, for Lococo, for Bensack. It is for Travis especially as well. It's his first time making it to TechCrown after a very, very lengthy career. 2-time Polish champion, multiple times. He was 1 point away in set 9 from making TechCrown. So I'm so happy he's finally made it.
Absolutely. And then across the globe, we have many other competitors as well. Michael Marcel P. and the Old Man Robin Songs from the Americas, APAC, Ironbog, YBY1, K Bao Bao, and from China, Flancy and San Wize. This will be a battle for 6 more slots. Those get handed out next weekend, though. This is a 2-weekend regionals. We're going to talk all about that format here shortly, but we had this TPC that we all followed closely this set, and that determined a lot of where people started off their journeys in the regional finals this weekend. So as we look at this graphic on our screen, we see week 2, week 1, and play-ins. So play-ins in week 1 is specifically what we're going to be talking about here, but we want to quickly hand off and pass off and congratulate those that qualified for week 2, so we can talk about them next week, but know that, hey, maybe some of these big names, they're not going to be talked about here. You're not going to see them yet.
I can guarantee you the week 2 players have been sleeping very soundly with very little stress throughout the last week. The play-ins players, not so much. So much at stake, and playing from the very start of regionals means that it is going to be very dicey for some of these huge names to potentially miss out on TPC next set.
Yeah, this format is a complicated one, but a very exciting one because there's multiple things to play for. Obviously, the Tactician's crown slots, but the TPC, the Teamfight Tactics Pro Circuit, has been where these players got their pass into the regional finals, and now they are looking to defend their slots. This is kind of how this competitive roadmap worked throughout the set so far. We'll see the TFT Pro Circuit on the left side. 32 players battled it out all season to find their spots in the regional finals, but the challengers approached from different spots. Tacticians Cup 1 and 2 sent 20 players, ranked ladder sent 16, and now they're all ready to battle in week number 1. It's going to be incredibly exciting, especially because going from week number 1 to week number 2 gets you to next set's TPC.
That's, I think, the big thing to highlight for a lot of players whose ambitious goal is not maybe to make Tac Crown, is just to stay alive and stay relevant and play in TPC in the first place. Week 1 is going to be the most important part. Just making it to that week 2 might be the goal for a lot of the competitors we'll be talking about today.
Well, let's look at our list of competitors. This is the entire list of qualified players for the regional finals. We see at the bottom of our screen, week 2, round of 32, those TFT Pro Circuit players. We can dismiss those for now, but all the rest of these players, it is an incredibly stacked field. 56 players enter this week and only 20 move forward. On the left side of our screen, we see the play-ins players. Now, this is a very interesting format. We'll dive into that in a second, but these are the players that are already going to get cut in half before week 1 already starts. But then we look at the right side, the main section. We see all these players from a bunch of different tournaments and ladder qualifying. Panda, it was an interesting journey. Lots of different ways to get through from Tier 2, and now they're all ready to fight and take back the spots for the TFT Pro Circuit next set.
And the scary thing is that EMEA as a region, I think compared to almost every region, at least Americas especially, EMEA is very deep as a whole. There are a lot of very, very good players, not just 32. So even with the first set or season of TPC, there was a lot of very good players who were left out, either not invited, like Wet Jungler, or not qualified, didn't do the work last set to make it. And that means that they are going to be now at this point in the set where they're fighting to earn themselves a spot that they think they deserve in TPC next set. And a lot of players who are one leg out already, maybe like the play-in players, Dasic, Hartman, Jedusor, these are players who've made it to Tac Round multiple times in some cases. So it is wild. Play-in day, especially, I think might be one of the most exciting days of regionals with what's at stake and what it means for the career of some of the players in EMEA. So I am just thrilled, happy to be casting and not at all involved with the player side of it because I cannot imagine the stress that some of these players are feeling in the play-ins especially.
Listen, you almost were. This was almost you right here on Tacticians Cup 2. It almost happened.
Just 12 slots away. I think they should bump up next set. 32 players should go in from Cup number 2 just because.
You'll get in for sure next set. I agree. Well, let's talk a little bit about the format for this weekend specifically. We'll talk about the format for weekend 2 when we get there. But for weekend 1, it is incredibly exciting and pretty brutal when it comes to specifically the play-ins. So we saw on that last graphic that 16 players enter, represented by these hexagons on screen. 16 players enter, and they will play 6 games on the first day. They'll play 4 games as 16 players, shuffling every 2 games, just like every other TFT tournament does. And after 4 games, you will already lose 4 of maybe even your favorite players, but 4 will already advance to weekend 2. Panda, how do you feel about 4 games to be your life at the regional finals?
It is not many games. I do wonder if Riot will stick with this format going forward because it seems to me like there's just so much at stake in just 4 games. Obviously, you didn't do your homework. You didn't put in the work, or you weren't good enough this set in TPC. You're in this place for a reason. It's on you, but it just feels so stressful in terms of, imagine you're contested by someone. You will add this guy to your list for the rest of your career if he's holding your units. If it just seems like there's so much at stake in just 4 games. And like I said before, I don't envy these play-in players at all.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal because after 4 games, we lose half the players in play-ins. 4 of them advance, so they're very happy, but 4 of them drop out, and so we'll have 8 players left for another 2 games, and after just 2 more games, we lose 4 more players, and 4 more advance to the next day of the weekend, week 1, day 1. And so this play-in, it was what everyone was trying to avoid within the TPC because it is brutal. So if your favorite player is playing in the play-in, this is going to be super, super important.
Even in tier 2, the difference between making it into play-ins or playing from the next day, basically, and avoiding this is essentially 1 or 2 spots in one of the cups. It's finishing, 10th or 11th or 12th instead of 8th or 9th, which in some cases can just be 1 or 2 points. So it feels brutal for both the TPC players who are falling into the situation, but also the players who are rising up, trying to make it far into regionals and then having to overcome this first hurdle, which has some incredible players that are playing against. Imagine loading up with a chance to play in TPC next set, and you're playing into a play-in that has Dasik, Jeduzor, Tartman. I mean, just insane names in EMEA at least. So it's crazy to be.
It is going to be a sight to see, but they do move on to that week 1, day 1, and this is where that competition slows down a little bit. You get more of a sample size, but a lot more players enter. 48 players start week 1, day 1. We get joined with all of the players that made week 1 through either the TFT Pro Circuit or through the Tacticians Cups or through Ranked Ladder. So a lot of these players that have a lot of these storylines, which we're going to talk about, enter here trying to prove their spot to get into the TFT Pro Circuit and eventually Tactician's Crown. On day 1, they'll play 6 games together. And then at the end of 6 games, after shuffling every 2 games, we'll have 32 advance. So very classic format in the TFT world of, hey, top 32 on day 1. Congratulations, you made day 2.
It's even more fair than the usual format because it's not the top half, it's more than that. So this does feel obviously much more lenient. You can roll 1 game and still be completely fine to make the next day.
And this is also where it gets super interesting because it's not just like you're trying to get top 8 to make final lobby of a tournament and trying to win the thing. This week 1 sets up weekend 2, and the top 20 players move on from weekend 1 to weekend 2. So let's see how that happens because 32 enter on the final day of that first weekend and only 20 will leave. And it's a very interesting format because throughout it, people progress, people drop out. And so 32 players will continue to have their scores from day 1. They'll play 2 more games. The top 8 after those games will advance to weekend 2. So immediately off the start this weekend on Sunday, you'll be able to advance 8 players after 2 games, which will be incredibly fun. Continuing on now, 24 players left to go, and they'll play 2 more games, but only 4 players advance, and 4 players get eliminated. So huge comeback mechanics here for if you don't make it out in those first 2 games of day 2, now you have a lot more games to play and less slots to get out, especially in this middle block.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit fair. I think it's more used to what we've been playing in all the different formats and trials and cups. It kind of follows this where the very lower end gets cut off progressively, but you kind of know this from the beginning. So if you are in the last bottom 8 positions, you can play more risky, you can play more for a first, knowing that even if you survive the first cut, there's going to be another cut. So you have to continue playing kind of this risky play style. But as long as you have that information as a player, I think everything is kind of in your control. You have agency to change your play style and adapt to the needs that you have to qualify, basically.
Obviously, getting a Tactician's Crown slot is exciting, but this is going to be the most intense 2 games of the weekend, maybe even the whole regional finals, because there's 16 players left and only 8 slots to go to get into that weekend 2 and have the shot at Tactician's Crown and get TPC next set. So 16 players, 2 more games, and after that, 8 will advance. 8 will be eliminated, and that will lock in the top 20 that advance to week 2 and the next TPC. So a very fun and exciting final day. This is going to be that 2-weekend format that when we heard about it, we were like, this is going to be so sick. And I'm so excited specifically for this day 2.
And like you said, the TAC Crown spots obviously are probably the most exciting things to play for in TFT in everything leading up to the end of a set. But the continuity and the security that it gives a player to qualify to TPC in the first place, I think for some players who are not maybe the absolute most elite, this might be the most important day of the set for them. And this will be the most stressful, and it'll be the most exciting for viewers as well. Trying to follow those players who have fought their way through trials, through cups, through ladder, the entirety of the set to try and fight for one of those spots in the actual professional side of TSC and the TPC next set. So I'm personally probably almost as excited for these final days of the first week as I am for the final week of regionals.
It is going to be electric. It also gets them the spot where they're now in the prize money for regionals. That is a week 2 prize. Once you get in there, you start making money. $50,000 of a prize pool to be distributed from weekend 2. And so not only are you now locked in for TPC, you have some prize money to play for as well. We talked a lot about these players and the player stories, but how in the world can we talk about all of these players, 56 players entering week number 1? Well, we can't. So we tried to help and put these players into the general story of where they're at heading into this regional finals, and to help you give some people to root for, give some expectations, and help celebrate some fun stories. So once again, we have our qualified players list. We are not looking at that bottom section. This week, the TFT Pro Circuit players that got top 12 moved already on to week 2. So we'll be talking about the entirety of the rest of these players. Panda, are you ready? You're the expert, so that's why we brought you in.
I'm ready. I might have decided some of these categories, so if you want to shoot the messenger, that's me. I'm ready. I have my bulletproof vest ready to go. But I will say that I think every player has their own story, so it's going to be hard to perfectly define every player in big buckets, but we're trying our best to help viewers understand the general idea, the general careers that some of these players have had leading up to this point.
I love it. Well, let's start at some of these players that maybe you just don't know, because we're not super familiar with who these players are. They don't have the most competitive experience, and so going into this regional finals, they're a big question mark for us. They're unproven. We don't know exactly what they're going to bring to the table because they're newer here. Panda, is there anyone on this specific slide that you want to highlight?
I know most of the players from just ladder, obviously from US. A lot of them are UNE players as well. These are all, for the most part, challenger. Every set or high challenger, low, high GM, low challenger in most cases. I have had to highlight someone. It would be Serginho. He's Spanish, go Spain, and he's someone that I've been playing with a lot in a lot of my games of sets. And he made it through the last cup. We were both in that day 3, and I think he played really well. He had a very good meta read, so I'm excited to see what he does and if he can be part of that Spanish army that is trying to fight for a world slot finally this set.
I mean, if you want to pick the Giga dark horses, you want to have a very unpopular person to root for that no one else is maybe on board with quite yet, this is your slide. These are the people that you can just choose one and latch on.
I will say one player you want to root for if you like, excitement is Sadib, because in the first cup, he managed to hit the triple fawn jackpot where you get infinite gold in one of his games, and he had like 1 million 3-star 5 costs. So not sure if he can do it again, but he would like to definitely in this week. But if he manages it, you definitely want to tune into his games.
That would be electric. And speaking of players that have some hype around them, there's some players that we've seen a few times, maybe at this stage, but as we look around at the general landscape of EMEA, that we would say these are the rising stars. This is the rising talent specifically for this region. Panda, why did you put some of these players here, and who's the person that you're like, this is the fastest rising stock in EMEA?
I will say Pepogad, he's already in TPC. He did a fairly good job. Didn't make obviously directly into week 2. He's playing in week 1, but I think he's been improving and performing really well the last few sets. Sova as well. They're both Polish. I think overall Poland has a very good regional kind of before this whole system started. There was TRCs in Poland, and they do a very good job of creating new talent and having, funneling them into tournaments, playing against players like Kubikson, like Travis, like Delouche, and having a chance to compete, not just on ladder, but also in tournaments. Toon TV as well. He's a French streamer, big personality. He's been doing really well on ladder the last few sets. I think having now better chances to perform in tournament. And Hypno did good in the PB. I think he won the Project PB Mentor tournament last set in set 13, playing a lot of Street Demon before anyone was playing, and Annie and Amp stuff. And he's been, I think, growing more and more last set and this set. So he's been doing well on ladder as well. I think he has a chance to make it to TPC.
These players are very fun to watch, people that we wouldn't be super surprised if they made it out of this weekend, because these are guys that have continued to prove that they are to be feared, but maybe not as the consistency of some of these other players that we have seen for so long. So another thing that proves some consistency, at least somewhat, is the ladder placements. Being a high challenger for a long time means that you're pretty good, at least, at playing against high challenger players. And so this bucket of players, the ladder warriors, the players that are often ranked very, very high, I know, Panda, you play against a lot of these guys. They're definitely to be feared, but don't have maybe the best tournament results yet.
I will say this could be ladder words, or this could just be like the bucket of sad players, because a lot of grief has followed these players in some cases. Dalisson, for example, he's someone who has reached, I think, 2K LP on EU West back in set 10. Definitely 1.8K. He was ranked 1 very often, almost every set. But he's just never performed well in tournament. He's also one of the Spanish players representing MKOI. Odessa's kind of similar story. They're beasts on ladder, always top 10 or very frequently top 10, but can't really have that same result follow through in major tournaments, at least. These are players who have been very close to having a very different career, but have not quite been able to make it. But they're beasts on ladder. So over a large sample size, they do very, very well. They just have to lock in one weekend and make that next step forward to join the contenders, the elites, and maybe just the TPC in general.
Yeah, these players are grinders, but let's move on to a bucket of players that have had some success, but also maybe had some low lows as well. The volatile category of players that, hey, if they show up in the right form, these guys could win the whole thing. If they don't show up in the right form, they could go dead last.
Yeah, and it's a weird bucket because there's a mix of like players who have achieved a lot in their careers and players who maybe haven't reached those peaks, but have reached kind of different peaks and lows in their own kind of skill bracket, I would say, or in their kind of what's expected from them. But I think all fall into a category of sometimes they have the right meta read, or sometimes they're just on the right set or the right patch and they perform at a very high level. Sometimes you see them very inconsistent in their play and falling down to the bottom side of the tournament. We have players here who have won cups before, who have won EMEA championships, like Canvas, for example. But I think depending on their play style potentially as well, if they're like loose streaking a lot and it's a patch where they just have a bad sample size of games and they just can't claw back into the game and they end up with a lot of bottom or 8th place or 7th place, just can't make it to day 2 or day 3. So these are players who have had high peaks. We even saw like players like Seika Norris and Ken Gitade reaching their highest peak actually in this cup number 3, where they reached the final lobby in TPC. But they're not players who you consistently see at the end of the tournament. They're not players who consistently make final lobbies, or at least haven't in a while, in the case of Canvas, for example. So these are players who I think can lock in, and if they do, they can be incredibly fun to watch. Raiko, for example, comes to mind as someone who is just completely chaotic in how he preps and how he plays. But I can never bet on these guys 100% because I just don't have that guarantee.
Yeah, this is a bucket of players that's fun to root for when they're absolutely popping off, but sometimes can let you down depending on their form. I think of somebody like Snooty, who's just really easy to root for. He's super fun creator. Love watching his streams, even though I don't understand some of the stuff he's saying. But it is just fun to follow these players along, and you'll go through the highs and the lows with them. So a great group of players to be following along with to see if they can really pop off and be in form. And we talked a little bit about these players specifically that maybe should be in the TPC or are disappointed they weren't in the TPC this set and are really, really motivated behind, I belong here and I'm going to make it back. And so they have to fight through this week 1 of regionals. The return to glory players, those that a lot of people are rooting for. And Panda, you're obviously cheering for a lot of these guys. These are some great names, some players that have proved a lot in the past, but weren't highlighted this set the way that they think they should have been.
This is my bucket. This is the people that I want to root for because these are players who put a lot of time into TFT. I think time and effort and skill should be rewarded in TFT. And when you miss out on a TPC because you do badly in one set, it feels very bad to have a lengthy career and not be playing in tier 1 because of one bad set. So I want these players to have a solid chance to make it back, to prove they belong there. We had Darkest in final lobby at Tac Crown not too long ago. We had Lusher and White Jungler crushing EWC with Mouse as well. We had Fatigue. I mean, these are all cup winners. These are all, regional winners in some cases. Og just won this last cup as well. Lengthy careers in TFT, multiple time regional participants. They absolutely deserve to be playing in TPC, in my opinion. And these are some of the scariest players because of how hungry they are and how much they think they deserve to be in TPC as well. If you have any of these 7 players in your lobby in week 1, I would be petrified.
This is that group of players that are extremely motivated. And if you watch like traditional sports at all, you know that the people that get doubted and have people, talk bad and don't have the performance that you want, they're always like super motivated. We call it like bulletin board material of like, this is what's motivating me. Set 16 TPC, I will be there. And these are the players that, I fully expect to see a lot of these players there. I wouldn't be surprised if all of these players made it out of weekend 1 to weekend 2 because they are 1, good at TFT, and 2, very hungry, which is a good combination going into this weekend. Other stories that we have to follow along with for specifically our TPC players is some of them just didn't have the set that they thought they would. Playing at the highest level for 3 tournaments in a row can prove to be a little tough. And so a lot of these players need to have a comeback. They need to be able to bring it back from maybe even the play-ins and prove that they really belong in the TPC. I think of so many of these players really surprised us at the bottom of the leaderboard.
It could be sample size. It could just be, a very bad string of 18 games, bad patches that don't suit you. There are excuses, of course. I'm not going to pile on these players because they have enough to deal with playing in play-ins in some cases or playing in week 1. But these are all names that you, at the start of the set, say, who am I locking in to week 2? Most of these names, or a lot of these names, would be there. So it's a disappointment for them. It's a disappointment for the level we expect from them. And it's going to be a tough road ahead because especially the play-in players, Jeduzor, this guy's, I think, one of the top 4 players in EMEA, period, the last 5 years or last 5 sets. I messaged him personally and told him, hey, I'm really sorry what happened this set because I know it's hard to have this really great streak and then suddenly have a period where you're starting to doubt yourself because of the results in just 1 set. But it's tough. This is a comeback story they have to believe in first and foremost, and then we'll see if we can also follow them along through week 1. But it's going to be a tough road ahead for some of these players. And these are players who are absolutely elite in the past, so it is surprising to see them playing in week 1.
Someone like Kleekornen, who came off the final lobby last set. Someone like Yellow Tomato, who maybe is a little bit lesser known, but has been really, really fast rising, having lots of good tournament performances. And a lot of these veterans that were like, why is this guy in play-ins? What do you mean he's not locked in for TPC? People that we would be sad to see not make it next set. Yep. And so, again, we're all rooting for these players. There is a big story behind each one of these based on their TPC performance this set. But Panda, then there's a final bucket. And you might be like, where in the world are these players that we look at? We're like, these are some of the best in the world. Why aren't you talking about them? Well, here they are, the favorites category. People we'd say, I'm pretty sure they're making it out, and if they don't, I would be really surprised.
And these guys are maybe closest to being in TPC. They're playing from that final day, but in most cases, it comes down to, at least for all these 4 players, they were maybe like 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th in the pro points for TPC for this first set. So they were potentially just very, very close, a few placements away from being in week 2. They're going to have to play through week 1. It sucks. They're in a better position than Jeduzor and Dasik, yes, but it's still week 1. And these are players that you absolutely expect to be some of the best in EMEA. They were very close to doing so. They were still, top 16 in EMEA, but they're playing in week 1. So best of luck to them. It would be tragic to have them somehow not make it through that final day, but I believe in all of them. I think they've been excellent TFT players the last few sets. They've been growing as players as well, especially someone like Experian and Solo the last 2 or 3 sets. So fingers crossed for them, but I think they're good to go for week 2.
Yeah, these are players that are, again, players that we might be like, they're starting in week 1? What do you mean? They're like some of the best in the world. Well, some people do have to start in week 1. There's only 12 spots available for that weekend 2 slot. And so someone like Volta, who's consistently winning tournaments, and all of these other guys who are just some of the best in the world, it is going to be fun to watch them play and hopefully be able to continue to prove their dominance and keep their TPC slots. But we ranked and put these players into these buckets, and it was really hard to do. So many players, also so many stories to tell, but I hope that we're able to at least give you guys a little bit of a glimpse into who maybe you should root for, who you might become a fan of, who we have expectations for, who we don't maybe have the highest expectations for going into weekend 1 of the regional finals. Anything final here, Panda, before we move on to our predictions?
Some Carmine Core players might hate me, or fans might hate me for putting Cambase in Volatile. Maybe Canvas himself might as well because we're good friends. But I'm just lighting a fire under him to make sure he pops off and makes it to week 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's light a fire under some more people because we're going to do some predictions here on the roll down to kind of wrap up our show a little bit. Panda, I asked you who your favorite was and your dark horse was, and I also did some myself. So without further ado, here are predictions. Panda, you said Solo Gasong and Dalesum for your favorite and dark horse.
Well, it was an easy one. I think he's a really hard worker. I think he has a really good group around him as well now with his mouse teammates, with Salvi, with Lusher, with the jungler. They're all very hungry in the case of the non-TPC players to make it to week 2, so I think they're going to have great prep as well. And for Dalesum, he's Spanish. I think he's long overdue to finally do something with his career and do well in a tournament. So please, Dalesum, make week 2, learn from your beast of a friend, Revan, and hopefully everyone will make worlds together.
That would be a great story. I'm ready for a Spaniard to finally make the Tactician's crown. It's going to be great. And it wasn't you this time, so we'll try again next set, I guess. But
I think that's a good thing for Spain.
Probably. My predictions, Volta is someone that just goes to every Tactician's crown, it feels like. This is somebody who is won a few of these EMEA regionals and now is in week 1. I have no doubt that his competitive experience, and especially depending on his form, he's looked pretty good throughout the TFT Pro Circuit set, and now I'm sure we'll continue that. But my dark horse is Sova. Coming from Tier 2 is someone that maybe players don't know very much, but as I was watching as a spectator from the sidelines, I said, I see this name a lot. Well, it's because they made 2 day 3s of Tactician's Cup this set. And so, and finishing it up with a top 8 in the most recent one. So I expect them to continue their dominance, to maybe even be able to put that together on the regional stage and show everyone what is up. Well, we are wrapping up our show here on the pre-show. Gonna send you off to, I'm sure, Pan. Are you on day 1?
I am. I'm on all day, thankfully. I'll be absorbing all the TFT action.
Well, good. You'll be able to see him in just a second. But we want to wrap up with our final graphic that we always show. You are here. We are looking at regionals week 1. It is October 24th. We are starting here, and just ahead next weekend, that final regional finals, weekend 2, sending players to the Tactician's crown. It's going to be incredibly exciting because EMEA and America's players are going to be together in Spain. So, Panda, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Let's do it. Well, thank you for watching this episode of the Roll Down. It's a unique one being on the stream, on the countdown. If you want more, you can find us over on YouTube at the Roll Down, TFT Esports Podcast, or wherever you find your podcasts, and there'll be more content for you throughout the set. So without further ado, guys, take it away. Week 1 of regionals, day 1. The play-ins start right now.
Welcome one and all to the end of the beginning, the final day of the first weekend of EMEA's first regional TFT competition under the new format is here, and with these players' competitive future in the pro circuit and at the Tactician's crown on the line today, the stakes could not be any higher. So join us for a day of some of the best TFT EMEA has to offer. My name is Counter, and we'll be meeting our Game 1 casters, Troubling and Alan ZQ, in about 30 minutes. But right here and now, we're going to bring you up to speed on the play-ins and yesterday's action. So joining me, leaping from the booth to the convergence and back again, and returning from days 1 and 2, he's all over the place, the legendary caster, Impetuous Panda.
Hello, everyone.
And here for the final day only, the world wanderer and keeper of secrets, the inimitable, the uncontestable, Barry Bannon.
Hello there.
Very wonderful to have you here today. Of course, we know you've got all the insights all the time, but Panda, let's go start jumping ahead here because we've got a lot of stuff we want to talk about before we get into Game 1. Could you just catch everyone up who's coming in maybe just for the third day of broadcast here as to what the journey leading up to this point has been?
Yes, sir. The set has been quite different compared to the past, with the pro circuit being added in, and that really changed things when it comes to the competitive roadmap. We had 32 of our players from last set's regionals playing in the Tier 1 circuit across 3 different cups. And then below that, we had Tier 2 with the usual, the Trials, Qualifiers, Tournaments into the Cup tournaments. And depending on how players do in the Cups, and of course also on ladder, they found qualification into week 1 of regionals. Yes, week 1, because now we have 2 weeks of regionals. And we're now on the final day of week 1. 32 players remain in the running for just 20 spots for next weekend's week 2. And of course, that means also direct qualification to TPC next set. So a lot at stake today.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot at stake. And not only have we got a completely different competitive roadmap, we've got a completely different format today. Everybody, make sure you're paying attention because there's going to be a lot happening. So we're starting with 32 players, and after 2 games, 8 are getting promoted and carrying on to that week 2. We then go again with the remaining 24, which after that, 2 more games will be played. The top 4 from that field will advance to the second week, and 4 will be eliminated, guys. We then go for that final 2 games where we have the final 16 players, and it's as simple as the top 8 make it through and the bottom 8 get cut. And David, it means that players are really going to be changing how they approach today depending on how you performed in the first day.
Even usually we had the players who were already very much ahead, like at 40 points coming to day 2, just settling for consistent, 4th, 5th places. You normally coast to that eventual 59, 60 to make it to day 3. But in this case, I think players are a little bit incentivized to try and fight to be in the top 8 the moment that these first 2 games end. And so players who are currently 12th, like someone like Snooty Boo, for example, or 11th, they might want to play for first. They might want to play much riskier, which I think makes it very exciting, actually, right from the beginning of the day.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a very different rhythm as the game goes on, but let's start to talk about our players because we've still got plenty of players left in the field, even after eliminations as of yesterday. And our first one we'll be talking about from Italy, and currently 16th place overall, bearing in mind again, points are carrying over from day to day, it's Raiko. So let's hear just a little bit about him.
In EMEA, few players embrace chaos like Raiko Mastery. From his playstyle to the highs and lows of his career, with Raiko, you never know what to expect. He took this volatility to the next level in set 10, where he managed to win his first major cup and then finish dead last in regional finals a few weeks later. A downward trend through set 11 saw Raiko give up on competing entirely. Or so we thought. Raiko returned at set 14, but only managed to qualify to the 3rd cup of the set, a tournament he would have to outright win if he wanted to make it to regionals. And in true Raiko fashion, after disappearing from the competitive scene for over a year, he did exactly that. That tournament run perfectly defines Raiko as a player. When he's locked in and feeling himself, he seems unstoppable. Forced to play through week 1, what version of Raiko we will see is anyone's guess. But if he finds the right read, anything is possible.
All right, guys, so that's just one of our players playing here today, but Barry, let's actually kind of get into the overall field here, because as you guys have already been talking about, very different approaches, and a lot of that is predicated exactly on where the players come into day 2 from the day 1 performance overall. So in terms of what's your kind of general thoughts about the different approaches our players will be taking?
Well, there are some players, as we do get into the standings, that really do need to suddenly, already at the beginning of the day, maybe be thinking about that first or eighth style. If you're someone that is approaching this from really far behind, the first 2 games, you're going to be able to take them a little bit riskier. But as we move up the standings, players that are in the middle of the pack and where they want to finish, they're setting pace, just fairly standard scoring. They're going to be playing standard TFT. They don't need to take any additional risks. They don't need to play extra safe. But there are a couple of players right near the top as we do move up here. You see, these are the players that more so, if you're the likes of Jedusor, you're going to want to just steady the course and more of the same. You're on that cutoff. You don't need to be pulling out those extra risks. However, as David mentioned beforehand, the likes of Solo Gasang already, as you approach this day, maybe are going to be thinking about taking those additional risks, maybe playing these legendary compositions and going for that extra risky approach.
And that was the issue yesterday as well, with some players already from maybe Game 4 yesterday having to adjust their game plan in terms of, even if you survive the cut leading into day 2, there is still going to be a cut after 4 games as well from the bottom. So you have to make up a lot of ground. You have to continue that risky playstyle.
And of course, I want to take note, as we were talking about before in the green room, there's not a lot of points between a lot of these positions on the table. So we're still in a very volatile day 2, even if, given that we've got our top players being scooped out of the pool very quickly early on, there's going to be a lot of fighting to get into those spots.
Yeah, those players that we saw just right at the top, they'll genuinely be approaching these first 2 games thinking 6th place, that's good enough for me. And that's in a tournament setting this early on, maybe something they're not familiar to. So mentally, it's going to be a little bit of a reset for them.
All right, guys, well, let's jump into the meta discussion then. As has already been established through the previous day and remains true for this day as well, certainly here in EMEA, mech play rate is absolutely through the roof, just crazy numbers. David, what should our players be thinking about coming into day 2?
I would say players have to start trying a little bit harder to find alternate lines to just 4 or 5-way contesting mech. We have seen on average only 2, maybe 1 player end up in the top 4 off of that contest because Yone is so hard to find, and overall you're contesting your 4 calls like Jarvan and Karma as well. I think we saw a huge difference in EMEA. There was 95 games of mech played across these first 2 days of regionals, whereas Americas had only 60 or so, which I think it makes a lot more sense for what is considered the S tier comp currently in the meta. So I would like to see more creativity. I would like to see players finding more lines into reroll, especially in stage 2 and 3. Maybe other ways to play into Fast 9 that are not as obvious, which we saw a bit more of yesterday as well.
I think as well that there are some niche lines that we have actually seen perform quite well. So lower player rate than our compositions we see on screen here, but even things like the likes of Prodigy, which that Yuumi composition you may think doesn't have much room, we've seen it actually perform pretty well in a handful of games. Same for a lot of these Luchador and Edgelord compositions, which have been more popular in Americas than they have over here in EMEA. So I do agree with Panda there that there certainly are additional lines that some of the players should be looking at exploring.
Well, I want to bring the conversation as well. We're definitely keeping an eye out for our players to find some more creativity, but we know at least part of the field is going to be revolving around the Fast 9 approach to the game. I mean, Barry, let's kind of expand out that particular topic here. For you, what's driving players most directly towards trying to play for the really big win-out comps and the huge boards?
Well, there's quite a few different factors. There's augments, there's a lot of the portals as well are strong indicators, but as we can see on screen here, some of these augments really are early indicators. We should be keeping an eye out for them. The likes of solo leveling and patient study, forward thinking is another one. These are just the early indicators that, okay, that's a player that maybe does have that Fast 9 potential. And also just running Crystal Gambit early, whether or not they run it through the mid game or even just for a few rounds, that can be a strong indicator of a player that is angling these legendary lines.
David, I want to follow up here with what we've been seeing between the Juggernaut approach and the Bastion approach to the Fast 9. We've even been seeing between the regions that have been fairly different results. Is there anything that's pushing players one way or the other?
I think it's mostly going down to sample size. Comparing EMEA and America, there's a very big difference where EMEA is more Bastion focused and America is more Juggernaut focused. I think it really comes down to your early game because most of these Fast 9 lines come from having a very high value, cheap but effective board that is saving you HP early.
and you're usually playing around whatever you're given in your natural shops, either Juggernauts or Bastions. I do think EMEA, if we do see that much more mech players, there's probably players who have some Juggernaut angle with Aatrox or Juggernaut emblem, or some Juggernaut, stage 2 board that is pivoting more into mech than into Fast 9 with TF, for example. So maybe today we see more Fast 9 Juggernauts and we see less mech. Finger crossed, that is my wish for today, at least when it comes to the meta.
All right, last thing before we hop out to talk a little bit more about our players then, is to talk, we've talked a little bit about the flexibility, coming in some different options, certainly looking at the stats, which of course you provided, Barry, from day number 1. We saw, some Katarina settling back into average, Star Guardian slumping a little bit, but other options like Heavyweight Malzahar, Prodigy you mentioned before, and even Vertical Crystal Gambit, all finding some pretty good play as well.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw the stats kind of average out as we'd expect coming in from that play-ins where Katarina looked amazing. But then we do have to think there was only 16 players in the play-ins. That's not a lot of games. The sample size was very small. And as we had a much bigger field, suddenly it settled into where we'd expect them to perform. But the likes of Katarina, Malzahar, both with the heavyweight variant or Crystal Gambit, really are good options as well. And I do think we will see a little bit more Crystal Gambit today. We saw yesterday, even when players get the strongest possible board, you're thinking, oh my god, that's the perfect Crystal Gambit game. It still ended up going 3rd. So still struggles into those mechs, unfortunately.
Well, from compositions to the pilots that will bring out the best from them, let's pop back to some of the players we really want to bring to front of mind as we head into the second part of the main event here in week 1. I want to particularly bring up Enzo as a kind of historical but still relevant part of the scene. Didn't necessarily do amazingly in day 1, but he's always had the legacy of being the player that brought EMEA back to the global top 8 stage. After EMEA had just been completely absent for multiple seasons, he got very close to getting back to the crown again after a big absence last season. So I've got some pretty high hopes for him as well.
And a player that I have high hopes for, based on the standings as well as their history, coming in here, Dasic for me has been flying through this competition so far. And everybody knows Dasic. If you've watched competitive TFT right from the beginning, this is a player with so much history and so many stories of just competing at the absolute very top. But right now, he's really performing in this particular tournament, and he's likely to be one of the 2 players, along with Tartaman, that coming into these first 2 games, unless it's an absolute disaster, should be fine to progress through. And I think the interesting part of that is both of these players actually came through the play-ins, so an indication that maybe that additional practice, we know how good scrimming can be, but it doesn't compare to the real competition, and those players having that play-in stage maybe has benefited them a little bit.
And I, of course, have to be biased, have to go with my boy, Snooty Boo. He's the GOAT of content in EMEA, the GOAT of streaming as well, but he did get an invite slot into TBC this set. I think he has a little bit more to prove because of that. Part of that Spanish contingency that has been doing really well this set in terms of Revan doing well in the pro circuit, a lot more prep has been going on in their Discord scrim group. I think they've been putting a lot of work in. Ladisum as well is doing really good in the standings. And Snooty was in a good position. He's currently top 12, I believe. I mentioned it earlier. He's in a position where he can play kind of a little bit risky in these next 2 games, and maybe if he does really well, like a 1-2 or a 2-3, he can make it among those top 8 players to go directly into week 2 and keep his slot in the TPC, which would be absolutely huge for him and his career.
And I really like that, we've kind of been seeing that from our invited players who definitely got question marks coming into the first TPC season. They've really sort of taken that opportunity and run with it. We are very close to getting our first game underway today. As we've been mentioning before, these first 2 games especially going to be huge stakes for our players, potentially let them skip the rest of the day and also guarantee their spots in the pro circuit next season, almost immediately. But before we get in, Barry, a word perhaps about our co-streamers also covering today's event.
You're happy to stick with us for the day, but if that's not the feeling you're wanting to explore some alternative language streams or maybe just watch along with some of your favourite streamers at home, we do have both our EMEA and America's co-streamers here. Alan and Panda, though, unfortunately have been yoinked away to join us, but as you can see, lots of people that you can join along with, some of your favourite streamers and personalities there to watch along with at home.
And David as well. We've got of course, the Paris Open coming up very shortly. Again, as we're saying each day, I think most people have been relatively informed about this. But again, yeah, we want to catch just those few stragglers and make sure they get along.
Just in case you haven't already found out about the news, the Open is on home ground for this set, or for next set rather, for this year. In just a month and a bit, actually, in December, we will be having the Paris Open in Paris. So if it's going to be much closer, I have to imagine, for most of our EMEA viewers and fans, which means cheaper flights, easier connections to get to Paris, and you just can't miss it. It's so much fun to first play TFT in a LAN environment, but also to meet a lot of your favorite content creators, streamers, devs even, just personalities that are in one way or another linked to this game that we all love, that is TFT. So, and there's a lot of extra activities as well. Different, just a lot of different surprises. I can guarantee you that much. So if you have a chance, do not miss it.
And I'm hoping that some of our EMEA players really do step up this time, because, as Panda said, it's home soil. This is our time to show the world. We're going to have the most representatives we'll have ever had. I myself will be playing and probably going out in the first day, but then I'll be cheering on our actual competitors, and I'm sure they're going to represent us on the world stage.
You're absolutely right. It's a hugely meaningful moment. Along with, of course, with so many other events coming up, of course, like the Crown, our players are playing for here. So we'll be getting our first lobby up in a second. Again, a reminder for anybody who came in maybe partway through the pre-show, our players will be playing up to 6 games today. If you make it out of today, continue on the tournament to next weekend, you've also guaranteed your spot in the TFT Pro Circuit for next season, which is a huge, kind of prize in of itself. And Barry, as you mentioned before, we've got our cuts for our top players just after 2 games. Just as we get our first lobby up and see who we've got specifically in here, kind of want to get you guys' thoughts on what today's going to look like overall.
Well, I do think coming in, I really enjoy that we don't lose our bottom players at the start of the day. I think having our top 8 progress to next week, rewarding their performance so far, is a really good format to have. But not having those players having their dreams fall apart after 2 games, they're going to at least have 4 to turn things around. And I think that's so important for the players near the bottom of the standings, that they will have that extra bit of time.
And it'll be quite a contrast, I think, as well, with kind of the feelings a lot of these players have. For some players, there's a pressure of, I was in TPC this set, I kind of, didn't do so well maybe in TPC, it's why I'm here in week 1. I cannot lose my spot. This is, it's more kind of the pressure of what you can lose for not performing. Whereas players who were not in TPC, who were playing in Tier 2, this has been a long time coming. They've been putting in a lot of hours throughout the set, grinding ladder to make snapshots, to make it to cups, to make it maybe directly through, like Coliseum, for example. And this is the day they were waiting for, the entire set. This is the one series of maybe 2 or 4 games that they were hoping for to find their position in next set in that CPC. And it just gives you so much more structure and longevity in the scene if you're able to play from TPC and able to just make more of a living doing what you love, which is playing TFT.
And that stability is absolutely crucial. Of course, do remember that week 2 coming up next weekend, which will be a 3-day event as well. We'll have the players who make it out of today, and also our 12 best performing players from TFT Pro Circuit battling for the 6 remaining spots at the Tacticians Crown coming up for the set. So there's a lot on these players' minds coming in. So you said, you can see on the screen right now, the point situation dramatically different from some of our players. Barry, you mentioned Tartman, one of our frontrunners, very likely to leave the tournament soon, but it's not an absolute guarantee he gets promoted to week 2 after game 2.
No, certainly isn't a guarantee, and you just need to get that over the line, do your job, continue what you've been doing. You've clearly got such a good meta read, and I do think it is a little bit easier when you're approaching games knowing you don't need these massive results. In a meta where so many people are going for Fast 9 or these mech approaches where if you don't hit that Yone or you don't get the mech pilot, it's very swingy. I do think that allows these players that are near the top, it should be fairly simple for them to play a more standard line and just get it over the finish.
And I will say for these first 2 games, I would definitely focus, I think, a little bit more on players like Salty and Coliseum, because I think they're in a position to fight for that top 8 and qualify directly. Whereas players like ELIMINATION, Experian, Rudy, they are low in the point totals. They have a lot of catching up to do, but the cut won't happen until game 4. So they have 4 games of breathing room to slowly claw back in the point totals and make it back.
Yes, and again, we'll be reiterating this a lot as the day goes forward, just because this is a little unusual compared to how things normally work. So again, after 2 games, the top 8 immediately advance to week 2, so they'll just be removed from the competition entirely. They'll play no more games at all. After the 4th game, the top 4 again will be advanced, and that's where the elimination kick in. And of course, at the end of the day, we'll only have 16 players left up and playing at all. Half of those go forwards, half of those will be out of the regionals entirely, and again, missing out on the TFT Pro circuit entirely. So you can see from our cameras here, these players, hyping themselves up in various ways, maybe chatting a lot. Maybe you see the big focus coming in across the field. Love seeing Delasona looking very cheerful heading into this one. But let's put you into the hands of our friends over there. It's Alan and Trouble for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Counterfeit, and guys, fantastic pre-show. Welcome to game 1 of our last Regionals Finals day this week 1. Promotion, elimination on the line. I'm Trouble Inc., and I'm joined by big TFT brain Alan Skew to break down and take you through the first 2 games of the day.
Hello. What a day we're gonna have with those fine gentlemen competing for the week 2 of the regional final slot. Some of them starting of the very firm position as Tarteman, as Salvi, Dalesam, who are pretty happy with their points standpoint. And then we have some of the players, as our fellow casters mentioned, trying to claw back in the points in the ladder throughout the day. And as most players would love to have be in the position where they can rest after 2 games, they do not have that comfort.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the lower point players are pretty close in terms of the point system. So the people who are just about the cutoff on 26 points, the people on the cutoff on 27 points. So literally every single placement matters. I feel like we tried to really hit the nail on the head yesterday, where it's like, okay, you're making it into day 3, but your points carry through from day 2 to day 3. So you definitely need as high placements as possible. Now, I want to pick your brain a little bit, Alan's Q, because we saw some different sort of compositions coming through from the Americas that looked quite successful, such as the Soul Fighter, which is not necessarily touched a lot over in the EMEA region.
Absolutely. Players in the EMEA are quite believers in the mech, as we've seen the play rate.
Okay.
But rightfully, because given though the play rate is extremely high, it still holds very good average, 4.3 across the week, the day 1 yesterday, while having over 90 games count, which is absolutely egregious in 1 day. And meanwhile, we've seen the Fast 9 compositions having pretty much similar average, or a lot worse, like Bastions.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Fast 9s on day 1, especially in planes, didn't look the hottest. However, we saw a few angles, particularly with the gold generating artifacts, right? Because you get the item, you also get a lot of gold. It really propels you to play towards that Fast 9. And ideally, we might see a lot of Battle Academia Yuumi, which is kind of like a composition that has been hidden for quite a while now, of course, with the repetitive nerfs onto Yuumi, the latest nerf onto Leona as well. However, it had a really high percentage of win. It had over 33% of win rate and above 60% top 4, if I'm not wrong. So looking at players who are just about looking to make it into week 2, this could potentially be an angle where you suddenly have AP items. Why not angle Yuumi?
Absolutely, but again, you have to consider the fact that there are like Katarina Hero players who will be taking away the Leona and Yuumi. Yuumi needs all the frontliners she can use, which is usually Cassante and Leona, and there is like the Bastion players, there's Rero Zaya players. All of those players want that Leona. And if you don't get Leona too, as a Yuumi, it might become an issue, because like Leona in the vertical battle prodigy is all about the draining the resistances and getting sustain either from items like Anima Visage or getting sustain from Prodigies or Gunblade. And if you cannot get there, on top of the Leona one, it might not be very prominent. And in comparison to the America, they angle more towards the Juggernauts, hence there is more Bastion available towards those Yuumi. So like you see this correlance where there is a reason why it's happening.
Now, of course, the first augments have come through. We see Shen hero augment, we see scoreboard scrapper, we see a lot of econ augments coming through as well. The raining gold plus the timescape as well. Already a Katarina 2 on board as well.
Yeah, so we see that treasure hunt, so that will be clearly a reroll, already a good item slam. From the interesting one, we've seen a solo leveling coming in through with the Jace Titan Slam. There are some particular one cost upgraded that are very good, as we've seen yesterday. Nafir being able to take down. The Jace issue is if he does not have the Battle Academia, he might be a bit the ZDPS. I'm not sure if Jace 1 will be good enough to carry out through the stage 2, especially when the players get full items slams, and it's only the Titan, and the only system coming for the Jace being pretty much the Omnivamp from the solo leveling might not be good enough. So it will be all depending on the matchmaking there.
Yeah, and I feel like Moritz might be looking for, because he has the Jace pair, right? Might be looking for potentially a Jace 2 coming through, which would be absolutely insane, obviously, with solo leveling, having a 2-star 3 cost on your board on stage 2. However, from what we've been looking around, our observers have been sort of shuffling around the boards. It's not necessarily like a super strong board. We've seen a mech that has the extra unit with the mech, of course, in, which inherently is very strong because of the +1 on the board. We've seen the Katarina too, but obviously Tarkman, since he's re-rolling, he's pretty much trying to make econ as well, especially since he's hit that Katarina 2 off the bat. So for now, it kind of looks like a weak lobby where people are just trying to build up the econ and potentially look for those super fast 9 kind of boards or the mech boards.
Yeah, well, we are on the note of the tournament. He's set for success given that he has already the scaling power up, which is Max Arcana. He has already good slam. Open cloak might indicate just some sort of spark for the tempo for now, and go for the Katarina items later on. And the treasure hunt, which is extremely potent if then after the nerfs for the reroll type of the comps. And when we are looking at the Dalesam, we'll be looking for the extra components that mech really love. And yeah, having already the early setup with the Udr.
I feel like it's a really funny conversation in terms of mech, because I feel like you were on the cast when yesterday there were like 15 rounds straight of like mech versus mech action, and you guys were sort of trying to break down which mech is stronger depending on the trades that were fed and also the items that were fed, which was really funny. Would you say this is a composition that is pretty open to pretty much slamming anything because the mech is just going to get stronger anyway? Obviously has like favorite items, but Crown Guard would not necessarily be an item that you're looking for, right?
So you're looking for the aura type of items, but there is an issue with that. Let's say even Shroud or Spark, they do have an effect only on the unit that's fed from, and the effect is in that hex and where the initial mech's hex is. So if the mech goes forward, the effect does not carry on, the item effect does not carry on. So if it goes too far, and some of the effects will not maintain. So it's important to position mech properly if you are feeding those type of items. And then we've seen just a rain of the Sterax yesterday on the Experion mech, which was so powerful and probably just the best angle if you want to be feeding the items to the mech. Often enough, you don't have a choice to like feed the ideal items. So like mech is that type of comp where you can pretty much slam anything. AD items, AP items. Either a mech will take it or later on Lior Karma, and you are not too unhappy about it.
All right. Well, our eyes, of course, on the 2 win streakers so far, Moritz and Experion, both on 100 HP. I feel like particularly for Moritz, he should be super happy having that solo leveling and being able to win rounds. You get those extra XP points, of course, with every unit that ends up dying right here. But oh my god, Dalsam's board just keeps getting stronger and stronger, right? You've got the Crown Guard, you've got the 2-star Aatrox, now 2-star. Gangplank plus the 2-3 cost with the Udyr and the Senna. Extremely strong board coming through from the Spanish representative.
Yeah, but the board coming that so expensive, given that you don't have econ argument plus no streak, you see that the Dalsam decides not to push level just to maintain some sort of econ. Even though he's as strong as it is, without streak, it's not quite worth to push there. While Elia goes for the scoreboard scrapper and just gets a good low streak here, econing up. We'll see what type of the comp he'll angle towards, while Nuri already good slam for the Shen hero argument, having QSS looking for that Rage Blade and eventually some Gunblade or even more damage.
Now that's the board we want to have a look at, right? The two win streakers at the very top, 100 HP, haven't played each other yet. And I feel like I'll let you actually choose. Who do you favor? You favor this board from Experience right here, or do you favor the solo Jace? Which is not going to be our matchup, but still.
That Malzahar has so many cards, he cannot lose. Look at this guy. He has all of them.
And he's probably going to get even more hats right now. There you go, a Santa hat. Very seasonal, if you ask me. Very, very close. However, Edge of Night might be his undoing right here. Not going to be the case. Experience going to hold his win streak. Moritz loses his, which is kind of a huge hit right here. However, I will say the salvage part with having solo leveling is that you pretty much milk the extra experience and saving your gold, right? So breaking your streak here, it could have been worse, I'll say.
I mean, if you are in Boritz's shoes, you cannot be sad. Like, you got 4 win streak on top of the Jace one. You were forced to slam Titan, but in the current patch, there is quite a good amount of the holders that can use it. Maybe not so much together with the Vow, because usually you want to spread your items as you are playing like a small sort of a bruiser type of carry, and then backlaner, where Vow usually just doesn't belong that well, because again, you want to go for like some BT, Sterak, Titan, and then some backlaner set of items, and Vow just sometimes doesn't fit that angle.
I will say though, if Moritz chooses to go for more of the mech kind of situation that we've been seeing throughout the entire weekend, as the meta has been leaning towards it, Vow, a fantastic item for things like the Javan, does fit in the mech composition as well. You can feed the Titans onto something like the Yone later on, firstly put it on the Galio for some extra stats, so there will be some absorption coming through as Moritz hits that level 6, 53 gold, again benefiting hugely from that solo leveling. Actually, thank you so much, observers, for showing that he is gonna slam that Giant Slayer with a mech already on board. It could definitely be the situation. We just slam that Vow onto your Javan later on.
Yeah, that could be a case, but I think from the Moritz standpoint, it's more likely he'll go towards the some sort of bruisers board. Going off the Titan and the Vow slam towards the mech, which will be obviously contested, would be a bit suboptimal. So I would like him to see just, like Vow is very potent on the Poppy, and he could just go for the carry Darius plus perhaps Malzahar or Smolder.
Now let's see, as we're approaching 3-2, our second win selection right here for our players. A magic roll coming through for Moritz right here. Spears will, tons of stats. Tons of stats could potentially be an angle, but I want to ask you, as a pro player yourself, I feel like pro players really truly lean towards that magic roll. There's something in the gamba of it that just pulls people in.
The issue is with ton of stats, you're just like, it's not very ideal. Like, you pick it if you have really nothing better. Magic roll has a really good high roll outcomes, and Moritz opts for that, gets the units, and one of them being Kobuko is pretty good given that he was already playing the Bruiser type of board and finds the Darius too.
Wow.
Right off the bat, which could lead into him just going for the reroll Darius with the some sort of backliner, either Smolder or the Malzahar.
You know what I admire in you, Alan Zaku? That you're really trying so hard to prove to people that our players here in EMEA are very flexible, and that if they do find the angle, they will pivot off of the mech. I have a very slight suspicion that Moritz is speedrunning the mech right here, having found the Rise, having found the Senna, you know, using that Darius potentially as a placeholder also for potentially Lee Sin or later on Yone as well. So we'll see if with the extra level, since he's literally level 740 on 3-3, which is a fantastic economy threshold for himself, if he's going to angle that. Now another mech player that we have been seeing a lot, 2-star Senna, Javan. Oh my god, Dalsum has found all the units he needs.
Units, yes. Gold, nowhere to be seen. Again, mech loves all the items, however, you still need to have a gold. Meanwhile, Elia goes off the scoreboard scrapper into Golemify. That's some Giga Chad move. And he will go towards snipers, perhaps? Like, he wants obviously to play TF of the Rage Blade Slam and might be going towards the snipers as a transition with the Jinx backlane. Again, and now you want to avoid going for the frontline items as much as you can and just focus on the backlane, given that you picked up Golemify. The upside for Delia is that he's still, besides except the part that he is at 3 win streak, he still maintains stacking for the Scorpion Scrapper being at the bottom 4.
Let's see if this will change right now, though, because Salvi took a loss right here. And the tides have changed. Elia is not stacking anymore because he has made it into the top 4 as we're rolling into our next carousel right here. Not necessarily any champions that would pop up instantly in terms of our big mech players primarily. You'll see Raiko will pick up the Rise that does fit sort of in the mecha position, but doesn't necessarily take a lot of the units. Items, sorry, not units.
So the thing is, in terms of mech players, I don't think this is in this game, unless you high roll on 8 the Yone, this is not very good spot. None of the players have a really good econ start to lean towards that. Dalesam looks like it's a good spot and he's committed, but he's so broke. It's level 660 at this point. At 4-2 he'll be looking at level 820, which is like, you still need to buy the units. He got all the upgrades that are cheap and found the Jarvan early, which will secure his stage 3.
Oh, wow.
But he might fall off very quickly.
I mean, the guy has been hitting pretty naturally his units, right? So maybe he's just trusting in the process on the fact that he has been hitting his units naturally so far. However, I'm just going to take a quick glance right here. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 mech players, potentially a 4th in the making if we do have a last second pivot, which we have seen a lot of in our recent games this weekend. So we'll see 3 mech players contesting for the exact same units. We have seen that because everyone's life is on the line as well right here. It doesn't harm to hold an extra Jarvan on your bench, an extra Karma, potentially an extra Yone if you find one, to try and sort of lesser the power of those mech boards in early stage 4.
I would say Tardman here is in a pretty good spot. He already picked up the double duplicate of the treasure hunt, getting another one proc soon after the creeps. Found already 6 Katarinas total. Got the Leona, so getting Rise and I think Turtle getting all the tools with the ideal items will look to pop off and absolutely dominate lobby at stage 4 if he hits the Katarina free. Meanwhile, Nari, 4 chance, however, healthy econ. 3 items completed, Zinzao items, looks pretty good.
And it doesn't look like there is another kind of Bastion board to contest that. The only one that I'm seeing right now is Salvi that's got a bunch of Bastions together with Star Gardens, but I'm thinking Salvi is more pivoting towards potentially playing that Star Garden line that we have seen with the Jinx, potentially with the Virus later on. So I feel like right here, Nari, pretty safe to play towards that reroll. As you mentioned, doesn't necessarily have too many copies, but usually players with super high econ and being healthy as he is in terms of HP, that probably look to roll right after the next PvE round.
The thing is, Shen is extremely stable at stage 3 just with the 2 stars and early on the stage 4. And given how broke is the lobby and there was no extra resources in terms of gold, this is still a very good spot. He didn't roll much, and yeah, 2 rolls, boom, that's the wave. He might be even going deeper there. Meanwhile, Raiko, speaking about the econ, that's a lot of gold. Level 8, 80.
Reminder that we talked about players pivoting into the mech. This is looking like potentially a mech pivot. He's gonna find 2 Akalis right there and does have the QSS plus the Open Bell plus the Nasher. So it's looking like potentially even an Akali board right here. But it does share a couple of similar units with the mech, like the Javan being slotted in and whatnot. Salvi again with more of a Star Guardian oriented board. Does have a bunch of Bastions as well. So potentially if you hit like a TF, you've got the Rage Bit as well to play it as a backline.
I mean, Akali board still runs 3 mechs altogether, so he's not too sad about those. Meanwhile, Salvi goes towards the Bastion comp together with the items. This is interesting. I think this one wanted to be Jinx type of Star Guardian with Bastion board. Meanwhile, didn't hit. On the Tartar side, found already the Katarina not having the Winkle only one off on the Rakam, getting 2 Yumis on 8, getting that cash out on the treasure hunt. So already strong and looks even better in just a second. Having pretty much ideal items on both Rakan and Katarina, getting that Max Arcana stacks being already close to 30%.
Yep.
I think Tarte looks like a win-out player for this lobby so far.
Absolutely. Has the extra 2 Nikos as well to find the extra Rakan. 3-star that Rakan as well. Big win con right here as we're moving into round 4-2 for a third and last augment of this game. Make or break. Prismatic finale. It's about to be a prismatic augment for the players, and usually I know that I've heard a lot of yappings about 4-2 prismatic augments not necessarily being the best. However, when the Gamba calls, Raiko's gonna deny the Gamba right here. From the call to chaos, level A roll down for the mech board.
Still on 7 streak, opts not to pick up Lee.
Has golden Nico as well.
Wait, hold up. He just skipped Lee while playing mech. I mean, that's not the unit usually slot on the level 8. You usually go for the level 9 Lee together with the Rise. But like skipping it when being so healthy on the econ, I'm not sure sold on that. And itemizing Yone as a carry is kinda risky. We'll see if it pays off. Meanwhile, Dalesam looking for that Yone where the Raik already holds 2, nowhere to be found on this board.
Yeah, and that was our concern, right? I feel Dalsam hit a few or majority of his cheap units for the mech board. But as you mentioned as well, it's kind of like the Yone that you want to hit, maybe Karma 2, Javan 2 to kind of stabilize your board until you hit that Yone, potentially Elysian as well. But since he was behind in terms of econ versus the other players that are playing that mech, 3 mech players in this lobby, and a bunch of them have hit towards Yone 2 actually for Raiko. I'm seeing right here on our stats. So he must have hit the second Yone and then used that golden duplicator to get that Yone 2 on his board.
Picking up 1-2 buff, getting the extra items on the Yuumi, getting that golden duplicator. I don't know if he utilized that to duplicate the Rakan to Rakan 3 and push levels, or will just get it use it to get either Leona or the Yuumi. And Salvi did hit the Jinx board eventually with all the items. And yeah, I believe he utilized the golden duplicator on the Rakan 3 to preserve the econ and push levels. Since the Yuumi is so uncontested unit, he opts not to go for her itemization, not itemization, but upgrades. He'll get it eventually later, and given how strong he is now, he wants to just continue the streak throughout the stage 4.
And one thing we haven't necessarily talked about is kind of the positioning about the Katarina plus the Rakan. Rakan with Unstoppable, running towards the side of the Katarina means that the front line of the enemy board will just bunch up on the Rakan, which will go further than the first hex that you usually position your front line at, right? Which means that when Katarina ults, she has the chance to bypass that front line and go further towards the backline units since they're all bunched up around the Rakan. So this is why you see a lot of the front line being all the way back with Unstoppable onto the Rakan to kind of lead the Katarina into the enemy backline. Now, Yone on the carousel. Raiko does have 2-star Yone. So, again, he does have a pretty good board. However, with only 32 HP, he might not want to just deny the Yone, but instead make sure that his board is stronger.
Dalesam, third pick.
True winner.
Spoon-fed cloak Yone. The safe and... that's exactly what he needed. Without that Yone, I'm pretty sure Dal was securing here 7th, perhaps 8th. That will completely shift his board with all the items. If he gets the double mecha pilot, Dal suddenly looks so powerful here. And we've just seen the Tarteman battling the Shen and missing out on the side, pretty much allowing Shen to have a free matchup. Like, you need to hit that Shen, and that might not be even enough, given that his Bastion is pretty tanky, but no sustain there, so that could be an issue for the Shen matchup, but cannot be losing sides as a Katarina. So you have to make sure, whenever you're facing like one of the 3 players, you position into your worst matchup.
Right here, good positioning from Aaliyah. However, pretty unlucky so far. Hasn't necessarily hit that Ashe 2, a completely uncontested unit. However, because majority of the units that have been pulled out the pool have been 5 costs, and primarily 2 costs with the rerolls, there is a huge variety of 4 costs right now. Of course, Ashe 1 is not going to be enough to get that win right here in Aaliyah. You see the frustration in his face as well. Not being able to hit, not necessarily an uncontested unit, but also not one of the strongest in the current meta as well.
the page of the Experience book going for that Ashe, but having only one copy, finding another one in the shop, I think it's a decent direction. You have the scoreboard, you have Golemify, Tiny, but the problem is the econ. Like, you sacrificed your econ for the Golemify. You don't have a particularly good streak, given that you were started to win on the stage 3, so you broke your loss streak, and then you proceeded to lose again. So probably when Elia opted to go level 8, there might have been like 15 gold to roll. So like, there is no surprise that he didn't hit, given how expensive this board can be.
Frustration coming through as he's facing Salvi on the other side. He was looking more for the Bastion plus 5-cost backline, as we talked about earlier on. However, the transitional peer will be the Volibear with a couple of items, plus the Jinx over in the backline. Ashe 1 doing as much as she can, but it's just not going to be enough. Again, a weaker 4-cost in terms of carries, and Elia will really want to look to potentially start winning a few rounds. Again, he has scoreboard scrapper, right? But I want to ask you, we saw him earlier on winning rounds, quite a few, which landed him still in the top 4. So a lot of the stacks that he has missed seem to be hurting him right now.
I mean, it's more so of not having the econ and breaking the econ, and how lobby was poor, and not hitting the Ashe too, having only 2 items where one of them is Gunblade, so she pretty much has only 1 item, that's Rageblade. Ideally, you want to, without Kraken, that unit is pretty much doing Z DPS, even though he has a very prominent augments. It's just not enough. Like, given this 1-star unit, no items completed, like, you cannot be relying on it as one of the carries. Meanwhile, Experion, pretty stable of the Malzahar with the Blighted Jewel.
I will say, not my favorite when I'm seeing this board played without necessarily either Jace or that Darius in places of them being carries on the same composition. You kind of relying on Jace and Cassandra to buy you as much time as possible, while your solo damage dealer in the backline with the Blighting Jewel, one of the best holders for Blighting Jewel, is trying to take down. But the problem with Malzahar is that he does tickle damage, right, until he ramps up. So you're praying that basically your Jace and Cassandra are enough time wasters for the enemy team to break through with the Malzahar.
The equation a bit, but here we have Elia on the edge of his last HP, fighting the 7 mech, and that looks pretty grim for him. Like, there's just not enough front lane. Ashe cannot work through the mech, being as a solo carry. That Gunblade is not enough. Usually in this type of meta, you need to have triple damage items to deal with that mech. Otherwise, as a solo carry, it's just not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Leah could not hit more pure AD item, pure damage items that you were mentioning right there, to try and take advantage of the big golem that you have over in the front line, tanking for ages. As Moritz also on the mech line right here, tiny but deadly, level 8, rolled down to 0, playing a composition that we don't necessarily see anymore. It used to be more prominent a few patches back, which was the 4 mentors with a sprinkle of mech.
Still doing not too bad. It's just like Moritz tried to play the flex TFT, played off what he got. He got early double rise, so opted towards that. But not paying off quite a bit, because again, sometimes you just have to follow the meta. Otherwise, like, playing solo rise carry is often not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, Salvi, level 9, tried to deal with the mech, but yeah, looks like it's not gonna be enough. The Yone2 will actually clean up nicely, and the Salvi will go in the 7th position.
And Raiko here, fantastic turnaround for him, right? He took the early econ augment straight into the mech line, gets that golden Nico, makes that Yone2, and ever since that Yone2 has been a saving grace for his board, also using the Radiant TG to feed the extra stats into the Galio, whilst also hitting that Lee Sin too. So pretty much the board has been upgraded in all sorts of fonts, unless you can just 2-star the Javan, which will inherently feed the stats to the Galio as well. But Raiko right here, he's pretty much looking for a level 10, right?
You see and except that you see the reason why he was skipping the Lee. He knew he's gonna get it anyway, no worries. And he took a bit of a different approach. Normally, where you wanted to feed the mech with the items, here we have actually mech being just a side carry, while having itemized Yone, itemized Lee, looking pretty solid. Oh, but we
Let's
see
see the
that Malzahar
Malzahar.
is doing some numbers, but yeah, there's still so much HP left on the board. It's just not gonna be enough. And you see Xperion, it's getting to him. Stunned a bit by the Rykos. You could say high roll, but he had the extra icon of that his argument choices. On top of that, I believe he played some Crystal Gambit for the extra radius early on.
Yeah, I'm kind of not a big fan of not having, again, a secondary carry together with your Malzahar. I feel like because of the tickle damage, you kind of need the big hitters like the Jace or the Darius to do the big single target damage to spread the dot up even more, especially with the Blighting Jewel that does a lot of work in terms of like chipping away the MR off of the opponents as well. So right here, Xperion on his last leg, on 5-5, finding that Darius 3 for his board. Triple item, not necessarily this.
Like, you just don't get sometimes the components that you need. Like, you see even unideal items like Shojin on the Malzahar is not very good with the Blight if you just want to have more damage or the blue buff instead. Getting the sustain item on the Darius, getting the extra crit, and utility items being used on the both Poppy and Jace. Again, he just didn't have the other options throughout the game, so I think if he goes 5th here, he wouldn't be too sad about it, even though he did hit all the upgrades on top of the invested.
Let's see, Poppy trying to attack as much as she can here, but that Shen with the hero augment looks very, very strong. Also the Shinza with the Tankzilla proccing the knock-up. Let's see if Malzahar is strong enough, because right now I'm pretty sure he's fighting a ghost. He has been able to reach the backline, and Xperion leaves for yet another round. Very, very close to that neutrals. You could potentially look to get more optimal items later on from the neutrals for that Darius.
I think it's the Darius probably will maintain items. The last item will just go towards the Jace, and I think that's it. The second Xperion faces either Dalisam. No, I think...
Oh, Raiko?
Yeah, Raiko he already faced, so he shouldn't be getting him unless there is some egregious matchmaking. And I think the Dalisam board is actually beatable by the Raiko, given that his only damage is pretty much mech, and that Xperion positioning actually allows... allows the mech not to hit the Darius, so he should be able to sustain some damage and stay alive for some time.
Well, let's check this one out. Oh! The pull on the karma, huge!
And that should be enough, given that it's a Blighted Jewel, already getting the multiple casts of the mech, and you see the ramp with the negative res is just big enough to beat out the Dalisam. And the Raiko's approach with all the upgraded units, with the items on them directly, not the mech, working out pretty flawlessly for him.
So for Xperion right here, this is a massive win. Not only does he get to stay alive, but Nori took a loss. He served a loss to Dalisam, which are two players who are fighting for the exact same top 4 that he is right here. And Xperion, fantastic bounce back, makes it to level 8 as well, places 6 heavyweight plus the Seraphine onto the board, and gets to have a third item for potentially if he wants to optimize one of his carries even further for optimal damage output, or just simply put a third item onto the Jace and just have another frontliner here for himself.
Yeah, so the issue is for him that I believe he has Tartaman in the matchmaking. He should be stronger technically in that matchup. It also depends on the Katarina targeting, but even if she locks in on the Malzahar too early, it should be enough if he gets 1, 2 or 3 casts off, because Darius should be able to clean up with the Jace. There's just so much HP on this board. He needs to just make sure that she doesn't get too much value early on. But again, that's a stacked up Katarina with the Max Arcana. She should be rocking around 40 to 50% AP already.
Oh, Dalisam right here on literally 1 HP. Can't hit that Yone 2, still stuck on level 8, 0 gold. Has managed to find that 7 mech a few rounds back, but up towards that Shen with Bastion frontline.
Yeah, but you see that there's just too much HP on the mech for now to work through. Shen is doing his best, but like mech will fall altogether with the Shen's front lane, and just the leftover team of the Dalisam will be able to clear it out, and will clear Nori completely to position 5th. So the Xperion now is probably the second strongest in the lobby. However, if he faces Raiko, that's unlucky. whoever gets Raiko is just gonna get knocked out. Wait, Raiko is on 2 loss streak? Hold
Exactly. I was about to say Experience just beat Tartman, if I'm not wrong. Tartman's on a 1 loss streak. He lost to someone. Tartman has by far one of the strongest boards, right?
I'm just surprised the Raiko is losing, given that he hit level 10. He has all itemized the carries with the mech upgrade. I'll be very surprised.
See.
And that's the Experion matchup. He probably lost to the... Wait, he was losing... He probably lost to the...
Oh, Darius in the backline. Darius in the backline. On the left, Darius is gonna take down the Yone, which is pretty huge right here. Whilst on the right side, we're seeing the other mech
The mech,
board.
by the way, that's big. Opening the Malzahar to go for the Karma directly, and getting the extra procs. Oh, that... Oh! I think it was enough. I think the Draco goes out. Yeah, that's Experion chibi animation. He will be able to clear out the Raiko. And Dalesam stays alive, getting a good matchmaking. Will clear out the Tartaman.
He's so happy as well, so damn animated. You see him clapping his hands, putting them together, looking to the sky. Secures the top 2. And Alan Skew, we were talking about Dallasam. We said he's the poorest of the 3 mech players. And he manages to salvage it from that one Yone on the carousel.
I mean, come on. On third pick, if you are getting spoon-fed carousel and there is no defense in the lobby, on top of getting matchmaking div, just faking Dallasam, faking the mort for the blessed one, I mean, you cannot be too unhappy about it.
Absolutely. We'll be thanking Raiko as well for not taking that Yone as he had his 2-star himself. And right now, last fight of our first game of week 1 of the last day of this week. We have Experion with Malzahar and Dallasam with one of the most normal boards that we've been seeing the entire week with the mech. However, stuck level 8, Experion level 8 as well. And so far, it seems like this Darius plus Malzahar has been doing a lot of work. Can they do the last step? It seems like only Galio plus the mech pilots are still left alive. And the disease has spread from Malzahar and Experion. From the jaws of defeat on a 5-win streak to win the whole lobby.
You see that Dalesam is not devastated by this. On the contrary, he's quite happy. And Experion, going off that Blighted Duel, eventually hitting the free item Darius on top of getting an upgrade, was quite enough to just lock in the series. The power of the artifacts on the certain units showcases here. So, picking the correct spot, picking the correct line when it's presented to him.
Yeah, I want to shout out Impetuous Panda right here because he says Dalsam gets very close to locking in Pro Circuit with that top 2. This is why you saw him being very happy and very animated, right? And I think for Raiko, there's a moment of realization right there. We talked about it, Alan Skew. That Yone on the carousel, Raiko has just hit his 2-star Yone. But remember what we said earlier, when there's more than 1 mech players, you have to consider your odds at griefing someone and not letting free placements go through. And that one could have potentially cost Raiko an extra placement right here. That was insanely this game.
Not pouring this game without Yon on the carousel. It was not happening unless a magical shot would occur at level 8. Meanwhile, Raiko already having the free Yones out.
Yeah, exactly. That was it. Raiko must be feeling terrible right here for not picking up the Yone, but I'm sure the Dash will break it down right after this break, so stay tuned.
All right, thank you guys so much. What a great way to get us kicked off, and I think we all enjoy seeing Dallasam's cam. I think we're going to be seeing some celebratory compilations being put together there, but what an interesting game to get us started off here, Barry. Some really interesting approaches being taken. I want to bring up, firstly, Alia, who ultimately came out 8th place in this game. Felt like he took a very risky route into the first game of day 2.
We talked about this on the pre-show about players that are a little bit further down in the standings will have to take these extra risks. And we've came in here in Aliyah as went for Scoreboard Scrapper, Golemify, the Crystal Gambit line, but unfortunately just didn't have the econ to really get going. You need to be able to get to level 9. But I think that's an early indication of the play styles from depending where you are in the standings, Panda, is going to be different.
It definitely will be. I think from the general top 12, we mentioned there's going to be a cutoff after 2 games. 1 game is already down. A lot of the top players did not do so hot. Someone like Tartman, of course, is almost locked in already for Pro Circuit off of his great point lead coming into this. But Dalesam was still happy because he was probably keeping track of people in his lobby. Salvi, for example, going 7th, who was on the same amount of points. Players in other lobbies like White Jungler did not do so hot in this game. Snooty as well went 6th. So all in all, I think this really, really matters for some of the players who put so much time to try and make it to pro circuit, and now they're just one game away, maybe just one top 4 away for Coliseum.
Yeah, it's really wild to think that the one game could be the difference maker here as Bobby comes by to say how and check out how these games are all going. I do want to hit up some of the other points that kind of came up during that game as well. We're talking a little bit about Malzahar coming into today, and we're still seeing it struggling at times to deal with the mech.
Yeah, we certainly do. But the difference there, often that particular matchup, was that rocket grab was so clutch. We saw that it just meant that the mech had to walk a little bit longer. It was the Darius was able to cause a lot of distraction in the backline. And once you got the Darius 3 online, it suddenly becomes a matchup which you get that little bit extra support. Malzahar can't do it all alone. And we saw that rocket grab especially clutched out in a few of those rounds.
I think on these very long fights with the mech stalling out for so long, might be the reason why we're seeing boards like Yuumi come a little bit back into the meta, where you have these really stalled out fights where Yuumi kind of scales infinitely as long as she's given time to do work, and that was the case if you have a strong enough front line to withstand the mech's onslaught for 20 seconds. And with Malz, it's a similar story as well. I will say, I take back one thing from the pre-show. I said we shouldn't see 5 mechs per lobby. Maybe we should, because Raiko and Coliseum, the red carpet was rolled out. Third pick, Yone on carousel, it would not happen, obviously, with 5 players angling mech. So maybe players have to just grief each other to not make it too easy for some of our competitors. I know Raiko specifically, it's his first mech game in tournaments. Alan mentioned his roll down looked a little bit sus in some parts in terms of not buying Lee Sins, for example, but his execution looked very good for a comp that I think he has not played too much this set. So now he has the reps out on at least one game. He has the prep in, and he can execute even better next game.
I think sometimes as well, you watch these fights and you don't actually realize how much the pilots end up doing when they get thrown back out. So I think Gangplank, especially when you've got double DB on top of it, if GP gets yoinked onto the back line, suddenly your carry's dead. And a few of those fights that ended up being the case where the pilots, where they were summoned onto, can really actually swing some of those matchups.
Oh, absolutely as well. I do want to touch on to, just because we haven't had a chance to talk about it in detail yet, Nuri's approach with Twilight Assault, because of course you guys talking about the idea of trying to find some of these routes which weren't as well traveled. I know I personally was a little disappointed to see how much it didn't manage to punch through with the mech.
I think one thing that was definitely missing was the Gunblade. I think Gunblade on the Twilight Assault there would have won a lot of matchups, or I think would have been a little bit closer with the Malz matchup, with these very stalled out matchups that Shen wants in the first place. You can't really get this every time. I think the build was good enough, but for this lobby complexion in particular, I think the Gunblade would have been pretty good.
Yeah, and it feels like those scaling items, just in general, the likes of Gunblade, which in the longer fights you can keep healing that front line, the likes of Rageblade, so mandatory in certain comps. And you touched it before as well. Reason Yuumi's cropping up, the likes of Archangel is your backline carries. Even when you're playing Katarina, if you can get that on top of the Yuumi, it does feel like these scaling items are becoming even more and more mandatory if you're going up against 4 mechs every lobby.
Well, absolutely. Of course, with our next game coming up, and again, that cut-off for our top-performing players, at this kind of point, Barry, we did see a little bit of that in the previous game for Leah, trying to stack up the high-risk propositions against, to try and maybe sneak their way in. But it feels like we've got a real big conflict between the players who are currently in the top 8, looking to maintain that position, and those just outside it, that with just a slightly better result than they might have otherwise, a little bit more of a coin flip, they can sneak their way in and skip the rest of the day.
Yeah, it certainly depends on how this first game went. For the likes of ELIMINATION going for that very high risk approach, now you've got to double down and you've almost forced yourself into this position. But as Panda touched on, a lot of the top 12 did end up dropping points. That often does mean that people lower down in the standings will have gained them because the points they've went somewhere. So for the likes of Aaliyah, when you're already a little bit behind, taking that 8th place, knowing that people around you are likely climbing in the standings, you'll have to double down on that play style, unfortunately. And but like we said, there's a lot of compositions, a lot of these legendary lines, a lot like Crystal Gambit as well, that you can go for that 1st or 8th approach.
You do have 3 more games of leeway, though. There's no cutoff on the bottom the first 2 games, which could be much more pressure-inducing and could require a much more immediate solution to your point efficiency. Whereas now Aaliyah, yes, he messed up this game. Yes, it went very poorly from an already poor position, but he has 3 more games to catch up. And Elia is someone who can do it. I think he's clutched up before in his career in big moments. He has 3 games, so maybe not go first every game, but a second, a third on average might be enough to make it into the next cut, and then he'll have to maintain that high level of play as well for the rest of the games today. But the players who were at like the top 6, the top 8, considering a lot of the other players there did poorly, if they did well, if they were, maybe a second or a third, like Coliseum, they might already be locked in for the pro circuit with just a 7th or a 6th next game.
All right, well, let's take a look at how everybody is. Remember, of course, the numbers highlighted in white are, of course, the players who, at least if the standings were to stay the way they are right now, will be going straight forward. We can see some of the points players came in with, but just like before, we're not necessarily seeing a huge separation. Do bear in mind, again, the eliminations only kick in after 4 games, and that's only the bottom 4 players who get eliminated at that point. So there's still a lot of runway for our players to work with, but as we'll scroll across to our first page, we're really looking to see who's commanding right now.
Yeah, we do get onto this page. We see some of the players that had started very strong, the likes of Tartaman, getting that strong performance should be all but sealed. Org winning that other lobby that we had off stream will be propelling him up the standings as well. We see into 3rd place, and a lot of these players, not just week 2 is on the line, pro circuit on the line, and that is absolutely massive for pursuing this competitive career.
We're seeing the top 8 right now at around 38 points, 37, 2 more players right behind them as well. So the top 10, very, very close. For anyone who is above the cutoff right now, all you need to really do on average is maybe a 3rd or a 4th, and you're good to go. So this is maybe the game a lot of these players have been waiting for this entire set. They put in so much work. I can't imagine the pressure that they're feeling right now because, yes, if you don't make it through immediately in these first 2 games, there's still more chances. There's still a lot more games to be played today, but you really want to not give up this golden opportunity to secure a spot in week 2 this early on into the day.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge sigh of relief as we're heading into our next lobby. So as you guys mentioned, we're starting to see the big separation of players coming in. But let's get into this incredibly important game 2. Alan, Trouble, bring us in.
Thank you so much, guys, for the breakdown. As we're moving straight into our second game of our last day of week 1, Alan ZQ, of course, together with me here to break this one down for you.
Absolutely. With some point leaders here, as Daisy Heroics loaded up to the game, and they're looking for the closing out series. If they manage to score good results here, they could be done for the day. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have Enzo, sitting only on 27 points, so he's just fighting for his life. Only potentially 3 games left for him if this one go poorly.
So right here, I want to remind everyone the format for today as well. It's going to be super quick promotion, but also super quick elimination right after this game. The top 8 players in the point system will be taken over to week 2 instantly. And then after 2 games, we'll have 4 more joining them, but 4 more saying goodbye to us. So it's going to be a very fast-paced day of TFT with a lot at stake.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. I don't see on any of those boards scale just yet, while being a pretty high prior pick on the America side when you see a bow here or there or a rod, while EMEA stays away. Maybe, hopefully it changes in the next games.
Well, players are definitely going to have to get created, right? As we mentioned earlier on, maybe angle towards the Soul Fighters, angle towards Ash that we saw experiment earlier on. Now, we did have a player grab over farming yesterday. Didn't go the best, especially when it gives
He needs a high roll.
When?
He needs to be on Lee. Okay,
Lee's
in.
in.
Pretty good. That's probably second best option after Yoda. I mean, you cannot be sad about it. Already having Jagger opener, can lean towards it, can go for the Lee items eventually. Okay, Enzo can cook. And then we have a Mundo coming from the Sadip, Klemu going with the Death Cup, so most likely a mech, Daisy going for the hard bargain. So
and we also
see...
we also have Padaball with the prismatic, the Golden Destiny over at the very top. If we can check out what Golden Destiny actually he got through his augment. As I'm assuming you mentioned it as well, Enzo will be very happy. Oh, Heavy's the crown with the Zaya. Should be pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, this is a very good pickup. Getting already a Rage Blade Slam, having the early Zaya, having already frontliners, this looks like a potential 5 streak. Okay, well, I wouldn't say he needs to slam that tier because of the slamming, but that's obviously why you met Pro, who has one. And then looking at the other players, looks like a bunch of fast 8 players. Vigo, Wayumed, probably Daisy. We have seen Daisy having 2 Zayas initially on his board during the stage 1 from the box, but given that Padeball could be aiming that, he will probably go for something else. Meanwhile, Sadib, 2-star Mundo. That's a very good one.
Absolutely. And also taking a little bit of easier losses right here on the Mundo does allow you to play for more Mundo items through that carousel whilst not necessarily sacrificing too much HP. Seeing that hard slam right here from Dasik, I am assuming that later on he's going to be pivoting towards that mech composition that we've been seeing a lot. And as a reminder, we're going to have earlier augments in this particular game on 2, right before the PvE round on stage 2, we're going to have a second augment which can literally, I guess, warp games of fast 8, fast 9 play, especially if you can just jam another economic econ augment on stage 2, then you're definitely just heading straight for that either mech or fast 9 composition, right?
So the problem for the Sadeb is, like, if you get the early upgrades with the slams, you don't have the item prior, and like you really want to have a free item Mundo by the end of the stage 3. And if this is not gonna be a case, he could be in a trouble if he drops a bunch of defensive components. Has a glove open, which is the component you want to play around as a Mundo, given that he can use often just 2 glove items, and then some scaling, perhaps even Rage Blade or GS. Plus, he knows Daisy has hard bargain, so he won't be able to choose a component from the carousel. So that's, even if he wins streaks, that's at least one prior over one player. And then Padeball should be remaining winning throughout this whole stage. But then Clemu having a slam on top of the upgraded front lane and the Lucian could be taking a double over Padeball here.
Absolutely. The Lucian tears through that front line. Let's see if Zaya is fast enough right here, because one charge from the Lucian could actually snipe the backline, which is the case. 1 HP right here. Clemu jumps of happiness. Padeball, not so much on the other side as we're heading into first carousel of this game. Again, very, very important hits, particularly for Sadib. You need items for your Mundo. Let's see if he's going to be able to get that. Well, I was about to say bow, but it's not necessarily going to be the case. And even if you're looking for a striker's flail, it's kind of a sad situation because the belt is on a 1 cost and you don't necessarily want that. He's going to grab the BF sword for himself instead.
You cannot be too sad about it. I'm just getting an IE slam, that's fine. We've seen on the Padeball camera some quite a reaction. I already felt that French flavor of the language coming out from his screen.
I'm sorry, Alan's Q. I'm going to have to interrupt on this one for completely and absolutely selfish reasons. Can we look onto Horror X's board right here? Because I'm seeing a Malphite, I'm seeing a Sivir, I'm seeing a Gnar, I'm seeing a Kennen, and I've been itching Alan's Q the whole freaking weekend for a crew game. Horror X did not level up, has the right champions on his board.
I mean, he has slammed TG, and he has the Gargoyle. TG is not very ideal to slam in a crew, so I doubt it. You usually want to play around and just making a triple glove item for Sivir instead. So I don't think it's gonna be crew game.
Oh, this is looking like a crew.
Okay.
Damn,
okay,
this is looking like a crew game. Shen on bench as well. However, I will say you're 20 gold. I feel like he does really need an econ or reroll augment right here. So let's see if Horror X is actually gonna. Oh my god. Okay, so build the bot is absolutely out of the question right now. You've already slammed items. However, you could put this on Lucky Gloves. He does have a TG. Yeah. Yes, he has a TG on the board. And he also has an extra glove waiting for him, right? So this is absolutely going to be the case. And usually the problem with a lot of your crew units is that you don't necessarily have the items to itemize all of them. But right now with triple TG, you could be absolutely cruising.
I mean, Horror X looks like a genius now after slamming the TG and picking up the lucky gloves of the argument. So again, we have the round swap arguments, a type of encounter. That's the reason we are seeing the second argument as early as on the at the end of the stage 2. Vigos picks up the flexible, which is very good. It mitigates the downside of the argument of playing a whole stage only with the one emblem. He gets it at the end and gets the lost streaker. So he will maintain the win streak while picking up the scaling argument, which is very good on top of the last Tipo, getting that econ, getting that power. Good combination right there.
Now, I need to pick your brain again, Alan Skew. I'm looking at Enzo's combo of augments. Does have the aura farming with the Lee Sin and picks up Sniper's Crest as his prismatic.
That's gonna be very.
If we can also look at Enzo's box. If we can look at Enzo's box, Enzo's board, if possible, to try and pretty much like make do of whatever's happening.
I mean, the Lee kick extends. Oh, this is gonna be. This could be just this sniper reroll with Juggernauts with the addition of the Lee later on. So, and Lee could be just another carry with the sniper emblem, even if it's a Juggernaut mode. His kick extends. So if he could be reaching the back lane if positioned properly, you're reaching each corner pretty much.
Let's see right here.
And when the items are pretty good, it gets the Striker's Flay, could be slamming Quicksilver just for the tempo, and later on it could be utilized on the Ellie as well. So we'll see what opts Enzo for. Another augment will be on the 3-5 after the carousel, so... Well, Horax is not looking of... Oh, that's a...
Oh, wow.
Rolls deep, rolls to 30 and sits. Finds 7 Malphites, which is pretty good, and probably will do another roll down later on. The problem is he's at 3 lost streak. Once he wins, I expect that he's gonna roll down deeper to find the upgrades. But for now, there is no reason to, because he's on the lost streak. And again, he's gold, so we'll try to go maximize the econ there.
Yeah, and of course you really need your first 3-star as a crew, right? Because you get that extra XP as you are re-rolling, which is very, very important for you to be able to get to that TF eventually later on, as you have 4 3-star units on your board together with Ziggs, Sivir, and the Shen. And unfortunately here for Horax, he wasn't necessarily able to land that reroll or econ augment, so that's kind of chipping through his HP as well. But as long as he's keeping a streak, whether it's a lose or win streak, he will be fine right here. Flexible came through on that board as this one for Vigo as well.
For the ball, he'll be playing towards the Akali with the Supreme Cell most likely with the Crown, given that Crown Akali could be potent, especially with the... I'm not sure if with the Eon Slab, but she usually is the one last minute staying alive, and the Texas scaling could definitely help her. Clemu found Radiant Death Cap on top of the Death Cap argument. That's pretty good. That could look like a solid mech game if he gets any resemblance of the econ.
Yeah, I can just visualize double Death Cap with Radiant Death Cap, Aatrox fed straight into the Galio, which we have seen a lot of this weekend, as we're one round closer to the next carousel coming through. And of course, with Pandora's for Clemu, you're gonna be looking for extra Death Caps right here, right? Triple Death Cap is kind of the dream to fit into the Galio with the Radiant Death Cap as well. Yumet Pro is gonna cash out, okay. He gets 10 gold.
Yumet Pro scouting, I believe Daisy could grieve him, and he, normally he would double down here pretty happily, but there was a risk of getting grieved, so he didn't want to just flip a game, given that Daisy is looking at 7 lost streak, maintaining his own Crystal Gambit.
We have 3 mech players so far. So Daisyk's looking to angle that, Vigo and Clemu. And of course we have Padable picking up the flexible whilst also having heavy is the Crown. And has the extra Soul Fighter emblem onto a Volibear, which could very easily be a Soul Fighter angle. We've talked about this actually quite often, that we have seen a lot of Soul Fighters coming through in the Americas that have pretty good success in managing to get up to that top 4, and a lot of the times all you need is just to make sure that you're chipping up the points to make it to that top 4. So we'll see Padable 31 points. He's not the safest of the players, but making sure that you just lock in a top 4 from a position that is not very certain would be a fantastic thing.
Yeah, but the problem is with the Soul Fighters, they cap very low. Even if you hit Gwen, if you hit everything, it's not your comp to win out. It's an okay comp to play off the tempo. So definitely what Padable could lean towards. The question is he gonna be happy with the getting like a top 4, top 3 point-wise, if that's gonna be enough for him, or he wants to potentially pivot into something stronger later on, given there is a Rage Blade Slam. I think he would be better off just angling, like, let's say, 6 Juggernauts and playing like a 4 Soul Fighter type of the board and TF carry instead.
All right, third and last augment of this game. All of them served earlier than intended from our portal early on. It's going to be the fire select here for Clemu as he's looking for more econ on the board. Sadib very, very importantly managed to grab the bow from the carousel to lock in that Rage Blade for the Mundo that he's looking on. And if we can have a look at Horror X's board, please, observers. I think he just hit that Malphite 3 on his crew board. We don't necessarily see a lot of crew. Has managed to pick up his econ a little bit more, of course, getting all those one-star copies, one-star one-cost copies from his last and third silver augment.
Yeah, we were just saying going back just for a second to Clemu, he had an option to pick late game specialist, opted for the fire sale, where usually on 3-2 I would completely agree with that, but the return from the fire sale like went down because again it doesn't build up an econ back, because it was already a good econ, plus you get less runs of it, and late game specialist the opposite. You kinda get more value the later you pick it. So given that it was 2 rounds later, he could opt towards the late game specialist, especially from such a good spot, could just suck the stage 4, go directly to a 9, given that the rest of the mech players are pretty poor. So you'd only be worried about like Karma Jarvan hitting, given the Yone would be pretty much untouched unless they have it on 8.
Second power snacks coming through. Thank you so much. That was the board that I actually wanted to talk with you about. We have seen the 4-4-4-4-4-4-4 board going about. Whichever one you hit first off. Now we have Soul Fighter coming through onto the Volibear. We have Heavy is the Crown as well. I will say it scares me to play Heavy is the Crown with melee compositions because they're much more susceptible to dying rather than saying, hey, I'm playing Bash and Zaya. If my Zaya dies anyway, I've lost the round, so it doesn't matter. If the round ends once it's dead, basically, right? But right here, the Crown is going to get slammed onto the Volibear with Edge of Night.
I mean, in this position, you just remove it every round and you place it based on the matchup, based on the positioning. But the boss is that Volibear is never dying here in the first place, so opts to slam it on the first unit. So, and he still has the Luchador proc, which pretty much keeps him secure. Yeah, it's the last unit dying regardless. So Padable losing the streak once again before the creeps, but in this position you cannot be too sad about it. You got an okay-ish flexible type of the random emblems, and then picked up the corrosion for even more power later on.
Level 8, super early level 8 for Day Secret here to roll down for his units before the other mech players. Again, as a reminder, there's 3 mech players on this particular lobby, and we might even have like a pivot towards a mech from others who are angling it. Not sure it's going to happen. It looks like a pretty much tight 3-way contest between the players, and Day Secret here rolling as one of the few early ones to try and solidify a couple of the units.
Yes, so the general strategy, just keep all the mech units on the bench, try to fish for the mech pilot. Once you get it on one, you have guaranteed it on the second one, and you just slot it in. And when you like flip the power up, and when you sell the unit that you initially hit on, and after getting it on Aatrox, you put it on the GPS you've just seen here. So yeah, again, this is now a Yone lottery. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Not the case this time for the Dejik.
The way that I visualize mech players rolling down on Ed is like, please one Yone, please one Yone, please one Yone, just one Yone, nothing else. And it kind of seems to be the case, right? Because even though we said that a lot of those boards can actually stabilize on 8 with the 5 mech, it just seems like the ultimate version of that comp is that 7 mech with the Yone to feed that extra stack, that extra ability onto the Gallia as well. making it the main carry of your composition. Of course, if you are looking at stage 4 and it looks a little bit too empty, we are playing augment round swap, which means all the rounds have showed up earlier on these rounds, as Vigo is now rolling on his fake 4-2 augment round. As we mentioned, there are no augments anymore, and he's looking no karma so far for him. There's been quite an unlucky roll down.
I mean, given that the Dejik already rolled down earlier, he hit karma too. This is expected. Clemo followed up by a bit of roll down, hitting the TF and the Rise, and will opt to just stay on the 4 mentor. Very, very healthy decision, given that he's healthy on HP as well, and will just push to 9, being pretty stable of the 4 mentor kind of war.
Does have the double TG as well to get some extra items on the backline units right here, as the TF mentioned prior. Now, on the other side, there is that wait for the Lee Sin coming through. However, you can't wait forever for Enzo right here. He will potentially even die on 19 HP before he can cash out the Lee Sin.
Farming this turn. It comes down on the 4-3, and it was nicely staggered together with the cash out. So it was all calculated, went directly to 8, and now he does the roll down. We'll see if he opts to put the sniper emblem on the Lee, or will go for the traditional 3-item drain tank, because usually you can opt for like a Giga that just full damage Lee sniper or sniper focus sometimes, or you can just go for the drain tank type of the deal, which drain tank usually is just the better way. Here he'll opt for that sniper eventually.
A more creative comp around the aura farming Lee Sin that he received early on with the sniper crest.
The kick, just going straight to the back lane.
And this could be very useful playing against all of these mech boards that we have talked about.
Karma. This is 5 hex, a range kick.
Ooh!
Not getting the right angle for 2k karma, but Lee 2 is Lee 2. I don't think you need much else. This is the point where Enzo is at 2 HP and he can just probably econ up, hitting the 6 Jagger. Should be pretty stable. Getting the final boss on the Lee, so he's going for the win out.
You heard it, everyone. Lee 2 is Lee 2. Doing all the work right here for Enzo. Of course, Dejik, 18 HP, doesn't get to play because he has that bargain on his golden augment, which means he will be given last whatever remains, as Enzo does pick up that Zyra, obviously looking for potentially like a secondary carry over in his backline eventually, as he's going up to get to that level 9. I'm looking at Horror X's board right here on your screens. 4 TGs, 4 with lucky gloves. We'll see, of course, if he's going to be able to make it to the super huge board. Does have 4 only Ziggs right here. He's going to be rolling down quite heavily. You are reaching that stage 5, and you kind of want to be able to level very nice hit onto the Shen right here, and you can just sort of keep on re-rolling and level through that re-roll right here, because you'll get to that level 7, start rolling for your Ziggs that will initially tick you over, to that level 8 as well. And now I guess he's just hoping for a very lucky TF round.
Could have went for the double death cup slam on the Rise, up to go for a rod slam on the Malphite for that to trigger his passive bonus. And also could mean that he wants to go for some sort of ground guard, or will just remove it later on after he gets the third item from him, some sort of Warmok or Anima Visage. Again, triggering the passive seems like it's a bigger priority than just getting a death cap on the Rise here. That doesn't have really 4 mentor active, which means that he will not be as prominent with the damage as he could be. Well, going back to the Enzo board, he went for the Zyra. For the reason might be also he needs that extra attack speed for the Lee. Because of him not taking the damage, which means him being juggered. Normally getting extra mana from taking damage here is not gonna be the case, so you want to ramp up the attack speed to get the mana generation through that way from the Zyra, and getting that extra plant can also sustain a bit more of the front lane. And on the Biomet Pro, going for the reroll Ari, Nico, which is usually the case only with the Nico hero, but not this time.
I wanted to ask you what you think about slamming into a reroll situation right here, because obviously you're passively leveling right through the slamming. Got that rigged shot to play for the 3-cost reroll right here, but usually when you do see sort of a line, an augment that's more on the econ side, you're looking for mechs, you're looking for the fast 9s. However, Biomat Pro kind of saw the Ari angle, which so far it's going good. One more from Arian will make it through this round. He makes it to the PvE round, potentially hitting both his Swain frontline and that Ari that's going to propel his board forward.
It could, like, I'm not a big fan of that. I think this board will lack the damage. It's okayish for the stage 4, but it will clearly fall off later on. Has a Killer Instinct, which is a substitute to getting mana generation on Ari, and Killer Instinct provides you the passive mana generation. Usually not the best, but if you don't have mana regen, it's some way to deal with that. Normally you would go for the mage if you don't go for the mana generation for your front lane. And then we have the Sade, who just hit the Mundo, and he's pretty much broke. No positioning to going level 8 anytime soon. We'll just get to level 7 and needs to find the 6 Juggernaut pretty much ASAP.
Looking for his third item onto Volibear with the extra items dropped right here from the PvE round. Finds a 6th Juggernaut. Is going to be that set onto the board. Third item for that Volibear. And I'm not going to lie to you, looking at this board from Padabol, he's playing again the 4-4-4-4, even though he's playing 4-3-3-3-3. At this point, he'll find his units. I'm looking at this Padabol board, and I'm like, Samir is one of those champions that really likes going deep, and suddenly you get hit by a Galio, you get hit by a Karma, you get hit by a random rocket from Jinx, and you're wearing the crown. A little bit scary stuff right there from Padabol.
So we see Clebo pre-leveled to 9. He's feeling that confident, doesn't need HP because like he's the win-out player, and he will be able to clutch it out with the what looks like heavyweight kind of front lane with the backlane board. We'll see if he stays with the mentor. I would doubt it, but yeah, we'll see his roll down in just a moment. Meanwhile, we'll see that I believe none of the mech players hit Yone, in fact. So pretty much a justice has been served finally. No dirty high rollers. And we see a roll down from Clemo. Skipping Zyra. So he has already a whole team planner set up. Not playing a flex type of game, just picking up the units that... skipping... No, wait, did he skip Yone?
He picked it up, he picked it up, he picked up the Yone.
He's doing a full pivot into mech, I believe, with the Radiant Death Cup, interestingly enough. Not much time left. Find 7 mech. Still needs to get 7 mech. He does have only 1 unit at the bench.
No mech pilot.
For the mech pilot. He puts the items on Karma just to be able to kill more units, but against the crew, I don't think it will matter much. I don't think he'll be able to push through even that Malphite. So he's rich on removers, so that's not a big problem. Skipped Lucian in the shop, which is a mistake, I believe. That was potentially another unit he could have tailored on the... Keep rolling, finds Yone too.
That's pretty huge hit right here.
On the Kobuko, just to take away more... more...
Misses. Okay, found. Go. Okay, now you can sell the Kobuko and hand it over to a different unit.
Meanwhile, Daisy also hits. He's already chilling. He has everything he needs. Does miss a bit of the Karma items. He does have a solid mech items, and then Vigos having all the emblems, all the items. Look at the amount of the emblems that mech could get, but it's only 5 mech, which is not gonna be too potent. And yeah, this could be the doom of Vigos, just getting slapped by Daisyk's 7 mech.
Both of them on their last life right here. Mech versus mech. One mech is not like the other. Daisy having the 7. He's looking pretty strong. He's looking like he doesn't have a lot of units on the board. However, the mech is so much stronger and will take down Vigo again. You said it at the beginning, Alan Z. Like, it's a lottery. You either hit and you're strong with your mech board, or you just end up bot 4.
This is really tragic for both Sadip and Vigos, both being at 35 points. Going hero 7 and 8 will cripple their chances of going to the week 2. They were on the decent pace by now, but now it could all turn around. Meanwhile, we're looking at the Karzel. There is a sniper emblem going for Enzo. He already had 1. This will push him to potentially 5 snipers. And that Lee could become quite scary with all the damage ramp. We could see one-shotting backlaners.
Damn.
6 Jagger, 4 Luchador, 2 free sniper now with the probably coming down on the Zyra. getting another sniper online.
He actually had to sell the Zara to grab that Brom 2, plays the Jin now, which then enables even more snipers on the board. And potentially right here, Enzo very nicely set up for success, puts the extra sniper emblem onto his second carry unit, which is going to be that Volibear. Obviously looking for that Volibear too, but it's not necessarily that much of a huge win con for him. And he's gonna go up against one of my favorite boards of the entire set, which is going to be that crew. And as you'll see, HorrorX has managed to find that TF every other.
The angle was not there. We'll see if another kick can hit the OTF that only half HP gone, but he's already working his way through the back lanes. Only the kick angle was not there again, missed the Ziggs, which will actually matter a lot because it will make HorrorX beat the Enzo. The angle from the Lee repeatedly missing on the back lane was pivotal for this fight.
HorrorX in a fantastic situation right here, being able to hit that TF, getting that 5 crew, all his other units being 3 stars as well. I mean, we have been missing kind of crew the entire weekend, at least on stream, but right here, HorrorX is playing fantastically well. And as you can see, there is a chance that HorrorX will just sneak into the top 4 just due to the other HP bars being super low from the other 4 contestants remaining right here, fighting tooth and nail to secure that top 4. Reminder, this is the game where the top 8 on the leaderboard secure their week 2. It is a huge deal.
I mean, you are underselling the HorrorX. This is a crew board that hit without econ argument. Whole crew board while having the TGs on all their board with the replication, all the components he needs. Hitting all that board early on pretty much makes crew a powerhouse, which is usually not the case. So you have to respect that hitting all of that while going for the power can make a real board. Meanwhile, Enzo on the right side, trying to make work, but like a Lee just falls off on the stage 5. He cannot solo carry. At this point, if you don't have some sort of Varus to back you up, it's not gonna be enough. And Enzo will fall with only 27 points behind his belt before this round, will be in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, he will still secure the top 4. With those 27 points, Dasik already on 42, super high up on the leaderboard. Bummer, his board was super strong, but this crew board, as you mentioned, is even stronger, right? Not necessarily needing an econ augment to hit all your units, plus the TF, plus all this power the TGs have given to all of those 3-star units. Hell, he even had the ease to play for the Janna 3 as well, right? Since you've got the itemization through that TG. Usually you don't necessarily want champions that you can't itemize because you don't want to waste extra gold on them, but because you've got the TGs, that Janna 3 is also outputting a lot of work onto this board. And now Patabol and Clemu, both on potentially close to their last life, if not on their last life, having to face HorrorX's board, who's just very easily cruising towards that level 9.
Yeah, HorrorX is just getting a bit more optimal items on the Malphite there. Meanwhile, Clemu found the Yometo with the TG as well, got the Lee working towards the Lee 2, which definitely will help that Enzo now dropped out, freeing up 3 of them extra. And that's quite a potent mech with a lot of damage, giving double GS, Death Cap, Koch and Astera. So that's a giga DPS mech coming from the Clemu.
And on the other side, Patabol with the heavy is the crown on the Samira, who likes to dive super deep. Won't get targeted this time around as that.
Has Luchador, so it's kind of securing her from dying. But like at this point, again, as we mentioned, Soul Fighter is good for the top 4 if you're playing it off the tempo, which is exactly what Patabol did. But it's not by no means not a win outcome. And he will fall down. And HorrorX plus Clemu looking like a solid top 1, top 2, which they really could use because it looks like they could be going directly to week 2 given their 39 points before this game.
All right, you said it, Patabol, Clemu, both looking at the face of going out of that game number 2. Still top 3. However, for Patabol, he needs as many points as possible. Only 31 in the tank, and they're both facing the super crew on the other side from HorrorX. Clemu versus the Ghost, Patabol versus the Real. Let's see if they can both beat it.
I'm down for the HorrorX. Just take a double shot here, double down, just eliminate both, show the dominance.
One stone, 2 birds.
Not quite. Patabol will be the only victim for now of the HorrorX. and the final fight, potentially, will come down shortly. We'll see if they can find any more upgrades. Horrocks managed to push level 9, just looking for the extra strategies here. Gets Bastion instead.
All right. Does have every strategist in the game, I believe. Yeah, every strategist in the game has been put into the into Horrocks' board. Right here with the there's a sneaky rise towards the front line. Doesn't necessarily need him for any damage. So that Bastion with the Brom will also give the extra trait over to Shen, who is carrying 2 items. I was seeing Horrocks. He's getting his water changed as well. Fantastic support from home right there. Staying hydrated while playing crew, hitting every single unit. Man's living the life. Look at him, hands on head. He's chilling.
Eon did Deathblade and Kraken rolled, but it did not matter. They just vanished from the crew, getting pretty much a good stack up on the front lane. But the mech is going down. Oh, the shield at the last second, but that looks like it's not gonna be quite enough for Clemu. Staying just on barely 1 HP there. Let's see if the Horrocks can pull one more victory for the final win out.
And let's see. There's another TG. There's literally another TG. Horrocks with his wait, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5th TG of the game with lucky gloves. Probably the best prismatic that he could have hit in this particular moment. Let's see where the TG goes. It's gonna go straight onto Brom. He keeps rolling right here. Hits the Brom pair. Does get that TF as well. Has a Lee Sin 2 for fun on his bench as well to try and deny it.
Of putting it on the rise and just putting back in the rise, given that the nature of the cleave and getting the extra damage on the rise, giving 5 strategies, even though it's not for mentor, the rise could put up the numbers, especially locking on that mech and getting him down before he gets another shield off. Not a fan of the Brown, but because again, he just dies anyway. He gets the cast off. But like you cannot toss the mech, so it's not as meaningful. And getting the slash on the back lane, Ziggs Janna barely staying alive, but they're waking. Oh my god, double slash. But TF? No, not quite enough. The back-to-back slashes on both of the backlaners was just enough. A better positioning from Horrocks, and he can definitely take it down.
Okay, but Horrocks was actually holding a Lee Sin 2 to try and deny it from Clemu. Sells it last minute to see if he can hit probably Brom 2 or TF2 to propel that comp even further forward. As Clemu is laughing right here, can't hit that Lee Sin 2. He sees it in his shop, but he just can't click it yet. And again, you said it was all a positioning thing from the side of Horrocks. It could be just one game, both of 39 points, but everything on the line.
Running good TGs on the Clemu side once again. Not as good on Lee, but like getting a solid one on Leon. It's just a matter if he can stay alive against all the splash damage that comes off the Horrocks. And we see improvement in positioning, no clump backline anymore against the slash from the mech. And the board is pretty much vanishing from the...
Where's Malphite going?
Mech. That actually Malphite going there might be beneficial for him, reducing the slash damage on the front line, making the Shen stay alive a lot longer because Mech had to turn around, and they've been pretty much dominant win for the Horrocks, just winning out with the crew, unseen so far throughout the weekend.
Absolutely insane Smurf situation by his Malphite as well, just walking past the whole clump towards the backline, which means that he forced Galio to move towards his own backline, stop the spread from coming through from the AoE, saving both the Ziggs and the TF for Horrocks. And what a fantastic game from crew, right? We talked about like all the things falling in place, but I feel like Horrocks kind of like threw his faith into this comp, because I feel like he just had replication at the very beginning. He slumps his gargoyle. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna angle crew, see how it goes, then sees all the TGs. He's like, sure, if all of my units have power through items that I don't have to somehow find myself, then probably is a crew angle.
I mean, 5 Malphites during the stage 2 was pretty much a good direction, and then hitting everything without the icon argument led to this moment.
Absolutely. And now let's see what the desk thinks, because I think crew is busted. Do you guys agree?
Well, Trouble, I think we've got only really one word to describe that performance from Horrocks, and it's TG. Oh boy,
I opted not to join in on that one.
I didn't even bother to ask David to join in that one. I knew he was too cool for school, but that was honestly an amazing game. We knew coming into this round, it was absolutely everything needed to be brought out to the table. And I think we had a lot of doubters coming in immediately, seeing the crew line coming in. I want to kind of extend out that kind of idea generally. Of course, that was a pretty extreme situation, but where would you guys see other kind of crew games fitting into the meta in a similar kind of way? Do they need to be that extreme?
I think it has its spots for sure, but that is the Giga spot. We've seen it through the weekend be fairly mediocre. I don't think players should be watching that game going, oh, the crew's viable. It's very tempo heavy. It relies on being able to hit early enough to be able to push on, and as Trouble touched on, the amount of TGs coming through there just made it absolutely ridiculous. But Panda, it feels like that was the one-in-one spot for Horo, possibly throughout both weekends of play.
I think crew is a comp that is very personal for some players. Some players find a lot of success on it and have been playing it a lot throughout many patches, and other players completely write it off and say it is unplayable in any situation. I think this Horo was already fairly committed to crew, picking the glove, I believe, as a replication from the first moment. Maybe even I think Horo is a player who is big brain enough to have already considered the fact that he could hit lucky gloves in terms of the accelerated augments and really spike his comp off of that. All in all, it was a perfect setup. Misconnections at the very end as well to help him really lock things in and really accelerate the Malphite 3 and the Sivir 3 as well. Going back to players who made good use of their augments, I think Enzo also had a really, really cool game. Picking up the sniper emblem for the Lee Sin he knew was already coming from aura farming. And specifically in this meta against mech, I think it's a really good read. Alan was mentioning it. The angle for Lee Sin's range extended kicks, because the mech is always dead center in terms of the traditional mech positioning, Lee Sin has a very good angle into either of the corner carries, similar to how we're seeing a Kali, kind of the same angle going into those corners.
Yeah, I was really impressed with what we were seeing from Lee Sin's side of things. And it felt very like it was a lobby where we were seeing a lot of players trying to find reasons to go a little bit off the track. You're seeing hard commit, seeing multiple instances of flexible. It seemed like the players collectively had it in mind that emblems were the way to go. Kind of what's your read on having that happen all, at the same time in the same lobby?
I think some players will opt for the likes of hard commit because some lines you give yourself that potential for a high roll, which would open up like a unique line. But the mech composition, even if you miss on your emblems, you can pretty much fit into anything. It's so flexible. And we saw it actually be used in this case where +1 sorcerer, +1 luchador, things like this, you can just fit them onto the board, and you can same with the likes of the duelist. So it does mean that having mech in the meta means that you can't really miss on some of these emblems. You have something to fall back to.
All right, David, we've got our standings ready. It's what the people have been calling out for. Now, do remember, no eliminations have happened as yet, so everybody on the screen, is still in the event, importantly, but we're holding our breath to see who has not been eliminated in a traditional way, but been promoted straight into week 2 on the next screen. Bear in mind, of course, we're going to keep an eye on the points totals across the rest of the players to see how well they can recover in the next 2 games to come and stay out of the bottom 4. But David, let's look at screen number 1.
And these top 8 players directly qualified to week 2 and also lock in a slot in next set's pro circuit. Huge congratulations in particular to Og, to Klemu, to Yobidashi, to Horo X, and to Coliseum, because they were not in the TPC this set. They had to fight through the tier 2 circuit to make it to this point. And congrats as well, of course, to the players who are securing their spot for a 2nd season in a row. Someone like Bolt, I think, could not be missed in tier 1 for EMEA.
And a little bit of pride there for me and Counterfeit having at least a representative coming through from NL. Still have Vigors alive in this tournament, of course, but as we look at the players a bit further down in the standings, they've got to make sure they don't get too disheartened here, because if you missed out by 1 place on being secured already for the likes of Jungler or Experian, these players have so much experience, I'm sure it won't impact them too much. But you do want to make sure you don't get impacted too much by, you could have already been secured for your pro circuit career and now you've got to continue with what you've been doing.
Well, I think this kind of opens up the conversation about mentality here for our players because, you know, we've had this kind of initial surge in the first 2 games. Now things will settle down a little bit and you can say, okay, as long as I'm not at the very bottom of the table, I've still got a chance to, you know, influence things in the next 4 games to come. David, in terms of, you know, approach from this point forward for the players that remain, which way do you think is the most, you know, important for them to approach these 4 games?
I think just look at what you've been doing these first 2 games, looking at the entire tournament, and really start analyzing, hey, is it working out if I'm playing or trying to play mech very often and I'm losing the coin flips, I'm a little bit disheartened about where the RNG is, if it's in my favor or not. Maybe it's time to start looking at alternate lines, looking at augments that open up different lines like Barry's mentioning, with things like hard commit, with the more creative lines like Enzo. We're seeing there with a sniper +1 and saying, hey, I'm gonna put this on my Lee Sin, it's gonna be great. It was a top 4, it worked out. So I think this is really the moment for players to try and have as much agency for themselves as possible. Try and not have to decide what these next 2 games looks like off of just RNG and hitting a Yone or not on stage 4.
I think as well they can take a leaf out of some of the other regions where we've seen the likes of Soulfighter and Edgelords be a lot more viable. People are really favouring playing around Volibear, playing around Samira, and in EMEA we're starting to see a little bit more of it. Yeah, but feels like in the first day it wasn't as much touched on. Maybe some of those players have then went away, looked at the stats, and realised, oh, there's a few more lines that I can actually bring to the table.
Well, David, since you were keen to jump on the Soulfighter Volibear board, which we did see coming from that previous game, can you talk to us a little bit about how practical that is to bring out outside of, say, circumstances like we saw there with having the Soulfighter emblem? Can you just play that as standard and still expect to do well?
If I do well, if it's to win the game, probably not. But I do think the big difference is that last patch and really the entire set, if you weren't playing with +1 Soulfighter, you were feeling pretty bad. You were feeling like a 6th or a 5th might be good enough, unless you're playing from the really high tempo 4 Soulfighter opener with the Fury 2, where you're entering stage 4 with 80 plus HP. Then, I mean, worst case scenario, you're bleeding out to a 4, so that's still a pretty good game plan to get into. But I think you do have more options now in 6 Soulfighter, in not having the emblem and still being able to do well on stage 4.
All right, well, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes close to the ground here. Again, things are going to settle down a little bit. It's, again, worth to just clarify again. So next game, nothing's going to change at the end of game 3. Our players will be putting themselves into position. Then after game 4, the bottom 4 get eliminated. The top 4, again, get uplifted to week 2. And again, for anyone who's maybe coming to this for the first time, may not be aware, in week 2, we have our 12 best performing players from across the pro circuit waiting already. I think it might have been you, David, who pointed out from before, or at least someone pointing out that a lot of course, the most fearsome players, with maybe the exception of our champion Volta, still waiting in the wings to receive the players from this stage of the competition.
There's maybe even an argument to be made on, is it worse for the players who are in week 2 who haven't had this tournament of prep on the patch that is going to be the patch for next week as well? And you can play as many scrims as you want, but it's always going to be a slightly different environment when you're not entirely sure if someone's playing as seriously as they would in a tournament in terms of going for a Giga Cash out with Crystal Gambit or playing a very risky line they wouldn't play in a tournament game, for example.
Brian,
we do see here... Yeah, we do have our qualified players already for that pro circuit. A player hiding right on the end there, Org, blending in with the yes. Players yet to be decided almost, but he is in. And like you said, we've got some of the big hitters are waiting. The likes of Double are just looming on the horizon for players that do make it through today. And just glancing at the standings, a player 1 place behind the guy that has it all to prove. It feels like Jungler right now is so close to finally getting to that pro circuit, and he deserves this so much. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on him as the day progresses.
And a small shout out, of course, to our APAC friends who are fully locked in there. And of course, happily enough, we can see some very familiar names on there, like Summertime title as well. So the APAC Regionals week 2 is going to be fantastic as well. Across in America, you can see, so you already got some folks excited to see that Soju's in the mix already. So honestly, we've had an incredible week 1 so far. I'm honestly a little gutted that we're getting to the almost done with the first week, but we know that week 2 is going to be even higher quality than what we've been seeing so far.
You mentioned it, Barry, with Blood Jungler. I think it's not gonna say comical, maybe tragedy a bit to see him so close to finally getting his spot back and missing it by 1 point to someone like Og. I think also, of course, deserves it. But we'll see what Jungkook can do. We haven't seen too much of him on broadcast, I would say, throughout this weekend. We'll see if we can catch what his game plans look like and what his meta read looks like throughout these last few games today. I think definitely a player deserving to make it back to tier 1. One of the biggest surprises in terms of not getting one of those invite slots, having missed regionals last set in terms of his pedigree internationally, especially a runner-up at TAC round. One of the players that really started giving EMEA hope again from set 9 onwards in terms of what we could do on the big stage.
Yeah, and some of these players, as you touched on before, having this week 1 practice, if you are able to then get it over the line, it feels like it will be a big advantage coming to that second week. We saw the players that came through play-ins. For some of them, it really did have a strong impact. That little bit extra practice, the tournament environment, nothing can compare to it. The rest of the players will be scrimming all weekend, but the pressure is truly on for these players here. So if they are able to get it over the line, I'm sure anybody, especially if you're Alexa Tartman, who's just been so comfortable, you must be feeling very good going into the next week.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much work that has been involved with all this so far, but of course, we've got to consider what the kind of situation is overall going forward for our players. So the overall kind of, the window for the top gets dropped down a little bit, as you mentioned, where Jungkook now effectively becomes the leader of the tournament at this point, and really only has the position to lose, whereas everyone's going to be crowding up behind him and just trying to jump on. We have got some of our players come up on our next lobby, which we'll be getting into in just a second. We've got a lot, of course, this has been a tournament absolutely flooded with incredible players so far. I don't want to pick up, Panda we mentioned before, of course, earlier in the day, Snooty Boo, we saw on stream doing some great work as an invited player to the pro circuit last time round, really making the most of opportunities, as we mentioned before.
Aston needs to be on 38 points right now, had pretty middling results these last 2 games, kind of similar to Solvi. They both entered the tournament today on 31 and both had kind of average games, I would say. Ging is coming off a big momentum swing, went first in the last game, climbed up a lot in the standing, kind of matched some of these players that came in hot like Snooty and Solvi. And Ging is a player that I talked to at the start of the sets. I'm not sure what the reason was, but we were talking about ladder and what was good in the meta, and he said he was very frustrated. He said, I suck. He had like a 52% win rate. He was like hard stuck GM throughout 1 week, and then 2 weeks later, I check his profile again. I talked to him again, and he was top 10 US. So something clicked for him. And Ging is someone who was one of the just legendary players in TFT all the way up until set 10. He was almost incomparable. It was only someone like Ging and Double back then who were really so much further ahead than everyone else. Ging was one of the first players, maybe the first player in the US to hit 2KLP quite a few sets ago. So I really hope he can make it back. I think he's a legendary name for EMEA and for Turkey especially as well.
I think that indicates just how high of a standard some of these players hold themselves to. When you've got somebody here, made it to regionals, and they're still thinking, this isn't the player I used to be. I used to be the premier player in my region. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing from these players, where they know they can get back to the very top. They know the standard they can reach. And if this is their flaw, and we know what they can reach in the past, then I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out for us here.
I mean, certainly, if you look at Turkish TFT, there was very much a time where Ging was absolutely dominant. I'm honestly, as much as for Ging, he's had to step back from the spotlight a little bit, I'm very glad to see many more Turkish players step up. In this game, Motive is on an additional point, so hopefully he's inspired a whole generation of players to follow in his footsteps. We'll see what we've got for us. Again, this is game 9 of the 12 we'll be playing overall. Not everybody, of course, is going to be playing all these games. A lot of these players in this lobby especially have already got a lot of points to play with.
Kog'Maw potentially an opener there for Raiko. Raiko, I know, personally is a big Kog'Maw enjoyer. He played it a lot when it was very broken for reasons that I shall not mention. A little bit less broken now, but I think Raiko, once you have a lot of comfort on a line and you really know the conditions that make it click, I think you're a little bit more open to playing it if you have a good opener for it. And Kog'Maw pair definitely can be one of those conditions. Although no Lulus can appear on carousel still, unfortunately, so you are not going to be able to have that free upgrade in stage 2.
It's like some of these niche lines, the likes of Kog'Maw, the likes of Smolder even. When you look at how well they perform, you're thinking, oh, I wonder why we don't see even more of it, because they always tend to do quite well, but then it's only 5 games, and players know this. They're very familiar with niche spots, similarly to Crew last time round. Some of these compositions that absolutely have their unique place in the meta, but you really need the strong indication that, yep, this is a Cockmore game.
Well, perhaps these early arguments will give us those clues. Do you want to take a second just before we get too deep into things here? Again, remember, while there's no cutoff after this game, our players are working towards either being in the top 4 or avoiding being in the bottom 4. So currently, if you've got 40 points, you'll be in the top 4 area. If you can't get over 33 points, then you're in real trouble. Of course, Enzo and Crescent in this game, 2 of those players are really going to be working hard over these next 2 games to avoid getting eliminated.
Ging picking up worth the wait here. Malphite talking about conditions to play Crew. I'm sure Trouble is rubbing her hands together watching this, because it might be a second Crew game in a row. And this is also one of those ways to, play into the comp. You have the guarantee you're hitting an early Crew unit 3-star, which means that you're going to get so much more value from your rolls in stage 3.
I see as well a Nico hero augment picked up in this lobby as well. So something we've seen really opens up that Ari reroll line paired with Nico. So already a few things that touched on before, more niche spots, whereas rest of the lobby already we're seeing a lot of econ lent towards a lot of players that are angling, how do I push these levels as quickly as possible.
Anxious to see how it goes for Snooty Boo a long time, taking up the hard bargain. See here, at least trying to go for as strong of a board as can be accumulated early on, but it's worth noting, because we do get that many chances to talk about Crew. I don't want to pop back and talk about Ging for a second there, just in terms of, I don't know if necessarily everybody here will have played Crew enough to understand that the worth the wait working especially well, and that once you've got the 3-star in place, you will still continue to get the Crew for the rest of the game, no matter what level you end up on.
We're going to see the potential here for Nico. We'll see what he's going to pair and what variation he's going to play of the Nico hero. It's an hero augment that's evolved a lot throughout this set. It's had many very different iterations in terms of hero augments usually are very inflexible in terms of, okay, this is the cookie cutter comp, you play exactly this and doesn't change. But Nico, due to mostly buffs and nerfs to backline units like Ari, Malzahar when it was really broken, her comp and her shell for her hero augment has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, it feels like the itemization across the set has changed as well. Right at the beginning, it was almost this big nuke where you just built as much damage as possible. Now we see the likes of Edge and Knight being just mandatory. So you are able to stay alive a little bit longer, and sometimes it just forces their backline to walk up a little bit. It gets into range of Nico and makes those fights winnable.
She is nightmarishly strong. I've definitely seen some people messing around with Double Down and similar, just to funnel more power into her. So from the early going, we're checking back in with Crescent, of course, who did turn some heads in the play-in stage, doing a really, really good job there. It's his first time back in regionals in over 2 years. He's doing a pretty damn good job so far.
There's going to be a bit of a battle when it comes to the lose streak. We'll see if Crescent can hold on to that 5 loss streak after this stage 2 is over, with Calculaus especially important as well. For now, holding the Malzahar heavyweights reroll shell, but we'll see if with all the extra econ he's going to have coming into stage 4, if he instead is going to try and play for mech, which is of course the strongest combo, as long as you have the econ to find that Yone and to stabilize.
I think at least leaving himself open to 3-cost reroll, which does require a lot more econ as well. We see that's often where it falls if you can't quite get to Darius 3 alongside Mal's, and it does feel like the dual carry is needed. So makes sense for Crescent to be holding these here. He'll just hope that you can put together that 5 loss, as you said.
On to our first carousel. And so far, so good. So, guys, again, in terms of the kind of space we are in, where players on very different points so far, what's your kind of, David, starting with you, looking at the overall field here, what kind of lobby are we looking at here in terms of tempo and danger for our players to maybe get knocked out early or anything similar?
I think it's a little bit early to tell because, especially with Mighty Mech being a really strong meta comp and it having so many different avenues to play into it in terms of all of these different emblems, itemization, you can pretty much slam anything and it finds some value either on the mech sacrifices or on the carry units themselves. we've seen it happen so many times where you're trying to predict what players are playing from 2-1 or from stage 2 onwards, and suddenly 3 of them pivot to Mighty Mech on the end of stage 3, start of stage 4. So I think a little bit later into the game, maybe one stage later, we'll have a much clearer picture outside of the real players, what everyone's committing to and what they're looking to play in stage 4.
Yeah, it feels like often we get caught into the trap of thinking, okay, there's only 2 of them this game, that's not too bad. And then out of the woodwork just appears someone that grabs a yawn off carousel, and then they're like, okay, yeah, I'll angle into it. But as we saw last time round, taking the likes of hard commit, we've seen it again here, potentially does stop you from getting those high roll picks coming through. So we'll have to keep an eye on. And these salvage bin players absolutely can pivot into just anything. So the players that you really do have to keep an eye on.
I mean, it's certainly known as the pro player organ for a reason, that just keeping your options as wide open as possible is fantastic. CDB on the other side, making good use of the early leash. We can see managed to do a ton of work early on. And certainly, David, we've seen plenty of players really trying to make a lot of value out of their early players. We do see Salvi dropping the streak. That's a lot of money out of pocket.
Yeah, Salvi playing a Bastion frontline for now. He tried to go for that same route in the very first game we saw today, playing Hold the Line with the Jinx Volley duo carry, playing kind of for a fast line, but with a failsafe level 8 board instead. Didn't quite work out. He ended up going 7th in that game, so we'll see if he tries to commit to the same here. With Salvi, as you guys are mentioning, he can be very flexible. He has 2 rods for now, so AD is harder to play with 2 rods already, but Mighty Mech is still going to be open, of course.
Now, potentially Ging taking this in a slightly different direction. I have a feeling we might still end up going back to crew. We've got that copy of Shen, and we're just using Smolder as the backliner for now. But it does give himself the potential where if no copies of Sivir arrive and he doesn't want to just stay that lower level, he could push on. With there being a Nico player in the lobby, though, playing a protector-based frontline composition does feel a little bit more awkward.
Yes, no, I'm with you there. I mean, with the way the crew works, with meaning that you can hit them at any level, it does mean once you've got them on 3-star in place, you can just shove your way up levels and say, don't worry, I'll eventually pick up the Sivir and co from later on while being on to roll for the Ziggs. We'll see what King's got in mind. Certainly he's preserved HP well enough as we come out the first stage with Raiko managing to maintain the lead. He's got a Cogmore board, which has been brewing as King hits the 3-star Malphite.
We did see a roll, yeah. He is rolling here, so he's committed to playing crew. I think it's hard not to, with just how much an advantage you have for having the Malphite to be already with the free rolls every round, essentially, and getting the XP from the rolls, more importantly, in terms of playing for tempo in stage 3 in particular. This is the important part. We saw from Horo last game, because of his setup in particular, yes, but just in general with crew, you want to streak all of stage 3. This is why crew has been doing poorly in the last few patches, I think, especially with Janna, Mentors, and Katarina last patch. It was very hard to streak stage 3 because Katarina would spike, Janna would spike, and you would start losing a lot of HP, and you would have to gamble on hitting an early TF to stabilize in stage 4, because if not, you were down to 2 or 3 lives already. So from this spot, I think Ging will feel much more comfortable.
Yeah, with there been a lot of mech players in the lobby early on as well, they're not going to be too strong for a while. We've seen a lot of econ augments, the likes of Calculos. That should mean you're able to almost guarantee the streak, and as long as you can get the core of the composition we see here, like Sivir 2 coming through, he should feel pretty comfortable about his spot.
And King is on 39 points along with Motive and Salvi. These are players challenging to get out of the tournament and into week 2 as of the end of game 4 of today, aka game 10 overall of week 1 of the regionals. We'll see on the other side. Now, of course, the calculator lost board. Been building towards the heavyweights for a while. Itemization looking pretty good. And a chance, of course, to get even more damage out of the Darius to dual carry along with the Malzahar.
We see, even though Crescent's got the core of the composition, he's got items slammed down, you do still see he's holding some of those mech units. So it may seem, okay, this is definitely Mal's heavyweights, but any board could possibly be mech, it seems.
The door is like 1 inch open, but that might just be enough.
There's a draft coming through and you can feel it. He knows there's a yawn on the carousel waiting for him.
It's on the back of his neck. Golden Quest, possibility for Salvi, considering that he has salvagement, but I think probably not, considering it's very rare to be in the spot to pick Golden Quest. You'd have to have now pre-level, you have to have a lot of extra gold from your first augment as well in most cases, and you have to have the HP as well to want to sacrifice for not really spiking until 4-2, 4-3.
Well, let's check it back in with Ryko, who's not looking super impressed with his own position, but I think he should be. He's managed to put together a whole ton of protectors. You mentioned, Barry, you're really getting in on the line early on. We didn't get any kind of crazy artifacts, which I think Ryko was really hoping, because that's certainly when we've seen the Cogmore go off huge. Instead, just the Mogul's Mail, which isn't bad, but not perhaps what he was hoping for.
I think his expression was telling there that he wasn't overly satisfied with the augment coming through. And I think we talked about how Cog has the very unique spots, and it should be a clear tell. This is an early enough Cogmore to indicate that. And a player that should be strong throughout this stage 3, touched on crew being a composition that should be stable. Reiko should be able to keep the streak going.
I will say it's a little bit harder to play this variation of Kog'Maw with Enzo in the lobby. We see they just face each other here with the Protector, with the Nico. Usually Nico 3 is going to be your main tank. It's harder unless you're really ahead of tempo for the Kog'Maw specifically to hit Kog'Maw 3 and then push levels and then play for Cassante 2 as your main tank. Maybe Ryko decides to pivot off of Kog'Maw later and just plays this board for tempo now. Or maybe tries to play a Bastion frontline, but I think it's hard to completely pivot your frontline here. He could be open to a Kali. That's one comp that I know Ryko likes a lot. I think red buff is surprisingly a very good item on Kali with double Nashers, especially with the red buff augment as well, with the extra damage coming through.
Oh, for sure. I mean, given where our players are in the tournament overall, and players like Enzo who are on the lower end, again, 33 the cutoff for bot 4, and Enzo on 32 right now, he's not going to be backing off in a hurry, especially when he's got the tiny team here to make sure he's getting as much value out of the Star Guardians to make this board as strong as it can be right now.
We see the Prowler's Claw coming through on the other side as well, which really does enable this Darius composition to be a much bigger threat. We can see exactly a taste of what Darius has got in store for the rest of the lobby, just tearing through the backline there. And Malzahar absolutely committed now. Those mech units that have gone, the door has been completely closed. We've covered off that angle completely, and is entirely locked in.
Even the Prowler Claw set up against Mighty Mech, for example, with Mech absorbing some of the possible targets for the Prowler Claw, I think is going to be a good matchup as well in general, or at least helpful to have both damage carries, Malzahar and Darius, putting in a little bit more work. Zadib did pick up forward thinking, so that's one mech player we'll have to keep an eye out on for 4-2. And if there's any other mech players, red alert, try and roll before 4-2, otherwise most of your units might be gone.
I do want to take a second to recognize as well Snitty Boo down towards the bottom, the hard bargain player. He's been quietly percolating down there with Enzo. Both of them were dropping a lot of HP early on, but Snitty managed to keep things nice and cool down there. I'm trying to pick, I was wondering if we might be seeing some golden edge coming through, but of course, getting the HP, getting the extra gold in, and quietly working his way forwards in this lobby.
We are going to see at some point the hard bargain players have the Yorn right in front of them and just not able to grab it. We didn't see it last time round. Maybe this will be the spot where that occurs. But we've seen when these mech players get stuck on level 8, that is when they've struggled somewhat. And the players that are able to propel themselves to level 9 and able to hit the likes of Lee and Yorn, then they can really come online. So anybody that gets stuck rolling on level 8, they're the players we're going to have to be a little worried for.
We did see Ging pick up Heavy as a Crown as a second augment. Could be a little bit risky, in particular against this Darius matchup, if the Prowler Claw does some spicy stuff and locks onto the Ziggs or the Sivir later in the game. We'll have to see if that ends up happening. Enzo did pick up the Tiny Team as well. We didn't mention it, but I think it's super important to mention. Augment that was nerfed, was very oppressive last patch. I think it's still very, very good, obviously, for the Nico Hero augment because you're trying to play into that small Star Guardian team in the first place. So really, really good setup for Enzo.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Ryko taking a loss off the last round means that Ging is moving up the lobby. I mean, we said the heaviest of crown actually being locked onto the Malphite to make sure that front line just never, ever dies. So nobody else perhaps beefing enough to wear it. But Ging for now, slowly stepping forward in the lobby overall, checking in with Motive, who's managed to turn up a heavyweight emblem from somewhere or other, and finds the Mech Pilot 2 very early.
We touched on the emblems and how so popular because you can default to the mech line regardless. We see here just having that heavyweight, extra stats coming through. Already, as you said, double Mech Pilot should be in a really, really strong position.
And we have confirmation, unless some plot twists happen in stage 4, that there's going to be 3 mech players in this lobby. Motiv, Sadib, and Snoodib, I guess. Snoodib also going to be clocking in.
Probably, yes. Let's not kid ourselves here. There's really no way this story plays out, but I guess it's one of the less trafficked mighty mechs we saw before, so maybe it won't be quite as harmful to what we've been seeing. But of course, across the entirety of the weekend, we'd normally be seeing in these kind of situations, at least one mech player has a really bad time.
Yeah, I mean, the play rate's been really high, and as has the win rate, but the average has slowly been stabilizing because of, as you've touched on, when there is 4 or 5 in a lobby, quite a lot of them are holding hands towards the bottom, so 3 feels like that's the more stable position to be in. And unfortunately for some of the other players, they'll just be praying that at least one of them can miss, and there's room in the top 4.
And game we saw there showcasing how much he deserves to be in the pro circuit next set. He's locked in, he's focused, he's removing the crown during the Wolves PvE round and making sure not to lose.
But yeah, for anyone who's not familiar with Ging, of course, for anyone new viewers, 3 championship appearances. Fates, Gizmos and Gadgets, and the Monster Attack Championship. It's been a while since he's been back on that stage, but definitely a player with the potential to dot every I, cross every T. Let's see how this crew board does going up against Snooty.
And a player with the best spam as well, because it was always spam this thing to help Ging, and then you can just do any emote, it doesn't matter at all. So the player that always had that going for it.
We're seeing Snooty did find the Yone already. We mentioned the battle of 2 of our mech players will be able to roll in 4-1, whereas now after this fight we'll be seeing the roll down from Sadib with forward thinking. A lot more gold, but not able to roll before the other competitors that are on the same line. So we'll see if he is able to find Yone as well.
All right, last segment, so it's gold across the board. We'll see what our players have got in mind. So you guys have noted, we were seeing some pretty heavy economy choices early on as Salvi picks up the malicious monetization. A lot more combat augments coming in across the rest of the field, though, as our players put the final pieces together and the mechs start to come online in force.
Confident pick by Salvi.
As well.
Must feel he's in a position to at least be able to pick up a few wins in these next few rounds.
Not looking very good here for Sadib. Still has to do all of his power-up dance to try and find the mech pilots. Has not found a Yone. Has a lot of extra copies of Senna to try and tailor and find the mech pilot with. But for now, this board is going to lose this fight for sure. He's going to have to do a 2-turn transition. And we'll see if he can find the Yone, maybe on Carousel. Actually, no, he has it already. 7 mech. Okay,
No, he's got it already.
Just need the mech pilot.
Yeah, he just snuck it in under the radar, of course, as mechs are plenty to keep us warm. One with the other, as Snooty Boo looks across the field to see how many other people are already in the same spot. Of course, Sadib and Snooty on roughly the same kind of spot in terms of HP right now. Motiv climbing up the lobby himself. He's managed to find a Lee Sin very early on, even if he hasn't found a Yone of his own.
We just see how weak the board is when you're not able to get that Karma 2 coming through early enough, and we're not able to get that mech pilot. Really does struggle. The competition is so heavily reliant on that. But on the other side, Motiv had these mech pilots early enough. The player that, yes, hasn't high rolled the Yon, for example, but has high rolled the Lee Sin and is in a comfortable econ position to be able to go towards level 9.
With the HP lead in particular, I think Motiv said, you know what, I'm not going to try and full lottery for the Yone on 8. I'm going to try and just push levels instead. The board might not win rounds, but I'll kill enough units, and maybe I can find a Yone on Carousel as well, right? That can help him.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, we can already see that even without the Yone in place, this board is plenty tanky enough. Backline itemization is a little bit away from where it should be, but you can see the gangplank, Barry, you mentioned before, the pilot's getting ejected out and doing absolute work.
I'm a believer in always having GP as the pilot, just because I've seen it a few times now. He lands straight on top of the carry. It wouldn't have made much of a difference in that fight anyway, but it does give that potential where you just manage to cheese the odd round and get on top of those karmas.
So it's unlikely, but there is a TF on Carousel.
Maybe it reaches Ging, his last pick. It would be an absolutely crazy spike for the HP leader. And oh my goodness. Motiv, the fellow Turkishman, does not take Raiko's trying his best to deny it. Maybe he knows how strong Ging is getting off of this spike. But no denial. We talked about third pick Yone from Dalesom in game 1. And now we're seeing fourth pick TF for the crew player in game 3.
No defense being played there. Both legendary units making it all the way through. But for Ging, that's such an important pickup. And you'd think maybe someone would realize, maybe Motiv, for example, who's angling that level 9, thinking, okay, I'm in a position to win this lobby. I should probably deny that someone like the crew player who's really strong right now. But no, Ging does get that big pickup, Peter.
Yeah, and it's going to become exponentially stronger to have the Twisted Fate in ahead of schedule as the mech players continue to brawl with each other. Interesting change from Salvi here, though. We're going for Bastion Prodigy, so bringing himself out of the rat race and into an alternate line of play.
And this is a almost identical game to what I talked about earlier that he played in game 1, except instead of AD, it's AP, and you have Yumi Miles instead of the Jinx Volley. It's not working out. It didn't work in game 1. I think Salvi is trying his best to play flexibly and trying his best to play fundamentally good TFT, but I'm not sure it's quite working out in this patch. And he's a big Yumi player. He, in the first cup, the first TBC Cup, Battle Academia Cup actually, he played half his games were Yumi. He had like a 2.6 AVP. He really knows how to play this comp well, but this is a different variation, of course, with the Bastions.
And he was the player that picked up Malicious as well, so was banking on hitting that Yumi and picking up these round wins, was thinking, okay, some of these mech players, they haven't yet got the mech pilot or the 7 online, or they're angling towards level 9 in some cases. So maybe took a bit of a gamble there and thought, okay, this is the period I'm going to be strong, Bastion in the mid game. If I can, as long as I can find the Yumi 2, I can pick up a few rounds here. But losing the 2 off the back of Malicious, going to be a really tough spot to turn around from.
Yeah, we can see Salvage has got nothing left in the bank after that disaster of an attempt to get his economy back online. Raiko, though, feeling a lot better. The Cogmore 3 is locked in. It may not be the artifact Cogmore, but it seems to be good enough. And we have managed to find a Cassante. So 6 Protector online and Raiko ripping through the field.
As I mentioned, there would be 2 possibilities for Raiko in this game. Either he hits the early enough Cogmon pushes levels and plays for Cassante main tank, or he plays for the Nico and Grief's Enzo in the process. But he did hit the Cogmon very quickly, it seems like, in stage 4, so is trying to find that Cassante pair for some extra bit of stability in his front line. But overall, a fairly good spot for a player who's playing Comfort. He's played so much Cogmon throughout this set and done really well with it.
Oh, and this is a sad spot to look. Show me another board, because for Salvi, it's this 5 loss streak. Unfortunately, we know players are about to get even stronger as well. The mech players are really about to spike in some cases, and there's not much room for growth here. Yes, he can hit Leona 2. Potentially that might stabilize him for one round before people get to level 9, but is in such a difficult position.
Well, we did talk to Salvi a little bit yesterday. He was saying that his mental is very strong. And another player at 40 points, he's in prime position, and 8th place would very much open up some darker possibilities for Salvi's future in the tournament. But see how the rest of this game goes. Yeah, so they've managing to keep at least his economy afloat, and so does Snooty. But across the rest of the lobby, we're seeing players spending aggressively as the HP drops precipitously.
Snooty versus Motiv, mech versus mech, which we've been seeing a lot of throughout the whole tournament. But in this case, only one side has mech pilot, and that's not going to be Snooty's side. He's on Mana Rush on the Jarvan and Shadow Clone on the Karma. Is it going to be enough just playing a bare bones version of this 7 Mighty Mech? And for now, it looks like it is. Tesla Coil is probably doing a lot of that heavy lifting here.
Tesla Coil, a few extra items coming through as well, just adding a little bit extra power there, and having the Karma 2 upgrade with 3 items really is making the difference. And not only Tesla, but had the Shadow Clone as well, so even more value through it. So shows that you can stabilize without the mech pilot.
Well, I think it's more than the mech pilot that's missing. I mean, this board is looking a little bit grim. The units are looking quite small. There's no Yone. Oh, it's looking tragic.
Speaking of grim looks, Salvi is out. So from 40 points to an 8th place immediately, especially in the lobby with other players like Motiv on the same amount of points that he is. that could easily push him out of being able to get out of the tournament in the top 4 as of the end of game 10. We'll see how well Motive's able to do. Certainly, if he does drop down early as well, Salvi is going to be much more comfortable in his position.
Coming up on the other side against this Ari Nico Hero Augment player, hasn't quite hit the Nico Hero Augment 3-star, so it's a really good matchup for Enzo to get Motive, one of the weaker players in the lobby, give himself an extra round to hopefully find that Nico, and we know the power of that if he is able to get online, so good matchmaking there for Enzo.
And we mentioned for Enzo the evolution of the item build for Nico throughout this entire set. We're seeing now pretty much a full-on Drain Tech build with a tight end, with a BT, with the Blood Rage, final augment pickup as well. We saw the same thing from ELIMINATION in the play-ins where he had the Radiant BT, and it was a very good matchup into mech because the mech was swinging and swinging, but Nico would continue over-healing after every single cast, and the mech would be stuck on Nico for way too long while Ari slowly bursted down all the other targets.
And it's worth mentioning, as our observer is also pointing out as well, I think you guys mentioned, in this particular lobby, under other circumstances, Enzo will be feeling much, much more comfortable, but the protectors are being contested. Raiko sitting on a 6 of the Nikos that would otherwise push Enzo to a 3-star and be much, much safer, but perhaps it doesn't matter. The double down tech is good, and Snooty will take the L.
There's not enough burst against this Nico with the mech mirrors, it looks like. I mean, we're seeing it here, even with the 2-star Nico. So I think Enzo we already knew Nico was strong on this patch. I think we're starting to see the reasons why, or the reasons why it's helping in terms of the meta, with mech being a good matchup for Nico.
And you touched on it earlier in the day about scaling items and scaling augments, really good in these mech fights. We see Titans and Archangel on top of Nico. These fights go really, really long, and Nico just gets to the point where when that bomb's dropping down, wiping almost everything around her. And itemization really, really good in that particular matchup.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing here. I love that we're getting to see a little bit more variety as we check in with Crescent. It's worth noting, we're going to say before, Salvi, Motive, both on 40 points, both going bot 2 as of that game, which means that Ging, who's currently in first place, is feeling pretty great about his chances moving forwards, while everyone else scrambles for points.
3-star does finally come through for Enzo here as well, and we saw already stable for the past few rounds before this, should be in a really, really strong position.
We'll see what this matchup looks like. We haven't seen this just yet. It is going to be the Prowler's Claw Darius, who could potentially teleport onto the Ari and leave Nico all by herself. For now, stuck on the Cassante, but bursted down by the Ari. And it's just maybe too much damage. And again, a good matchup. Nico is able to constantly overheal the Malzahar dots and able to clean up at the end as well.
So still pretty close in the end. So if that fight had happened around earlier, definitely would have been the win for Darius. But shows how strong that Malzahar board is as well, coming through with the Prowlers. So the 2 3-cost rerollers, expensive lines to pursue. Often the reason 3-cost rerollers can struggle is you just don't have enough econ to get there. But now they've both hit, they both are really strong. And when there's so many mech players contesting each other and a few of them are weaker, we see it opens the room for some more of these niche lines.
A lot of what we're seeing Raiko attempting here, at least. So this is deep over on the other side, still sitting on the Yone 1, so no massive upgrade. I do love the double protectors, Val. We'll see how it does up against the Nico board on the other side. In fact, we're seeing Nikos everywhere. One's the ghost, one's the real deal.
We saw there the Italian tech, Spectral Cutlass, Janna, gets popped by Ari the moment the fight starts. Do not try this at home. This is definitely not what you want to be doing while playing Kog'Maw reroll. Unfortunate off of that artifact. I imagine it was a reforge that didn't quite land. Reforging the Mogul's Node we saw earlier on Rakan. And that will be the end of the road for Raiko here as well.
Double round win there for that Nico board, showing the power of the hero augment coming through.
The Raiko Force out in 5th place. We're starting to close in, as we were saying before. Ging, the player who's looking to gain the most from this lobby after the Motive and Salvi on similar points total have gone out early on. And what a thing it is to be on the back of a crew board 2 games in a row. Perhaps the dawn of a new era, gentlemen.
Well, maybe a dawn of a new era, or just the standard indication that there's not room for 4 mechs in a game, and maybe we should keep it to just 2 or 3. They did all finish in those bottom places here, but it does show that a lot of these reroll lines, they're very clear indications early on. You should pretty much know by 2-1 if you're going to be angling any of these. But the likes of Crew, the likes of these 3-cost rerolls, they do have their place in the meta. And back-to-back games now, as you said, for Crew, showing up where just hit worth the wait Malphite, just have TGs at every unit. These are the conditions for this Crew line.
Let's not trick our viewers. These are back-to-back insane spots to play Crew from. Do not try and push Crew reroll from a mediocre spot. It might not end well. I will say, this is scary matchups for Ging with the Crown. I'm not sure if it's correct to even place it on the board, considering Darius can come in out of nowhere and one-shot your carry. In this case, it's on Shen for now. The Nico as well can sometimes bypass frontline and end fights earlier than it would if the Crown is on some of your backliners. So for now, just on the Shen, seems to be working out well enough. It's down to the tanks trying to withstand the Malzahar dot. We'll see if Ging can win this matchup.
Heavy lies the Crown, the Turkish player who's been looked at by so many from his country again and again. I mean, I think in this case, it feels like the right decision to get the Crown out of the position. As you said, the Zig's just getting deleted immediately, but down to our final 3. I mean, we've seen some of the Twisted Fate cash out starting to really kick in now as well to help push the economy, but Crescent is up at the top, 57 gold in the bank. His streak, Enzo's streak as well. We're headed for a wild top 3.
We are indeed, and the Crew board, I don't know how much life it has left in the tank. We saw that it is struggling. I think the Crown on the secondary tank does make quite a bit of sense, because as you said, Panda, Darius can just delete the backliners, and you don't want it on your primary tank because that should die relatively quickly. So it feels like Shen is the best place for it to go.
So we saw the Darius with a Vanishing Act last time these two boards faced, but now it's the Ahri with a Vanishing Act. The Darius deletes her, locks right onto the backliner right away. Can the Nico solo carry now that she has been 3-starred? That's the big question. There's so much damage coming through, and Enzo now down to 1 life. Ging as well, potentially on 1 life. Maybe the TF rewards, if you survive 1 more round, could swing the matchup back and Ging favors if he gets an artifact, for example, but we'll have to see. I think he's on 9 rounds right now.
The swingiest matchup of all time, Nico versus Darius here. We've seen it's possible for Darius to just get completely popped and the round's instant won. But on the flip side, that time round, Darius straight on top of Ahri and job done. So we'll have to keep an eye on exactly how that Prowler's Claw does work out, because it feels like it's going to swing drastically from one way to the other.
I mean, just having a glass cannon jumping around the backline of your opponent's team is always going to be hugely feast or famine. Crescent, though, riding high. The Darius, who has been talked about before as the secondary damage source, doing very well, as we'll see. Going up against, this time it's Crew versus Nico, and immediately the Crown goes onto the backline a lot safer, because we'll see just the raw DPS the Crew can put out when they're not getting assassinated.
I think Ging is like, okay, my TF is far away from this Nico. I can place the Crown down. If she was any closer and he had a chance of being popped early, maybe he wouldn't have. But a big win for Ging here. A win that he didn't really need after his performance last game, but definitely is thankful for. First last game, and now another top 2 for the Turkish player.
Man, looks like Crescent's going to be the real big climb in this one, coming in on 33 points. Not right at the bottom of the standings, but in and amongst the players that did need a couple of big results back to back, and having a strong showing here. And as you said, for Ging, already in a fairly commanding position, just giving himself that little bit extra breathing room.
I mean, it will be hugely important for Ging if it's going to lead to him at our next game being able to get promoted up to week 2 immediately, as we got the Braum upgrade coming through as well. I'm not really sure how much stronger Crescent can get based on what we've got going so far. Trying to find a few extra traits in the mix for a little bit of extra power.
Eyes on the Crown. Is it placed down? If so, does Darius become the dunk master and somehow heat seek his way onto ending the fight early? We'll have to see what Ging decides and on what unit he decides to place it. It's going to be on TF.
Oh, it has one on the backliner.
Darius has a chance to completely destroy this fight. Maybe he's able to lock on. Oh, the Braum swings the Darius away. He's not able to do anything just yet. He's finally taken down. And I think it's a commanding win here for Ging, who's taking over the lobby.
A brave by Ging there to slam it down. I'm sure some players would have been a little bit more hesitant. They saw it worked on the Shen before, but no, realizing now he's got the Braum there, just a little bit extra protection, clutched up in that particular fight as well. However, straight away onto the bench, knows that if the positioning's not perfect, it can be insta-loss, these particular matchups.
Well, guys, talk to me about the Prowler's Claw then. And, I know you said it's kind of hard to predict. What is Ging going to be necessarily doing to make sure he doesn't have his backline collapse immediately?
He's expecting Braum to save him every time.
Yeah.
The skin line should just be bodyguard Braum, essentially. He has to reinforce and make sure that if Darius gets anywhere close to his Ziggs and TF, he's going to get yoinked away, which is why we're seeing his positioning from Braum, where he's kind of trapped from going to the right, and he can go just to the left and basically pick up any melee unit that is next to the Ziggs or the TF.
They had to go face to face this time. The Darius is a million miles away from that backline. Doesn't get caught by the Braum, but I don't think it's going to matter ultimately because the rest of the board is gone, and that means Darius will take the focus aggression. He's trying, but I don't think it's reasonable. So that's another win in for the crew. We're living in the Crewniverse, but this one isn't completely done because we're going to PvE again.
Shen just living on long enough there so that Darius really didn't get going in that fight, but we saw at the end, even when the fight looks won and done for the crew board, there is still that potential for Darius to go absolutely crazy in the back end. So even if these fights don't look too close, they could really drastically swing the other direction.
And there is the artifact reward. So the scaling nature of Twisted Fate on this crew board is what really helps it go for wins. It's kind of very feast or famine. If you make it past that hump and you find the TF and you start scaling it, that's where you start seeing a much higher win rate for crew in total. Going back to Prowler's Claw, we were mentioning the Braum covering the left side. There's a 4-hex range for the teleport on Prowler's Claw, and you have to get the kill to reset and teleport in the first place. So this is why this exact positioning is working so well for Ging. The Shen is covering the right, the Darius would get stuck on the Shen, and the Braum is trying to cover the left if Darius is placed on that left side.
All right, there's one more game after this before the next cut comes in, but for Ging, mentioned before, on 39 points, this puts him into an incredible position to challenge for top 4. Horizon Focus added to the mix. Barry, this could be the moment for Ging to lock this game down.
Darius this time is closer to the TF, but again, that Shen is just blocking the way. We do have a little bit extra damage this time around coming through from that rise. We see Darius is trying to get his way in there, but unfortunately not able to do so. And the crew board, back-to-back games here for the Crewniverse, rising up in the rankings and showing that it does definitely have a place in the meta.
I don't know if I'm casting with trouble anymore today, but after back-to-back crew wins, please change the rotation. I cannot deal with her propaganda on everyone trying to play the crew line. I can deal with Ging winning back-to-back games, though, because the king is back. It seems he's locked and loaded. He's in good form for the rest of this day, and we might be seeing Ging back in the pro circuit, back in tier 1 after not just one set, but many sets in hiatus where he hasn't really pushed to his usual standard of qualifying attack round, qualifying and doing well in regionals.
Well, as we're going to pass on analysis in a second, one last thought. Yaha, Fiddly D, do what you like. These first places are free. Let's see what our desk have got to say about it.
Guys, fantastic cast. We will not stand for the propaganda that the fact that crew is not good, because clearly it is. Because if you got a fantastic spot for it, like a gifted Malphite 3, so you can roll while leveling, it's not that bad, is it, Alan's Q?
Absolutely, and as Panda spoken, King deserved his crown, and back-to-back he was using that crown pretty nicely, utilizing it once on Shen, then keeping it on TF, just needing a bit more push, and pretty much every time that Darius raised his axe, there was my heart was stopping if he's gonna take a detour towards the TF, but at the end he did not find the lock, and he did not chop off the TF's head, because again, there was only one fight away from winning out for the Crescent there, but didn't make.
Now, this was the most standard, but also the most weird lobby we could have had, right? Because when we're talking about not necessarily any implications from the portal that they go into, we're like standard lobby, either mech or you can play rerolls. However, Alansku, we had all mech players, bot 4, and the entire top 4 was full reroll.
Oh, I call it justice. When I see 3 mechs go handshake 6-7-5, I'm very, very pleased. However, it was a rough game for Enzo, given that he was contested by the Raikon that Nico, which came very late, which delayed his the spike very much needed. Ended up going only third, where Nico we usually see go at least second, if not a win out, given it's the strongest hero argument currently. If you have a proper power-up combo, which Enzo had, it's usually Crimson Veil for that overheal option, and Sustain, and double down for the Ahri to feed that extra mana and get damage up, as we've seen just one-shotting even the Darius in some of the fights.
Yeah, and I feel like Ging's position right here was pretty genius, right? One side was guarded by the Malphite, the other side was guarded by the Shen. So the executes did not come through fast enough for that Darius to start chipping up that backline with the Axis. We're looking right here as well. I feel like a lot of the extra stats in the backline really, truly help. When you've got the extra items, makes the units a little bit tankier as well. Now, we have to say here that Salvi and Motive going into this game, they were the highest holders in terms of points, and they went down handshake in 7th and 8th, unfortunately for both of them. That was a little bit of a disaster from them both, which means that a lot of other players are slowly getting towards being able to get into that top 4, particularly for Ging with the back-to-back wins right here. Again, a reminder to everyone, Game 4, which is going to be the next game, will promote 4 players straight to next week, and we'll have to say bye to 4 players as well.
Highest points, not anymore. And it'll make only that much more exciting going towards, as you mentioned, the 4th game, where it will be decided for the next pretty much cutoff for the both top and the bottom players. We see pretty much the meta shaping out during this weekend, where rerolls are taking over unless there is some egregious mech high roll. We've seen a bit the different variation where Snoody was not opting to go for the mighty mech, but went for on his units carry due to the Tesla tech, but it didn't work out. And then we had Motive who did go for mech, but didn't hit Yone at the end.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially when we're talking about taking risks, right? If you do have a reroll line that's pretty uncontested, you're most definitely going to take this one. And I'm pretty sure our standings are ready as well, just to see how also Motive and Salvi have shaped up to be onto the standings. Again, they were in that top 4 as of the previous game that was just played, but this will no longer be the case. So this is the back end of our standings right now. And it's looking kind of grim if you're at the bottom.
I mean, Amateur and Nuri specifically looking in a grim spot because they are pretty far away from the rest, where 38-39 is pretty much the name of the game at the bottom 10 players. But being at 34 or 36 points, having to catch up to other players who needs to do poorly on top of you doing well is not the position where you want to be at.
Yeah, you want to definitely have your own fate into your own hands, as we're going to flip over to the top earners of points right here to look at the top side of the standings. Again, the top 8 have already advanced. You're not going to see them anymore. They're done after game 2. However, we're looking at spots 9, 10, 11, 12. Ging with that huge win, Alansku, that we saw in this game and the previous one, managed to claw himself up on that 4 slot that could potentially take him to week number 2 immediately.
Absolutely, but you see the difference between the points here, especially when we look at the between Hypno and Xperion, is not that big. This gap is could be easily reached for the players who are just outside of the top 4. So there is no like clear, oh, this guy will make it for sure in the next game. Everything can happen, especially after the big shift that was going on last game, where the lower standing players clawed back, as you mentioned.
Well, actually, Xperion is now leading the charge when it comes to those 4 players that are looking to make it into week 2. And luckily for us, we're going to be walking straight into that lobby number 2, which Xperion is playing in, and seeing if he brings out some Ash flavor one more time. We saw him yesterday playing the 5 Crystal Gambit. I feel like Xperion has been looking at different angles and, funnily enough, no pun intended, experimenting a lot with the meta right now.
Absolutely, but we've seen that kind of Ash game trying to be pulled by Elia today, and completely went southways. So, curious, what's the difference that Xperion clearly seen, because both of them committed at stage 3, but hey, that's something that casters maybe can bring us to us closer. Take it away.
All right, thank you guys so much. Wow, what an astonishing last game it is, and now we're heading to another elimination game and promotion game at the same time for the first time this weekend. Top 4 onto their week 2 of their dreams, bottom 4 out of the competition entirely, and we'll get to play the next 2 games here with Barry and with Impetuous Panda here again, and we've kind of got both represented in this lobby, Barry, the high performers and those fighting for their lives.
Well, we've seen people progress through already today, but it's the first time where people's dreams can be collapsing. We're at the stage where we are facing those eliminations, and you just want to make sure you can keep competing for the rest of the day. You want to keep yourself in the conversation. And as you said, there's some players whose their pro circuit dream is within touching distance, and on the flip side, players who are just trying to stay alive in this competition.
So I'm going to do a favor to both of you in this game 4. Just in case you guys accidentally cast or curse a player in this lobby, I will do it now to everyone. We are in Crab Rave, and a player might get eliminated by a crab and lose their spot in the pro circuit because of it. We'll have to find out if that ends up happening later on at the end of the PB round in stage 5. The crab has been powerful. He definitely has hands this set. I've seen so many eliminations, even in tournaments, depending on the comp you're running. If you have Omnivamp, if you have the right composition to fight against the crab, you might get eliminated if you're on 1 HP.
No, it's something to very much keep in mind. I mean, the raw economic power of all these crabs, of course, even before that all happens, has to be very much respected. As we look on the right-hand side, though, we can see as the first one comes in, Moritz managing to find an early Malzahar. We've already got some pretty powerful boards brewing, even as of stage 2-1.
We touched on it at the start of the day of certain portals that elevate these legendary compositions. Crab Rave, absolutely one of them. It just giving you that potential to get to level 9 even quicker. And gold augments as well, a lot of them give you a lot of econ. A lot of the most powerful econ augments right now are in the gold line. So that does another way of progressing to level 9. So I do feel we'll see a few more legendary compositions than we have so far today.
I'm going to look through
on
Alpha.
A pretty good angle into playing potentially mech, let's be honest, with the Sterax and the Void Staff here. The Shred's so important for the mech damage later on. Calc loss for Experian. I want to touch on Experian really quickly as well, coming in as a point leader after 8 players have already been qualified, the top 8. He is now the leader, sitting at 48 points. Yesterday, 2 games into the most important tournament of the set for a very emotional player, he was sitting on 4 points. And he was tweeting, I think, a lot about the injustice of TFT in terms of not hitting his 3 stars and everything being bad, etc. He came back from that. He had an excellent game 6 yesterday, a very brave Ashe carry game with 5 crystal from stage 3-1 onwards. And he has had a great string of games today. So completely flipped the switch. I think a few sets ago, Experian would have crashed and burned under his own pressure and his own mental. Completely different player now in set 15.
And shows the growth in some of these players with the existence of the pro circuit as well, just competing so much more regularly. But just zooming out and looking at this game here, we obviously have that calc loss. We also have 2 time skips, so we already have the 3 players we're looking at as thinking, okay, these potentially are some of our mech lines that are being lent towards.
I was going to say for you guys, considering that we've got extra economy in here thanks to the crabs, I would have expected stuff that kind of just gives you raw XP or raw acceleration would otherwise be less important as a result, but I guess the race is on in full effect. That's why you're mad. That's managed to find it early. Darius will fall down. I do want to highlight here from Deacon, of course, bringing out something a little unusual here. We've got a worth the wait Syndra coming in with Rising Chaos to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, bringing it out or just forced into playing it, but there is a few ways.
The same thing.
There's a
Both
few
can
ways
be
you
true.
can take it, where you can potentially look at Crystal and just have an additional carry in there. Same with Star Guardians, where sometimes actually Syndra is a really good item holder, and you can kind of go all the way with it. And then we've still seen Prodigy have place in the meta, so not the worst tip by any means. It feels like there's at least a few lines you can take it.
It is Rising Chaos Syndra as well, so throwback to the very start of the set where Syndra was seen as the main star of the show in the early game, but also in the late game in some of those Star Guardian comps when Rising Chaos was just very, very strong as a power-up.
I want to take a chance just to recognize Moritz on the other side there. We had the replication, which I'm assuming was for bows. I know Alan has been flagging up before that one of the comps we've been seeing a lot less of them perhaps we should have been was, you know, kind of these Wraith and Kale-centric compositions. Maybe it's just a temporary stop, but for now, it seems to be working pretty well for Moritz.
We talk about enablers for Fast 9. Those same enablers are enablers for Kale in some cases, and that's the case for Scuttle Puddle, where you need to have the guarantee that you can, 1, roll heavily on stage 3 to find kill 3 in the first place, and 2, after rolling a lot of your gold, still make it to level 9. It's usually not easy to have this guarantee in most encounters in TFT, but this is one of those exceptions.
And then also likely have another life, because Kale might struggle into this particular crab. It feels like, unless you're able to really get some of these legendaries online with the comp, she can struggle to take this down.
Okay, you cursed it, Barry. I tried to save you, but you went right back into that one, so that's on you.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm still a believer. I want to see this Kale thrive and survive. We're not certainly seeing many on the bench so far to suggest we're in that kind of area. Certainly Double Strike is a pretty solid power-up overall just to push that extra power. Of course, if you do want to reroll this, you are going to have to stay on the lower levels. The itemization looking pretty solid for Moritz so far if he does decide to stick this line.
Yeah, after the JG slam, I think it's a pretty good indicator that he is committing to playing a Kale reroll. Potentially could have been something like a Xayah reroll or just Fast 9 with Bastions before the JG slam, but I think now it's pretty clear.
Experian here. The Calculass player, as we expected, running the early Crystal Gambit, just putting together that lost streak. The time skip players have now activated. They're now playing the game as well. So the couple of rounds for Experian, which are potentially a little bit scary when you're trying to keep that Calculass streak, when you are playing against people that are essentially not playing the game, they have now been avoided and should be able to guarantee that 5 loss.
Yeah, just for a little bit of context on what we're seeing from some of the players here, current cutoff for the top 4 is 46 points, which means, of course, some of the players like Experian in here are in a very, very good spot, even if they just have, you know, a decent game of being able to get promoted as of this game here and now. Dagger, though, a little bit further down the table, still needs to get a solid result in and make this worth the wait board work for him.
I do think overall the projection of this game plan is going to kind of fall off a cliff nearing stage 5. I do think he might just play this until stage 5, stage 6 and continue pushing levels and eventually pivot into just a Fast 9 board with maybe just full open selling the Syndra and moving into Gwen and TF and kind of some of the 5 costs, because at some point I think he's just not going to be able to do enough coming into stage 5 and 6.
Yeah, I feel like you might be right, where getting baited to actually continuing to build the comp around it maybe isn't the way to go, and just use it as essentially a tempo augment. And if it does mean you put together a full streak and even into stage 3 you're able to keep it going, that's a lot of gold coming through, and again with your HP being a resource, I think sometimes players aren't willing to give up an augment and they think, oh, I don't want to lose my value from it, but you've still gained the value from the early game.
Oh yeah, I mean, having the 3-star and then turning it into raining gold later on is never a particularly awful thing to work with. As we check in with Cambiz, of course, is trying to stake his claim to the mech early on with pumping up to back it up. We did wonder, of course, we got a glimpse that he did at least perhaps temporarily open up his board to conceivably grief Experian, but it looks like that didn't happen in the case. They're both still maintaining their loss streak coming into stage 3.
And of course, pumping up was among a few of those 2-1 combat augments that were buffed 2 patches ago, so a little bit better to play into this if you're given the option. Usually picking combat augment at 2-1 is not really ideal because you want to have econ to reach 50 faster, to have more gold to work with for pretty much any kind of game plan you're angling, be it reroll or be it fast 8, fast 9 in TFT. But we'll see how it's going to work out for Canvas having just that combat power, with the idea obviously that Scuttle Puddle's giving you gold in the first place.
Yeah, come back in here with the KL board. Yeah, the itemization looking very, very good for the KL overall. See how it does right now. Of course, Moritz still staying at low levels. Has got some Zax on the bench as well, but even before hitting level 6 and even having the KL really come online, you can see she's actually doing some pretty good work. You can see Patapal, master of the sarcastic emotes from the other side. Definitely not pleased with what he's seeing.
I wonder if Moritz didn't roll more because he was hoping for something like Prismatic Ticket here on the Stage 3 Augment pickup if it was going to be Prismatic, which it is. It's something we've seen a lot from some of the French players when they're playing the crew, for example. They don't roll on 3-1 and they wait for the high roll potential on 3-2 instead. But not sure what the game plan is for now for Moritz. I think it's not going to be Kale. Or he already hit the 3-star, did he?
Yeah, he's got the 3-star.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed now.
Yes.
Opting to go for the sponging and realizing that this next stage is really important for Kale, and you have to be able to pick up the wins here. And I think not pushing levels last round, just saving a little bit of gold, as you said, waiting for the augment to come through. Now is hoping that you can put together this streak through stage 3 and give yourself that breathing room to get towards level 9, but should be in a pretty good position, and the items are looking perfect.
And Peepaclad, though, is sitting on some of the units that Moritz would like to be having, of course, if he is planning on going towards the Wraith vertical. David, I think what you're spoiling there was that the Zac 3 wasn't in place for that KL board, so won't have quite as much survivability as he might have otherwise. We'll see how he does long term.
Time skip invested, and it's Crab Rave, so we have a player here who's going to be as rich as possible, already holding those mech units on the bench. We know exactly what this game plan is going to be. The core of the composition is getting put together. A Jarvan pair already, so it's just a really strong position to be in, and people are glad it's just going to have so many resources to work with.
And I think we have already seen a couple times this weekend players opting into triple econ and the plan working out when it comes to Mighty Mech, when you have the full stabilization, and eventually you're going to reach 10, obviously, if you survive up until stage 6.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to make so much sense when you're fighting at some of the other players' units, even if you have to give up your augments just to get your board online. It feels like a sacrifice worth taking. Partapol, though, instead of that, going away from the econ augments, picking purely combat for the time being means his board is strong, but his economy is still behind some of the other players.
I mean, sometimes we don't know what the players have been offered, and maybe you would have liked a little bit of econ coming through, but thankfully with it being Crab Rave, it does mean you're not as punished if you don't have at least one econ augment, but Paddable, as you said, will give him a bit more stability throughout the early game at least.
We're seeing some really insane setups for mech players. We're seeing Sword Overflow, Starax, Hodge here for YU Mad Pro. We're seeing 3 players that picked up Belt Overflow as well. Overall item augments, especially item augments that give extra stats, are going to be so good for the mech line. I have to guess, how many mech players are we going to see in this game?
I'll have a quick look through the list to see if anyone's just flying with it. We're getting the Observer Deratera mentioning that it looks like 4 mech for the time being, so we're in a comfortable, normal area for this tournament. Say, half the lobby, easy peasy.
The player with the more interesting spot definitely is Decom. He's got the Bastion +1, so as you touched on before, potentially just using it to tempo and go to level 9, the Bastion really makes that so good. You can run the Crystal Gambit in the mid game. You're still going to be pretty strong with the Syndra coming through as well. We know the Bastion frontline has been performing very well in EMEA as well, so should be in a really comfortable position.
I don't want to point out as well, Decom has not lost a round so far. This worth the wait Syndra has been more than worth her weight in gold. This is an incredible start for him.
We are seeing a very early TF for experience, so scaling is the name of the game for this player and for this board. Double down Crystal Gambit, you have an early TF. We saw the power of TF and his cash outs if he's able to scale from early on with his round rewards.
with Artifact potentially coming in, later into the game as well. So Experian can become the boogeyman when we get to stage 4 and stage 5.
Very powerful, but not very many HP to work with. Barry down to 33, the lowest in the lobby, ahead of, or behind rather, Cavis. We do see some upgrades coming in, and of course we've got our power snack dropping, but Experience gonna have to play this one carefully. He is on 48 points, leading the lobby, as they were pointing out from before, but still, it's not 100% guaranteed he gets promoted as of this game.
Had that big 9 loss with the Crystal Gambit as well coming through. Has the Spatula now to make use of. Already at level 8 and already rolling, and can just hold a couple of yawns here. Maybe the one player that didn't want to find these, but you're absolutely happy to play Denial right now because there's potentially 4 others in the lobby. So as we can see, everybody's coming to have a look and thinking, oh, brilliant. Okay, the yawns are being removed from the pool already.
Curious to see what he does with his spatula as well. So many items to slam here.
Yeah, Experience seems to actually be comfortable enough to leave some of his options open. Of course, we've got PB round coming up next round, so Experience will have a lot more options. And even without using all of his items, he's still be able to tear through the board. The Malzahar gets dropped, and Experience has officially arrived to start clawing up the table from the bottom.
So expensive
find the
holds
GP.
coming through, but you do have to keep them. Like, and as you said, potentially you do have the option to still go into it.
You have a big rejuice of gold coming through as well. So, I mean, with 2 Yones, and the Spat as well, which can definitely help the mech get some extra traits online. It could be a consideration, not just that, but if he hits the rest of the entire board and he commits to this, he might ruin the game for 4 other players. They're going to have a much harder time hitting as well. So the EV is there for Experian.
He's sold everything. He's picked up a Lee Sin. Now he is fully joined the Mega Train. And we thought there was 4 in this lobby. There's now a 5th has arrived. And for the rest of the players, they really did not want to see this. And even just keeping the TF on the board for the time being, getting the scaling coming through, legendary pairs already arriving. The rest of the lobby did not want to see this pivot from Experian.
I think this makes all the sense in the world, though. You're trying to keep the rest of the tournament from catching up on you, and the best way to do that, she said, David, is you're in a good position right now. You can force other people into worse placements. You're securing your tournament future right now by griefing everybody else.
It's risky, though. He doesn't have the mech pilots online just yet. He's having to do a full transition into a board that he hasn't fully stabilized here yet. So he was in a position that he could have scaled the TF and maybe just had a strong fast 9 board. Ops into mech. If this goes poorly, he is gonna sorely regret it for a long, long time.
That's the one round loss. Oh boy. I mean, Barry, Experian, we've discussed before, he's been at 2 crowns, the previous 2 crowns in a row. 11th place at Cyber City, 12th place at Into the Arcane. He is an exceptional player. He has gone for a riskier path that might have otherwise been open. But I guess sometimes you just find Yone 2 at level 8.
There is no justice, and it seems that for the rest of the lobby they'll be thinking, okay, he does look a little bit vulnerable right now. However, there is still the vulnerability of not getting the mech pilot coming through, but the Karma upgrade, the Yone upgrade coming through. As he said, he does have the Spatula, which isn't offering him a lot for the time being, but Water Lotus, a really strong pickup as well. And just opting for the power-up on the Yone for the time being and realizing this is a 2-star, I should probably actually just play the game as it's intended and prioritize Yone winning me these next few rounds.
He can't even go for mech pilot now. He doesn't have the remover for the Yone. So the role that he hit the Yone 2, yes, it's great, it's a Yone 2, but I think he was more so looking for extra copies of the other mechs instead to try and have extra chances to go for the mech pilot fruit. Having to play now a standard game of 7 mech without mech pilot, we'll see how it fares.
I mean, the itemized Yone, you can see, just being an absolute monster. Verify Decomp has gone through 2 full stages undefeated. Thanks to this worth the wait syndrome we did have our questions about. That streak comes to an end here and now. And again, Experian, he's gonna start taxing the rest of the lobby as he tries to make his climb.
And Decop, I think it's understandable that he's losing fights now. That was part of his game plan. He wins streaks all of stage 2 and 3 off of a very high tempo Syndra 3 early on from with the weight. Everyone starts rolling and investing all their resources now in stage 4. He will coast throughout this stage 4, probably lose most of the fights here. And eventually, I have to assume, make it to 9, play around 6 Bastion and play around Legendaries, either with or without the Syndra. But we'll see how the plan works out later.
I mean, it's worked pretty darn well so far. We've got the 6 Bastion online. You would recognize some of the other aspects of the lobby coming in as well, as we see Pepper with, of course, one of the, I believe, currently 4 mech in the lobby. Sologasan, Kambit's taking a little dip out of contesting. Both of them going for the Star Guardian in this lobby as an alternate way to try and find some points.
Decop on people that didn't find a copy of Karma, which is a big miss, but does have the Lee Sin 2 early enough, so it should be able to stabilize somewhat. We do see though Decop on this side is still very strong off the back of this Syndra, and the one player in the lobby that's just watching the chaos unfold and just thinking, I've got my own game to play here, I don't need to get involved.
Experience down to his last life.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, what a wild thing it would be for Experian on the cusp of getting promoted to have dived into the mosh pit of mechs and to be the highest points player, potentially going out in 8.
I'm not saying it's incorrect, but you do open a door to the low roll potential of missing the mech pilots, of having to... I think it's very important in TFT when you have a game plan in your head. You have kind of done a lot of the mental... routing of how you're going to make your decisions to execute on this game plan. When you have to switch your game plan entirely in one round where you had not considered it at all beforehand, it's, I think, a little bit harder to execute perfectly, and we saw some of that slowness coming in from Experian on 4-1.
Yeah, and not only the items have still ended up being serviceable, and definitely you can make use of these, but you are slamming them with TF in mind. Everything you're doing is tailoring for this one option, and he didn't just get a draft of the mech game, he had just a flurry as the Yons arrived, so you can completely understand. I think anybody else in the lobby would have made the same decision, but it might have backfired just off missing those fruits especially.
It's going to rely so hard on the Yone to survive through. At least he's got the Starax to buy himself a little bit of time, but Karma very much a support piece in this particular setup. This time he gets away with it at the expense of Partabol, of course, with the mech setup of his own. Still a long way to go in the lobby, but Partabol, Pepperglad, they're both down to sub 20 HP. Experience still fishing to get at least a couple of placements further up.
Of course, there's this cutoff coming on after game 4, and then another cutoff after game 6. Experian is still in a very good position overall in the tournament with his point totals. Traditionally, the cutoff tends to be around 60 points after game 6. So 12 points in 3 games, even with a poor showing here. If he's not able to get any closer to a 6th place, for example, I think he's still okay. But it's sad to see, considering his position and considering the RNG element of the fruits in set 15.
We do see at the top of the standings, just having a look at some of our players that HP-wise are chilling. Decop and Solo, both sitting in a comfortable position. Decop still hasn't spent that gold. It's still just got a lot stronger you can get off the back of this, and has left himself open to as well the Syndra 4. Hasn't been selling them off. We thought maybe we'll treat it as raining gold, but unless you need the gold immediately and you're rolling on 9 and looking for particular upgrades, absolutely makes sense to leave this open, and now you have enough HP where it becomes a natural reality that you can hit this.
I'm really impressed, honestly, by what we're seeing from the Syndra. Carried it Decop really well for the other game, and we can see it's actually dealing with the mech pretty darn well. It's scaling up damage thanks to the Rising Chaos. Decop is still in first place after being in first place for such a long time, with amongst the most gold left in the bank as well.
My only curiosity to see if this TF comes in. I'm thinking this is probably going to be a Syndra, Seraphine plus 5 cost plus 6 Bastion kind of game where you have the Bastion plus 1, so Syndra kind of fills that spot. And I think she'll still be doing enough, obviously, as a 4-star. If when that comes in, she will definitely be pulling her weight.
Yeah, and it feels like often just if you're running Seraphine, sometimes when Seraphine's ult comes through, it doesn't do enough. It leaves a lot of units on low HP. Having that paired with a Syndra 4 will just allow her to come clean them up easily. So he should be in a really good position. We do see a Gwen 2 coming through here. So we'll be fitting this onto the board and is slowly angling a more familiar Bastion legendary line.
Yeah, I mean, it's all coming together. Decom's doing really well here. Bear in mind, Decom is on 45 points, and the cutoff to the top 4 getting promoted as of this round, coming into this round, was 46. So if Decom can keep riding this wave out, he's in a great position for the instant promotion.
The disrespect on this Syndra after all the work she's put in for 3 stages, getting you to stage 5 with 77 HP, and you hit the Gwen 2, immediately yoink the item from Syndra. Gwen, you are now my main carry.
It's these days, huh?
I see just for that round, hadn't even managed to get the fruits moved over as well. Still had on top of Syndra, when she was completely unitemized, but still making work. And with in this lobby where a lot of the mech players haven't found the fruits they've wanted, we see players starting to fall now. Decom just in a position where you're punishing players that just have low rolled some of these spots.
Well, Experian does make it out of 8th, but barely. Parnabol is gone. Experian is gone as well. Experian was on 48 points, so barely getting anything out of that round at all, and that may well have cost him his guaranteed spot. As you said, David, still very likely Experian will go through, but we'll likely have to play 2 more games yet to come. People glad, far below, of course, hoping to hold on a little bit longer with the mech-piloted board.
The ball bear we're seeing now with the survivability the Bastion emblem gives, plus the double Krakens for scalability into a longer fight, but he has been taken down. We'll see if TF potentially can do enough here, but the mech is finally down. It might be a little bit too late with the Jarvan stun coming through, the TF being stunned for a while, and Lee Sin still kicking. I think the Syndra, without items, is not going to do enough here.
People got our player that did manage to hit the mech pilot and also hit that Lee Sin 2 really early. So we did check in with them in last stage, and they hadn't found the copy of Karma yet, and that was the one spot they were kind of vulnerable. However, just waiting for the other mech players to fall away, then you're able to get to that 7 online. And as you said, Paddleball and Experian both falling away now does open the door for our other mech players to finish off their composition.
And Moritz, we haven't seen for a while, but he's on the kill, 3 board. He is with a Varus 2 duo carry, is trying to slowly pivot potentially into the 6 Wraith variation, but he has no Cassante, so that will be quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, given it's being swiped up other places, at least the Varus 2 is very strong indeed, but Wraith 3 definitely feels like it's not where you would like to be damage-wise. Frontline, even with the 6 Juggernaut in place, is struggling, though Uye does a good job of staying up a moment longer. Moritz maybe running out of time, but gets the last shot in. He stays up on a 17 HP.
And we see that the sponging just doing enough, having all of those tanks in the front line, getting that item coming through, just giving them a little bit extra survivability, making all the difference there. And we do now have HPs are closing in that battle for that top 4.
Star Guardian +1 for Cambiz is huge. He pivoted off of the mech game plan to move into Star Guardians, a comp that his cousin Double did so well with across the entire set that locked him into 3 final lobbies. Cambiz taking a page from his book, playing more of a tempo Star Guardian line with Testicles, his final augment, and Belt Overflow on this Poppy. Buying a lot of time for Gather Force to have that scalability that we also see on champions like Yuumi, for example, where if the fight goes long enough against these mech boards, Cambiz might be able to win.
Yeah, it's been slowed down a little bit by Soligasang, taking the same line as him, but people on the other side, we're talking about, of course, over the course of the day, how powerful that Lee Sin can be. He's fully itemized. He's going to hit like a truck.
He's been hitting like a truck for an entire stage here, and it has been the difference in a lot of these matchups. We've seen hitting that early Lee Sin just give him enough time to be able to stabilize, and we're seeing here just how much power that Lee Sin does have. Star Guardian with the +1, a consistent performer, but up against the mech, up against the fully itemized Lee Sin, just not able to keep pace at all. And we're seeing Jinx is trying her absolute best here, but Canvas will be falling down here at a fairly expected place. When you're 2 players on Star Guardian, there's not really a lot of room for you both to flourish.
Kambi is one of those players that was near the bottom total on the standing, so he really needed to have a pretty monstrous game 4 to confidently come into the final 5, game 5 and 6, and try and stay alive with hopes of maintaining his position in the pro circuit for next set.
Really fascinating to see, with Solgasai being the survivor between the two contesting Star Guardian players, has had to, try and pull together everything he can so far. And we see we've got corner carry on our Jinx there to allow her to scoot out of trouble quickly, but we'll see if he holds on. There's a lot of low HP players, as you mentioned before, Barry. It's a very volatile top 4 or top 5.
See what this Jinx can do. The mech is stunning her a little bit, and the Yone is onto the Jinx now as well. She's trying to run away, but everyone else has already been taken down. Solo and Kambiz holding hands, 5 and 6, and they're probably thinking, I should have played mech.
They probably are thinking that, but we saw for 2 of the players that didn't work out, and sometimes the clearest line, Solo early on just picking keepers and thinking, okay, this set, you put keepers into Star Guardian, it's been reliable, getting himself a 5th place. He is around the cutoff for the time being as well. He's not facing elimination, but he's middle of the pack where he needs to be. So getting a 5th place still keeps him in contention.
All right, we'll see what the Scuffle Farmer's got for us. Crab Rave means it is possible people glad could die off of this round. We see his backline immediately goes. I have to think the sustain from the Sterex and the Bloodthirster should be enough on the Lee Sin to make it a non-issue, but keeping us on our toes.
You know why Peppo won this fight? Because he has Know Your Enemy, and the Crab 100% has Executioner as a trait. It's just a hidden trait, so we got the extra damage. Trust me, I've had to cry a million times.
You studied the blade, is what I'm hearing.
I've studied being executed by the Crab, yes.
But our players did survive, and so we didn't curse them early on. They've navigated the hardest round of the game, and now they can carry on with their original plans and not have to worry about that pesky Crab. And they've got to this point in the game. Kale, we know how powerful it can be at level 9. Same with these mech compositions. Panda, these players really are at their spikes.
You should have been a little bit more nervous, Barry, because Moritz did lose to the Crab. He just had enough HP to not get taken down. So you got lucky.
Oh, that's good enough.
You survived this curse. We'll see if he can survive this fight against YU Mad Pro as well. The mech is swinging. Kale and Varus duo carrier trying their best to chip this mighty mech down, but he is just too much to handle. It seems like Varus barely won the last fight, but the mech is still alive. Can the mech win against the Kale? The Kale does do it. And Moritz survives one more round.
She's a monster, but each of these Wraith rounds are going down to the wire. This is a 3 Wraith board still. So the strikes aren't doing as much damage as they would be otherwise. We're down to single digits HP for 3 of our players as Why You Mad and Ika both go to level 10. The 2-star Lee Sin drops in for the 2nd time this lobby. We're reaching a whole new level.
We see Moritz there is on a 4 streak, so has been able to consistently beat these mech boards. The Crab, different story, but as you said, survived it, had enough HP in the bank, which we did say they'd need at the start of the game. But a player that is sitting on a lot of gold, so other players have went 10, so this is the round they may be vulnerable.
Decup's the only one who gets to sit pretty with any amount of HP left on the back. We'll keep our eyes on the left-hand side because that's a guaranteed elimination. I think it's going to be all tearing through. And the Wraith board looked pretty great, but it's not good enough. On the right-hand side, Why You Mad does get the win, so we're just down to 3 rather than 2.
2 mech players stay alive, and Syndra 4 has been locked in for Decov. He made it to level 10. We mentioned at the very start in stage 2, Barry, the game plan, really. Use that Syndra as a vessel to just pump levels nonstop, knowing that you have a carry that will push through and save you a lot of HP in stage 2 and 3. He's made it this far, but this might be the end of the road. Maybe a good loss can get him a top 2, and that might be good enough against these mech boards.
Well, we just see how much tempo can enable these top 3 finishes, because he isn't one of the strongest players in the lobby. For the past few rounds, he hasn't been. People that have fell away into the bot 4, potentially even stronger. But, as you said, so much HP to work with and has used it to his advantage.
We'll see how far the Twisted Fate bonuses will have taken him overall. Bastion, Twisted Fate, double Kraken on the backside will stay out of trouble for a good amount of the round. I don't think there's enough raw damage, though, to cut through the mech. So Decup will be taking a hit to the face. Pico on the other side, though, I think should be able to survive the way through and gets a compelling win as well. That's going to be it. Pepperclad rolls the roost from Poland and takes the first place.
And a familiar sight seeing the mech flourish there in the end, but Decop expertly done getting that second place. Played his line and tempoed off the back of it, played really aggressively, was constantly looking at pushing levels. And a familiar story, though, top of the standings there. Mech player wins, whereas others follow into 8th place when they miss on those fruits, something we've seen time and time again.
And Peppo, I mean, definitely knew his enemy, considering it was a mirror match, so got a lot of extra damage amp onto his board and was able to win that fight in the end. We'll hear more in-depth breakdown from our analysts, though, as they break down this game 4.
Thank you so much, guys. Another great cast and a mech win, finally, Alan's Q. And I feel like it wasn't as expected because a lot of the times when you go into Crab Rave or Scuttle Puddle and you also slam double Econ Augments, it feels like your board kind of hits a ceiling, right? But you can't hit a ceiling when you hit everything from mech.
It's kind of ironic the casters ask us to break down the mech to the parts, you know?
Please do. Please do. You were doing the breakdown on the items, remember? On the mech versus mech? Please do. Go ahead.
Oh, that was like a dad joke. I'm sorry. Anyway, here, Xperion, Ball. There was one thing in common they had. They both hit 7 Mighty Mech, but not hit the Power Fruit, either of them, and just held hands straight to the 7 and 8. And in the contrary, Wyomet Pro and Pipoglat both hit the Yone and both hit the Mighty Mech. However, Wyomet Pro struggled a bit, couldn't hit the Yone given how many were taken away. Xperion doing a kind of an interesting pivot. He had a solid TF game plan with the already Noxus Trap, good items slammed, and he decided to pivot of that just on the backbone of hitting the double Yone, which maybe could have paid off if he hit the fruit. And that wasn't quite the case, and that could have threatened his position in the next week.
Yeah, absolutely, because Xperion coming through again as the top points earner so far, it really just hurt to go out in that 7th place. However, something that we don't necessarily see very often, it was 2 very low-cost reroll units, the Syndra from Worth the Wait, and of course the Kale that was hit very early on by Moritz, kind of like dictating the pace of this entire lobby, even though Moritz almost got to that 4th slot, just about cut off that top 4, and it felt like Decob kind of, again, hit a ceiling with the Bastion kind of composition, with the Syndra from the backline being a 4 cost. However, it did chip a lot of that HP from their opponents earlier on, and they did manage to place themselves super high up.
Not sure if we can call it precisely rerolls, because one of them again been Worth the Wait hit and just tempoed of that. And
hey, the other guy rerolled his Kale. Come on, man, don't take it away from him.
He hit Kale 3 in like 5 rolls, so like...
That's a reroll?
Hunting, I mean, okay, the other reroll smack as well. They pressed D way more than Moritz did, I can guarantee you that. I didn't like the part that he angled towards 6 Jagger instead of going for the 6 Wraith, which is higher up. For that comp, missing the extra sniper as well on the Varus, which he could have slotted with the Jhin. I get the sponging, so he wanted to get the value there, but wasn't quite sold on it. And then on the Decop side, he didn't have quite good items to follow up on that Syndra. Hitting the Raising Chaos was pretty much pivotal, that allows him to scale up. But at the end, just not having good enough items for the Syndra 4 made him pivot into the Gwen 2, which wasn't doing much, and it's worse than Syndra 3 and later 4 into the mech. She just dies off the cliff. Pivoted at the end into TF, which is pretty much standard with the items he had, but the name of the game for the Decop was just bleed out 2 seconds due to the items, I believe.
Yeah, and as this game 4 was super pivotal, again, we have 4 more players who are going to be joining week 2, and unfortunately, heartbreak for Leah, Nori, Padable, and Amateur. They're gone. Their day is over. The regionals is over right here, as the rest above them are trying to claw the way back up. The fight is not over for them. However, in our next 2 and final games of this week, 4 regionals. We're gonna be cutting them in half. And as you can see right here, we have Wet Jungler, Decob, Hypno, and Experion. 3 out of 4 members advancing to week 2, all French.
Absolutely, and as we see the remaining, the Experion, Experion made it, even though the last game
just about.
In his thought, then he made it, so he doesn't have to stress the final 2 games, and the rest pretty much will have to struggle. We've seen Canbis being at the bottom of the standings there, and getting to the top 8 might be a struggle. But then that's our final 24 for now, before we see the final games. The Experion, Hypno, Dicop, and Jungler joining the remaining 20 in the week 2.
Yeah, and we have 60 players fighting for only 8 spots. After 2 games, everyone will be cut in half. Half of them will be sad, half of them will be going to week 2. If you're wondering when Soji is playing, it's going to be next week for Americas, especially for the annoying people that keep asking in the chat, primarily me. There you go. These are the people you will be seeing next week, as all of the slots have already been completed for the APAC region with some really big names like YBY1, Ironbog. Are there any names that are just catching your attention from the other regions right here, Alan ZQ?
I mean, Soju making it to the final week is a surprise. He's usually not the man to make it that far, which is quite a surprise. So
not influencer mode. He's turned it off.
Influencer mode. Yes, and you'll see the remaining 24 players joining the America today after our EMEA finish line.
All right. Well, so far we've had so much variety overall in terms of like games that don't necessarily have a portal that dictates the pace of the game. I want to say it's primarily like either mech or the rerolls. What do you think has looked the strongest so far? Because obviously people can pivot into the mech, they can have a lot of economy, but you can still miss. Would you say that so far, as our lobbies is getting ready right here, would you say that so far rerolls are a little bit more stable in terms of placements?
I mean, outside of the conditional rerolls, which is either Artifact or the Hero Argument, I believe it's just Malzahar or Katarina being the default if the players can find the right spot. Malzahar being a win out if you find the Blighted Jewel. Otherwise, it's just a solid top 3 comp if you hit the Darius Malza combo. And then we have the Katarina, which is just a stable standalone unit. All you need is like a good scaling argument, which is either over 9,000 or the mana one. Sometimes player opt for like Hemorrhage to be able to deal with them. Such a relevant mech override pretty much on the current board. And EMEA with like having 4 per lobby so far, 3-4 being absolutely minimum, which is crazy.
Now, we only have 2 lobbies, and we're going to be following lobby 1 because there's only 16 players and only 8 fit per lobby. The lobby we're going to be following is lobby number 1 with Ging, Vigo, Opal, Moritz, Raiko, Enzo, Salvi, and Canbis. I feel like for people like Salvi, for example, when he was literally in that cutoff and then he took a big hit, these are some pretty damn important games, right? Again, our players will be cut in half. Only 8 can advance to week number 2. So do you have any dark horses in this particular lobby 1?
I mean, not as much as dark horse, but seeing big names being at the bottom of the standings, which is, as you mentioned, Salvi, Canbis, and Enzo. Seeing if they angle... This is particularly interesting, because most of the players angle towards the strongest comp, try to win out, because again, they're on the edge. And curious if they're gonna stick to their guns, or they're gonna angle, again, go for that mech, or like specific game plan, like a Hero Argument or Artifact reroll type of the line.
As you see, here are the players we're going to be seeing in our second to last game of our first week of regional finals. Stay tuned. More than 3 days of TFT coming at you in the next week as regionals are wrapping up next week, going towards Tactician's crown. These guys are fighting really hard, tooth and nail. Top leaders right now, 4 points, of course, in this lobby are going to be Ging, Vigo, and Opal with Canbis. I mean, you said about the mech flip, because it seems to be a win condition right here. Does Canbis just flip the coin both the 2 games that he has to play?
I mean, Canbis likes to play the strongest comps. He does certainly like to contest Panda on the ladder on some reroll lines, as we hear him complain over and over. However, I would like to see them just play a solid TFT, given it's not one but just still 2 games. So if he manages to secure like a second or third, there is still a good shot at final game. But hey, we'll see what happens. Again, it could be stressful because players are also fighting for the tier 1 slot for the next season.
Very, very important right here. A lot at stake. Again, only 16 players, 8 can make it through to week 2. We've seen everything. I want to say that my favorite part from today and this weekend has been the 2 crew wins, the back-to-back. You guys want to call it conditional, whatever, man. 2 crew wins was my absolute highlight of the weekend so far. Alan ZQ, before we go into this game, did you have a moment that really stood out for you, whether it was a comp, a player, or anything else?
Oh, absolutely. Getting a spoon-fed Yona on the third pick while playing Mechanism of Yona is a highlight. Or playing a crew reroll, hitting everything and getting on the last pick TF is certainly another one that enables a win. So, no, there's nothing special there. No.
All right, so going into this game, which is very, very crucial. Again, only 2 games left. Players will be cut in half to move on to next week. Only 8 out of 16. Do you expect players to play a bit more aggressive when it comes to denial?
I think that the players will just stick to their game. Nonetheless, they are in a very comfortable spot and just playing for like fast 9 and they are above 50 econ. They can be holding the other player units because why not? Doesn't cost them anything and it's just a denial game. Unless they are close friends, I don't see a reason why would you not do that.
Of course, we see our players getting ready right here. Some of them getting up, stretching, moving around, grabbing water. Staying hydrated, as I say, staying hydrated. Vigo takes a huge sip of water right there, making sure that he does indeed stay hydrated. And I want to ask you, because you've been through all of this pressure, going into these 2 last games, what would you be doing exactly as a pro player? What would be your preparation, knowing that this is potentially career earning?
I mean, just load up a good vibe music, chill out, and not stress. It's still TFT. The variants can hit you, but you have to still play a solid game and just not overthink it. Like I think that's the worst thing you can do. Just like lock yourself into the mind where, oh, I misplayed here, I misplayed there, I should not do it, or this comp is not as good as I thought. We practiced it, it was working out during scrims, but it didn't work out here. Maybe I shouldn't play it. You should just be confident. Like if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But like doubting yourself is probably the worst thing you can do, because when anything you play and you start questioning yourself mid-game, will always turn out to be a bad outcome.
Kind of like the league mentality, right? When I've interviewed a bunch of players, they said we just kept playing like if it was scrims. Zero pressure, didn't feel like it was the stage. And right here, everything's at stake, as we've mentioned. We have a slight delay as we're waiting for players to be at optimal situation to jump into the 5th game of the day. The ready checks are going through. So we will be very soon into this game number 5. Can I get your final prediction as to who you think is going to be taking this lobby?
I mean, I just hope that the players who have set the expectations high from both themselves and the fans, they will not crash underneath it, and they can just meet it. And the players come in with like being an underdogs. They have no pressure, but they can just perform.
Alan ZQ, give me a name now. Who takes the lobby?
Ging.
Okay. And since we have a little more time...
You wanted a name? You got it.
Since we have a little bit more time, also tell me why.
Miss time. I mean, Ging is such a long-time competitor, a fellow homie, such a cool guy. It's just, like, he fits there. Like, there is no better player that fits in the tier 1 circle but the Turkey guy.
And we'll see if King can actually come out on top in this lobby as well. Game 5, second to last of the day. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Trouble, Panda, and Barry, and Alan. We'll let you stay with us. We'll let you stay with the cool kids, the cool casters
nice
for game 5 and 6. But I do want to make one correction. I think, Alan, you should not have cursed Ging, because after we hyped him up 2 games ago, he went 8th last game and he missed cutoff to directly qualify by 1 point.
So Ging just survived the battle in the swamps of being caster cursed, and right when he thought he was finally out of the swamp, you go ahead and caster curse him again.
Hey,
But he just-
I might have been PayPal'd by some homies here for the good old cares.
He proved he's human, but this is a player, as you touched on, that just so much history, and a player we would really like to see get into the pro circuit. It feels like some players, they've been around so long, it just feels right to see them make that step. And Jungler, getting over the line, one of the players that did manage to finally get in there, Panda, just really, really good to see that. A player that I think we all felt deserved that spot.
A lot of turnaround already in the pro circuit. 8 new players have joined. So, and still 8 more positions open in these next 2 games. With
Only
16 players
14
remaining.
French. So, room for many more.
Probably going to be 18 by the time this tournament's over.
There is plenty more where it came from.
I do want to say,
Okay,
now that we're talking about nationalities, I want to mention the fact that it's quite important last 2 games for someone like Raiko. He was the only Italian player in the pro circuit. He's the only one that can represent Italy next set as well, if he's able to qualify through the next 2 games. Similar case for Vigo, who's in this lobby representing Denmark. The chance to have a Danish player in the pro circuit next set would be huge as well. That's a Danish flag, right? Or is it Norway?
No, yeah, he's Danish. He's a Danish representative.
If
Doing
I
it
look
for
at the
Northern
silence,
Europe
judging
as well.
me.
So. It feels like coming from Northern Europe, we used to have a lot more competitors. There was a lot of Swedish flags and a lot of UK flags initially, and they've slowly just faded away. And now we do have Horror making it through, but as you said, one more for the Northern Europe region. I'm cheering him on.
We do have Ezreal worth the wait for Enzo. Not sure it is the worth the wait he was hoping for. Alan, what do you think?
I mean, it's gonna be clearly just a tempo tool. I don't think it's a level of the Syndra worth the wait.
Wait, we got baited. It's Rel. Our observer is trying to make sure I lose my job, apparently.
Well, the Rel is a lot better, though, because you can just go towards the 6 Bastion route with it and just make it work of any pretty much upgraded backlaner. And is that full? Yeah, it is full econ opener. So this will shift the lobby dynamic a lot.
It certainly will, and it does mean that even if some of these players early on might not have an econ augment, the whole lobby is just going to be ramped up a little bit further. We've seen how much players favour going for these early loss streaks and high econ starts, so an econ opener for everybody. We are going to see some familiar sights of players just rushing to 8 and rushing to 9 and taking part in the loss streak.
Yeah, and then on the other side you have players who are picking up item augments, which will pretty much spike them the most due to the fact that there is no components to be slammed if you didn't pick the item. And just getting an early slam will give them so much edge over the lobby until the carousel. There will be no other completed items from those. And then the issue might be here from the Moritz picking up the Nico hero argument, but going for the Crystal Gambit, not having early slams is rough because you don't know what creeps will drop and you can get completely screwed up by just getting a bunch of bows and swords. But getting Crystal Gambit online instead should secure him pretty well to the mid game.
Ping's coming out. Maybe going to be hard to fight through a double down if he does go for that for Moritz, considering that Cambiz is essentially open forwarding with Scoreboard Scrapper. Not going to make the same mistake that Elia made earlier today, where he got some value from the augment, but not quite enough to push him over the edge coming into stage 4 with the Ashe Crystal Gambit board that he had made up. So we'll see what Cambiz opts to in terms of what comp he goes for in stage 4, especially with the Scoreboard Scrapper stats.
A player that should be sitting pretty comfortable. Salvi getting Gold Destiny into time skip when it's already econ opener, when people don't have a lot of items, so you're not going to be getting overly punished early game, should be in a really comfortable position. And as I said, this is one of the big names who does need a strong result here. A couple of points behind in the standings, so can massively swing himself into that top 8 with a big performance here. So looking like having a strong opener at least.
Yeah, this is a clear where game asked Salvi, hey, how much gold would you like to have? And his answer was yes.
And he is playing
Prodigy Bastion board for now. I talked about it earlier before. Salvi was not a one trick, but he was very comfortable playing a whole lot of Yuumi in the first TPC Cup this set. He had like a 2.5 AVP on it as well. So he was really, and he has been the master of Fast 8 AP comps throughout the last few sets. Last set with Fast 9 Amp, with the Yuumi also, but the 3-cost version, and this set with Sork and with Yuumi in the first few patches. We'll see if he opts for that game plan or if he opts for mech, because yesterday he played 3 games of mech and had a 2.5 AVP with that line as well.
Vigors as well. Prize Fighter does already have a Mal's pair and a copy of Darius, and when there's so many people in the lobby that are essentially just not playing the game right now, then he does have the potential to start to hit ahead in tempo. Darius pair as well left all the way through there, so if he hits one of these upgrades off the back of Prize Fighter, could really start to spiral.
Yeah, the Prize Fighter in this lobby, where half lobby opens or just tries to lose streak with the Crystal Gambit, is actually crazy. And Vigos maintain the win streak, will benefit quite a lot throughout the stage 2, stage 3. Could decide just push level 9 and skip completely 8, going for the Crystal Gambit for the stage 4 precisely, instead of going for stage 2, stage 3, as half of the lobby does.
Gang GP2 most likely looks like he's going to be playing into the mech line, pre-level to 5 from this spot as well, thanks to the Epoch, and has good components for potentially a Hodge, a Styrax for later on.
Not only did he get the Darius pair, actually got a TG on top of it as well, which when you're angling Prize Fighter, you're just trying to win rounds, does make it a really, really good slam to come through, and definitely a player that will be feeling really comfortable about this line. And we know that, as you touched on before, Alan, it caps around a 3rd place. We see the mechs sometimes just get out of hand for it. But if you're able to tempo off the back of it when so many people are contested, you should be feeling pretty confident about top 4 at the very least.
The question is, do you want to really throw a dice going for the mech when you're sitting at a nice 49 points? If you miss, you might be just going dead last and missing out on that week 2 potentially here.
Depends on how many players angle it. I think a lot of players are being pushed in different directions. We're seeing the board here from Vigo. Salvi picked up an early Samira as well. Maybe he wants to commit to playing Soul Fighters. If he's able to get a tempo-heavy board for stage 3, but he can preserve HP.
I mean, as we've seen in one of the games, no matter what we see happening during stage 2, stage 3, anyone can go mech, as Xperion was a prime example for that.
You're telling me Nico Hero Augment will pivot into mech?
If he hits the
Crazier things
on 7.
No.
3 gold augment, that's pretty good. Like.
They have some disease, but not that much, Alan. I believe our players are at least slightly cured coming into these last 2 games of the day.
It worked out for Xperion. He got that 7th place. He got him into pro circuit. Happy days.
And it looks like Vigo will decide to go for the reroll Malza Darius.
Yeah.
And of the Prize Fighter, it's a pretty decent choice, given that the composition can use so many items and different type of components just for the AP going towards Malzahar and Mana region, and AD for the Darius, like random TG for Jace and tank items on the Poppy. I'm just clearly going for some win-out line of the Scoreboard Scrapper. We have no idea pretty much of the just items what he could go. Scoreboard Scrapper was pretty good for the Akali back in the few patches ago, but I don't know if that's exactly what he needs, being at the bottom of the standings right now.
Yeah, as you touched on, just for anybody tuning in, Canvas is the player that's sitting on 42 points, sitting at the bottom of the field right now. Does need to play the swingy style, so Scoreboard Scrapper going for that 5 loss, it is exactly what we thought he would be doing coming into this game. You do have to essentially almost flip it, because 4 points behind the cutoff already at this stage. Panda, he's needing a big result here, and no surprise he's taking this extra risk.
I mean, flip indicates 50-50, but most of those games are actually not a flip. It's like you have 20 or 30% chance of succeeding, if at most.
Enzo also needs a big result here, and this early Jinx might help him. He was a player that had the worth the wait rel, so going to be able to have a guarantee of frontline even before hitting the Poppy 2. You can play into the vertical Star Guardians. It's not really what it was, obviously, a few patches ago, but from this specific spot, from the high tempo that rel 3 gives you, and from an early Jinx, it could definitely be a good angle for a top 4.
We saw last time there was 2 players on it, which did limit both of them. But if you are completely uncontested on the line, and especially if we've seen it if you're able to cap around the likes of Varus, then suddenly that isn't much more viable. So it could be the route for Enzo to take in this particular game.
Looking at the Enzo, getting heavy is the crown, he lacks a bit the backline damage, and while playing the Bastion vertical, could angle that and just go towards the TF. Opts out of it immediately, and maybe an Ascension, given he has a 6 Bastion angle, chooses not to, will go for the package instead.
We get the rest of the pickup, so Paul going for a gold generation artifact. Moritz item grab back to try and get, I think, some of those items that were missing for the Nico hero augment in particular coming into this stage 3. Solvi, he has his Yuumi that he likes so much, but he also has the Samira with a Hodge and a red buff for now. And the mittens,
yeah. So potentially on that edgelord's line, on top of potentially like some volley bear. I don't think this Yuumi will be hanging around for too long, but for the time, early Samira could definitely lead him into that edgelord's.
Well, this is a big problem for the Moritz. There is a Nico 2 randomly spawning on the Vigos board. Why I think it's not gonna be there for very long, given he's angling heavyweight. It does not help Moritz, who needs to roll down on 7 soon to stabilize.
And for Enzo as well, right?
Is this Bis Malzahar as well? That's the question. 2 blue buffs coming through, just firing infinite dots out the entire fight.
1 for each hand. I think it's a pretty good build, if you ask me. But Enzo as well will be playing some Star Guardians on his board, holding Nico's as well. So it's kind of what we were talking about with Vi Hero Augment yesterday, where it's very easy for players to grief you, even if they're not, personally griefing you, just to make sure your game is doomed. Nico fits on so many different boards that you have to be careful going for the hero augment, because you might hit very, very late, and it might be too little too late when you're down to 69 HP already coming to stage 3.
Hold, I think I know what Calby's pulling. It might be an Ash angle. The same thing as Xperion pulled off.
I didn't want to say it because he would call me crazy, but I was considering it as well. Scoreboard Scrapper Ash was one of the premium lines to go for earlier in the set when it was a little bit more broken.
Elliot will try to pull it today, but his items were so bad that it just didn't work out, on top of not hitting an Ash for a very long time.
Yeah, I feel like you need to hit early enough where you're then able to almost guarantee level 9. We saw Elliot got stuck on 8, unfortunately digging for that Ash. But if you can hit it quick enough, and then you're able to just, throughout stage 5, when a lot of the mech players aren't as strong yet and they're still digging for their fruit, if you can guarantee those wins in stage 5 and then push to level 9, then definitely does open up the composition.
The package is kind of interesting here for Enzo, because given how good is his spot, he knows he'll live long enough to get more value out of this gold argument than the average of anything else.
Huge first picks for both Cambiz and Salvi going down into potentially 4-cost lines. Cambiz picks up the Poppy, and Salvi picks up the Volibear to pair with the Samir that he already has.
Both his 4 costs were there as well, in case that did get denied away. But as you said, picks up the volley, really good item as well. Coming with a sword, just a perfect slot to be in. And picking that mittens, there wasn't too many ways he could have took this game off the back of that. And picking up the early Samira and the volley now should be in a really comfortable position. And off the gold Destiny into time skip, it's going to have so much extra gold to work with compared to the rest of the lobby.
Go with the double down, looking for the maybe double cash out. Don't know if he'll agree towards that. It might be just a single cash out, little reduce for level 8 with the Slam Shojin. Could be just a mech. Ging goes towards the mech as well. Even though he doesn't need that many points, still decides to go for that first wave playstyle.
Off the back of the patient study and the care package coming through as well, just guaranteeing yourself a little bit extra hit, a little bit extra resources. You know you're going to be able to get to level 8 quicker than most of the lobby. But as you said, doesn't sometimes matter how much resources you have. You can have the extra gold. You're really reliant on these fruits landing. And we saw last time round, if it's not the luck of the draw and fruits don't arrive for you, you can really just fall apart, unfortunately. So it could be looking like a very comfortable spot, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, it can start to tumble.
You see a bit of a pivot from Enzo. Benches the Jinx, brings out the Yuumi with the JG. You're going to have a lot of time to scale that Yuumi with the Rel 3 he's found already off of Worth the Wait. Curious if this just ends up becoming a Bastion Legendaries board as we move into stage 4 and 5, using the Rel 3 as a tempo tool, kind of the same way we saw the Syndra use last game from Decob, but frontline instead of backline.
We've seen Enzo just barely lose the fight there, which is kind of heartbreaking for him, given he was on the 6 win streak. Being able to extend this to the creeps would set his pretty much spot able to just fast 9. Now he's forced to roll on 8 most likely.
Merit's here, level 7, 40 gold on the back of a 3 streak. Does have his items going through for Nico. We see on the other side Vigos with that early Nico 2. Won't be sticking around too long, we imagine. Is angling this heavyweight line and still didn't find the Malzahar 2. He's had the pair for quite a while. Even though he was streaking, didn't push level 7 here, Vigos, so saw that Merit's was loading in potentially with that Nico 2 and thought, okay, if this is the end of my streak, then so be it.
Vigos already lost to the Enzo before, so he was not anymore at the win streak there. He was like winning, closing on and off afterwards.
Cambiz has done the deed. 10 loss streak, full value scoreboard scrapper. And this is where legends are made. Can he come back into this game off of this Crystal Gambit game plan? We'll have to find out. Of course, both Cambiz and Double across history and TFT are known for really enjoying this exact position. Lose streaking all of stage 2 and 3 and coming back and taking over the lobby in the late game.
Yeah, but this is very risky. Look at the components.
It's scary.
If he drops like a Rod BF here, nah, never mind. Sorry, I doubt it. There's bow right here, right away. Just like nothing to be said. Oh, another bow. Look at that.
Line recognition. There we go.
Player diff.
Yeah. I said nothing.
He's now in a position, as you said, where does need to get a few upgrades through pretty early. We saw Elia at a similar spot earlier in the day. Early copy of Braum and a Volley 2, though, so a few upgrades coming through here. It feels like it's a much more comfortable spot than we saw Elia in, when it just very easily fell apart, didn't quite have the items. As you said there, Alan, 2 balls coming through should be a little bit more stable.
However, no Ash to be seen, and that's like the most important unit to be found. I mean, one finds like 10 bears.
Maybe considering a Soul Fighter pivot, considering he does have the Samira pair here as well, the set being held. So Cambiz is not flipping his entire game on Ash showing up in his shops or not. He is trying to keep a few other doors open to make use of these scoreboard scrapper stats and maybe just start winning most of the fights in stage 4.
Getting those cash outs from the Crystal Gambit will definitely help Lil Rageous. The final argument will probably seal his destiny and fate. He really needs more items. Like his frontline is not looking too good. Water Lotus with the last Whisper Slam would look pretty good. It's definitely not item collector. I think the Water Lotus being the prime choice
Yeah, you
for
can
now.
create off of all the stats you're getting from Scoreboard Scrapper as well.
Giga value.
The roll down's not quite there
Salvi
yet.
would really be hoping that he wasn't flexing between the 2 lines. We do see the Samiras finally getting sold off, so a sigh of relief there for our edgelord player. But I see Cambiz is just kind of putting together whatever he can for the time being and just wanting to stabilize. The only 2 coming through, though, is a really big hit. But Salvi does have that Samira 2. Does have that Mittens and that front line in the Volley Bear as well, so should be sitting pretty for the time being, but has completely spent all his gold.
Unlike Xperion, not pivoting of the Yona in the shop into the mech, surprisingly.
Can hold it at the very least and make life a little bit more miserable for those trying to win that coin flip, find the Yone early for the 7 Mighty Mech. Looking at Vigo's board, he has lost a little bit more HP, hasn't gotten the full prize fighter value, but still very healthy. Now facing off against the players who sacked all their HP in stages 2 and 3 are now coming back much stronger in stage 4 after their roll downs.
Could be holding an Ash here for on the service side. If he scouts and see how grim Canby's position is, missing double Ash, holding here would be definitely an angle. No,
Oh, so Canvas sold the Samir. Then you're going to start holding his ashes? Come on.
He sold the volley bear. He sold the volley bear as well. He sold your entire
Exactly. This Allen
Some
guy,
respect.
man.
Some respect's got to be shown between these players. It might be a competition, but honourable way to play.
Hold up, Canby's got rid of the Brown in the favor of the Leona too. That's a very interesting choice, given that he could have used those extra poros to stay alive, but again, he needs a bit more frontline, given that he's lacking on the department, no item augments whatsoever.
See, Vigos on the other side has been really aggressively slamming items with Prize Fighter in mind, and knowing that his composition isn't going to be contesting it in the late game too much, but is in a position where he's just really lacking now. We see getting run over pretty easily. Does have the grab bag for the potential 3 stars, but doesn't have many copies, and it's going to start taking some pretty big hits here. We've seen the last few rounds have not been pretty.
You kind of see the perfect reflection of the game plans players have coming into this. Vigo is sitting pretty good on points. He just needs to stay consistent. He's playing Prize Fighter, Duplicators, trying to stay ahead of tempo the entire game, where Kamaz is the opposite. He's on 42. He needs to play a super high-risk game plan with Scoreboard Scrapper.
Interestingly enough, if the Canby's got the Dev Blade on the bench, if he'll decide of all the full Reforge just to pick up a bit more frontline items, because he's good on all the damage, but again, to get to those 15 stacks on the Krakens, you need to have some decent frontline. Hence, he got rid of the Brown and got the Leona 2 instead. Meanwhile, Opal.
A lot of upgrades coming through as well
power-up.
here. As you said, power up is missing, but off the back of reinforcement, at least does have Karma, Javan, and Yone upgraded there. So if he's able to get the power up, should be really, really strong. Vigos here. He's closing in. He's got quite a few copies. He's got the few dupes. He doesn't need to panic just yet. Would just ideally like his slightly better items, though, just lacking damage.
Think about hits. It looks like... Yep. Hop in, boys. We're online.
Magpies are there. Reinforcement from Opal as well. I think trying to find some stability right away, playing for a lower cap, but just trying to not go 8th or 7th in this game. For Vigo, I would start worrying a little bit. I mean, you were very ahead of tempo. These are now 5 losses. You have missed your tempo wave just a tiny bit. You can't really roll down to 0 right now to stabilize because you're quite far away from, I think you have to hit most of your upgrades to really have a good game here, not just the Malzahar.
And we do see Canvas, unfortunately, does fall away, and our player that had to play the riskier approach, sitting bottom of the standings right now. I think we all agree that it was the way to go about this game. It had the potential to really flourish, but as we saw earlier in the day, the Ashe line, unfortunately, just not able to keep pace if these mech bods do come online. And unfortunately for Canvas, the fruits have not been missed here.
And I think Canvas might be out with this 8th place. He was already very, very low on 42 points, and now going to be on 43 with just 1 game left. I think the cutoff will be higher than 50, 51, 52. We'll have to see after this, but hopefully not, because it would be a big name to be missing in the next set's Pro Circuit.
Meanwhile, Opal looks like he secured himself a solid win out, given it's Yone 2, mech, everything fast 9. Pretty much, I don't see any player that could contest him at winning out.
We have to look at Ging, right? He's on a 7-win streak. He's also playing for mech. We haven't seen his board in quite a while. You mentioned, Alan, kind of the risk for Ging of committing to this mech line, considering he was also quite high up on the points, but it looks like it's going quite well for now. He is, once again, leading the lobby in HP coming into stage 5. So, Alan, your curse did not come through. Thankfully, the Turkish fans won't be coming after you.
I think he clicked an argument and received the honor. I have that weird feeling on 4-2.
He went up against the other streaker there as well, so did actually keep that H streak, was able to deny the streak coming through elsewhere, so is sitting in a comfortable position. And I mean, even if Ging isn't in a win-out spot, that is not a problem at all. He's currently the points leader of our remaining players today. He's in a position where he should be sitting comfortable to finish in that top 4. He's 78 HP, so Ging is more than happy with how his game's going. He doesn't need to be taking these extra risks. He doesn't need to be potentially contesting that win-out spot. He is as we see, already pushing to 9. He's just trying to stay ahead of tempo.
Looks like a bleed out angle from Enzo. I don't think this board will be beating either Ging, Opal, or Moritz. I think all of those 3 players should be beating him consistently. Given there is no like TF scaling type of and no single target really to kill the Nico or Mech.
The same exact game plan we mentioned from Decob. I think the bleeding is happening a little bit earlier than it happened to Decob. It was the top 2 for him last game. I think this might most likely will be more of a 3rd or a 4th for Enzo, I have to imagine. Once he starts facing the capped out mech boards. For now, he's still fairly strong. I'd imagine the Seraphine instead of the Yumi.
We see on the other side there, Ging actually did go 9 and hit Yon 2 and GP3. That's the main hit on that level. That was all according to plan. I'm sure he knew that was in his level 9 roll down mind. But Vigos did manage to hit one of the 3 stars there, and looks like was able to pick up a win. Or still is actually fighting this particular round. Is taking a loss here. So unfortunately, off the back of that tempo early, as I said, wanted to play tempo, wanted to try put together these prize fighter wins, but unfortunately starting to fall apart.
Big hits for Raiko.
Upgrades, yeah, but like Flux on the front lane department, so even though he has all that upgraded backline with all the components, you can't really expect too much of the Leona Brown 1 that's just sitting as your sole front laners.
And Salvi for the 3rd time today. Similar composition. 2 carries from Bastion frontline, not quite fast 9, and every time it's been a 7th or a 6th. It might be the case again. Raiko and Salvi, 2 historic names from EMEA scene, potentially going out in the bottom 4 in this game 5, and having either an impossible or a very difficult task to claw back in game 6.
We see the volley bear just stuck on top of this Darius the whole time and really hasn't been able to put much damage down at all. But Vigos, the Malzahar, the double blue buff behind, isn't really dealing a lot of damage. Samira is firing away, the dots are doing its work. Salvi, though, does fall down there to that heavyweight board, and Vigos is online.
Well, the Darius is just looking like so much EHP value on top of doing damage, being able to just drain tank for that Malzahar dot, putting up enough damage throughout the time, even though it's double blue buff, it's just time all he needs.
This is kind of the contrast, right, between the Fast 9 or the Bastion Juggernaut frontline players who are playing from behind and hoping that it's going to be enough, and the players who find a way to play it from high tempo, like Enzo has here, where yes, he won't be the strongest player in the lobby in stage 6, but he has enough HP to just eventually start bleeding out. Let the coin flip losing mech players go out early, let the other players like Salvi and Raiko go out early, and just be happy with the 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, it feels like they're bookmarking the lobby. There's the players that were always angling back and had the very clear direction early, and then the players that kind of just pivot into it from a less than ideal spot.
Brown just thrown Darius on top of the Seraphine face. We'll see if that might matter.
Holy, this Brown is doing everything! He threw 3 key units off of the board, and the Yumi was just tickling everyone, saying, yeah, it's all me, let's go.
And Raiko will secure a 6th placement. We'll see if the Vigos of the top of all the upgrades can defeat the rest, but like looks like he's the weakest out of the remaining players. While Enzo struggles on the single target, managed to barely beat Vigo.
I think Vigo actually ended up getting the win because the Darius hadn't been thrown off the board yet when the Mals popped the last unit. I think it was actually a round win for Vigos because he is on that 2 streak. So even though it looked like Darius was flying off, he was still on the board when the last dot did its clutching out. So as far as I'm concerned, that round's a tie because I don't think you'll get a closer matchup the entire game. But Vigos just able to keep those 2 lives for the time being.
Are you telling me that Darius was laughing in Yumi's face as he was flying above her and still won the fight? I don't think that Yumi's coming back from that. She's just going to have no confidence the rest of these fights.
One HP cast on the Opal Jarvan, standing out at the last second here, and we'll have the classic of this weekend, some mech on mech action with the Karma support, both pilots popping out where...
Aatrox infiltrated. Surely he'll kill this Karma.
Is this GP3 deep?
The surprise GP3, the hidden GP3 making the difference there. Opal now dropping down to just 1 life. And level 9 keeping that GP3 open. He held a few copies, found it on level 9, and just giving so much stats. And then when the GP gets launched in, just having that almost surprise carry coming through.
Wait, so you're telling me, Barry, that this is the Trojan horse variation of Mighty Mech?
It is. The mech's not the real carry. In amongst there, you think, okay, the mech's going down, it's winnable, but little do they know, there's the Gangplank's got other plans.
Although I don't think anyone considers the mech a gift. He looks pretty scary, no matter how you slice it.
No, I wouldn't accept him. If someone offered me this mech, I'm running away instantly, I think. So.
I mean, that's a very weak one. And the Sterak being on the Lee instead of the mech is also a bit surprising. Normally you would put it on the mech.
We're getting closer to Rel 4 or for Enzo. Is that going to be enough to fight against this mech? I have my doubts.
I think Rel 5 wouldn't be enough. See some pings going through. Enzo going 5th of that fantastic opener.
Would be tragic.
Yeah.
Yep.
UB3. It's going to spot in.
That's the pings that were coming through. I believe we had some information that Salvi went 8th today on the back of the Yumi 3 as well. Off stream, but
definitely indicates she's not maybe in the spot she should be or once was, but Enzo here, I think he's hoping, as we saw earlier with Worth the Wait Syndra just being able to allow you to tempo. Enzo was really hoping Worth the Wait Rel would be a similar story. Does now get to that 4-star, but as you said, Alan, I feel like this just isn't going to be enough coming up against these mech boards. But Enzo, if he does go out in 5th place here, he still keeps himself alive in the competition, but a player that definitely did need to gain a few points here, so not ideal for him.
He does have Moritz in his matchup. We'll see if Enzo can fight and win against that Nico 3. We'll see if there's enough burst damage, maybe. The right timing of damage coming from the Mage Seraphine cast and the Yumi might be enough, but this Nico just seems to survive for so long.
I mean, there is no single target on the Enzo side. Like, what are you supposed to do with that Nico? Like, Enzo is staring and it's like, I think it's a goddamn Thanos on the board. Even though it's Nico alone left, I think she's clutching it.
Maybe the Braum would have to get online and pull off the Nico, but even then, I think it's not happening.
No, it's
too
too
late.
You can't. You can't.
Yeah, that's also true. Enzo taken down in 5th, unfortunately, despite the great start he had from Worth the Wait Rel.
Holy gink. What is this spot? Everything. Okay, how do you hit even GP3 when it's so many mechs in the lobby?
Just holding spares, I guess, the whole game. We saw he hit it quite late, so I guess he was just left himself open to it. But we see there that we talked about how good some of these scaling units can be in those particular matchups. The Titans really making the difference for Nico, getting two round wins there, including the Ghost. So Nico definitely can hold its own.
I think
Ego on his last life. No Braum to get in his way this time. We'll see where the Darius can go, with the retest in particular. He's onto the Nico now, but the Darius is getting chunked by the Ahri, and I don't think the multi-hard dot damage will be enough to take down the rest of this board.
Job done for the Darius Malzahar board. We know where Heavyweight Malz finishes. It's about 3rd every game, and it looked really good early, and then it looked suspect, and all of that balances out to the familiar position for the composition of 3rd place. But Vigos was a player above the threshold in the standings. He's currently in that top 8, finishing 3rd place here, just recognizing the line he had, knowing that unfortunately it's not going to be able to keep up with the likes of the hero, of Nico and the likes of the mech, but did his job really, and I think just realized that the rest of the lobby weren't playing high tempo, and he had the opportunity to do so early.
I'm not sure if the Gink can find a single target for that Nico. I don't think a bunch of Steraks is good enough for the mech to take down the Nico. This is sort of the matchup where you need more like a triple death cap than the triple Sterak. So I think the Gink might fall underneath that Nico.
Yep,
quite black and white, quite binary matchup in my opinion. I think it's one of the reasons why Nico Hero Augment is so strong in this meta. When you're seeing 3, 4, 5 mech players in some lobbies, we'll see if there's enough burst damage to get through the Nico. If not, she will be able to scale longer and longer into the fight, clear out the rest of the board, leave just the mech alive, and then take him down as well. Maybe Lee Sin can help, but the Nico, does she have enough Omnivamp? Can she heal enough just off of her ult? It's gonna get really close. She does get taken down. Now it's happening one more time.
That was pretty close. I think that the TG mattered a lot on the Aatrox, it being Rage Blade plus Sterak. If he gets
potential Lee Sin.
With Sterak.
If he's able to get to a... Does go for the TG instead, so opting not to get that. Does have the potential to still find a few upgrades if he did find a Lee Sin too. That could just be that little bit extra punch to get through Nico once more, but it already has that, so opting for the TGs for the Yon makes a lot of sense there, just an additional carry.
I think I liked more going for Sterak and shifting TG towards the Lee and putting Dev Blade plus Sterak on the Aatrox instead. Just making sure you get a quality items on the mech instead.
I think it might be with the GP coming out, might be helping a lot with killing the Nico as well in that last fight. If any board, any mech board can beat this Nico 3, I think it's going to be the board that Ging has assembled in this game. Just absolutely insane cap for the 7 money mech.
Reroll fast 10 mech is the
exactly
all you need to do.
Oh, that slash already chunking the Rise, going down pretty fast. Already Ari is eating some casts.
Nico's getting targeted quite heavily. Yep, that's going to be it. Mord's taken down in second, and Ging dodges Alan's curse like Neo from Matrix and wins the game, cements himself to be in a very, very good position to make it into the pro circuit next set.
I think we were trying to curse Ging. I think collectively it was a player that throughout the day we've been saying so close to making it, and a player we'd like to see get it over the line. So now in such a good position, should be almost locked after that one, and a player that has such a history in this game, so much experience, not flustered under pressure at all, and expertly done.
I mean, at the end you have to hit. He put himself in the spot where
he hit. He did hit.
We can't confirm.
He didn't need to use extra GPs to tailor for the Mighty Mech, which is usually the case for the pilot, and allowed him to just go for the GP free, which secured the win out.
We'll toss to our analysts so they can break down just how much and why Ging hit his board so well in this Game 5.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, Trouble, as we look forward to the final game of the day, excuse me, I've gone invisible for a second. Okay, I'll bring myself back. One of the things I think that kind of, there's a lot of things to break down here, but I think one of the big things overall we see across the day and in this game in particular are two mech players both bringing out some kind of accelerant to their board, which helped bring them online that much faster than they would have otherwise.
I mean, I have no idea how Ging had a 3-star gangplank through him just saving also gold and having the whole board and getting that Yone, like that. Surely that was a pretty high roll game from him, right? But this is something that he truly needed in games 2 and 3. He went first, and then another first to roll it around. Definitely one of the guys that we said at the beginning of the day that we're going to be watching. Also, big props to Alan ZQ, because when I put him on the spot of who's going to win the lobby, he did say Ging. So plus 1 point to him for figuring that one out. But yeah, that was a really, really good game from him with really nice items. And I feel like you see kind of the difference between your classic mech pilot, but also a mech pilot that has items in the backline. So you've got the extra carries to chip in damage together with the Galio, whilst having a freaking Jarvan with insane items as well to be able to cast and provide those stuns in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, I think it feels like Gangplank has very much been the secret MVP, emerging more and more as the day has gone forward. Do you want to take a second out to recognize Moritz, though, getting in second place with the Starfall? He pointed out, in the green room as we're watching it, there were a lot of players who were sitting on Nico 2 for an extended period of time, really making Moritz struggle through that game. To still land second place is extremely impressive.
Okay, ideally, you want to be rolling for your 3 cost, like late stage 3 and majority of stage 4, right? So everyone kind of like pivoted off onto that 4-2, 4-1 whenever they started rolling. Like majority of the players also had like gold influx augments, so they started either rolling on neutral, selling that Nico early, or on 4-1, which inherently gave him a bigger opener to get that Nico 3 online, which is what gave him that second spot right there as well. I mean, Nico is favored currently in the meta. She is the best hero augment out of all of them, and I feel like we haven't seen a bot 4 finisher from any of the Nikos that at least have showed up on stream.
I would say if there was going to be anybody that I would see the majority, or at least a good chunk of the lobby, trying to grief and bring down a peg, it would absolutely be the Starfall competition as well. I do want to note, kind of with the way things have been going, in that last lobby, we saw a lot of players who were really hoping this penultimate game would be their key back across the line. As of the next game, the cutoff will be the halfway mark. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen. In players like Cabez especially, who needed that huge win, I really feel like, Joel, he made the right choices there as to what he had to do, but it was always going to be an extremely risky path.
Yeah, yes and no. I feel like full opening on stage 2 is very, very dangerous, because when those mech players truly hit their units, and they did, and they hit their fruits, you're literally so close to just like getting eliminated. And when you've burned through so much HP to try and grief, one, the Crystal Gambit players, but also then continue losing when you put that Crystal Gambit in yourself. I mean, it's a high risk, high reward kind of composition right there. Experian was able to pull it off with the Crystal Gambit. It wasn't quite the case for Cambis right here because didn't have the extra spat, right? Another one that we have to mention right here is also Salvi. Man, literally my title for Salvi is from being in the cutoff to being cut off. Really hard 4 last games, right? From 8th to 6th to 7th to 7th. It's been a huge, painful last 4 games for him.
Well, let's go and take stock of where we are, because there's one more game to go before week 1 is done, and half our players get to live out their dreams and go forward to week 2, resetting their progress entirely and facing off against the other players who've been promoted. For half of our remaining players, their journey will end here, and most importantly and immediately, they will be denied access to the TFT Pro Circuit next season.
Yeah, and I see right here, mathematically, Cambiz is out. Because I think even if he gets 8 points, he'll be right on the cutoff, and Motive is surely going to score 1, even if he goes 8th. So big 07 to Cambiz right here. Obviously, like a huge name in the EMEA circuit. Really, really hard run for the Gemma brothers right there as well, with Solo Gizang in there as well. Yeah, the points seem pretty separated. You're gonna need to have like a really bad run for the upper bracket and a really good run for the lower side of the bracket.
Yes, we've been informed that the expected cutoff is around 55. Again, the points totals on the right-hand side are a little confusing because, of course, a lot of these players have already been promoted out of the competition. But you can see some people are way ahead of the curve, some people are way behind. In our next lobby to come, of course, we'll be seeing a lot of people who are around that kind of spot where 55 is reachable, I believe, for nearly everybody in our final on-stream lobby yet to come. But there's just not enough points to go around and not enough places in week 2 for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we're going to be seeing the lobby with Solo Gizang and YU Mad Pro, both sitting at 46 points. The cutoff is around 55. I'm not going to say that mathematically they're out, but the chances are so darn slim for them to be able to make it through.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just trying to have a better result from week 1. You might have otherwise, but this has been an enormous journey for all these players coming in. You see, of course, we've got a couple of players here on 54, so they're already in great position. But a lot of other players, especially like players like Snitty Poo and Motive, Jeju Saw as well, Pepper Glad, who are all still very much within reach of hitting the expected cutoff, but far from guaranteed.
Yeah, and from Jedusor, what a journey it's been, right? He's been playing since play-ins. He's been playing the entire weekend. So perseverance, being able to focus, playing 3 days straight, looking around him, making sure that he understands exactly what his plan is. I feel like Alansky mentioned that staying true to yourself is what it takes as we're going into the last game of our first week of regional finals. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Trouble. Thank you, Counterfeit. And what a game we have in store for us. For Alan, you and me, a lot of biases as well. Sadib and Pepogad, two of the rising stars from Poland, and Snooty, of course, from Spain. A titan of EMEA's scene, not just a competitor, but as a streamer, as a content creator, as one of the pillars of the Spanish community as a whole. And I think Snooty's in the most like Hail Mary position where you can still make it on 49 points. Trouble was mentioning, I think solo at 46 is mathematically almost impossible. It could be a 1% chance, but it's very unlikely.
Well, I failed last game. Let me try again. I think Snooty might be winning this one.
No. Okay, it's going to be a two-person cast from now on. Alan, thank you for your services today.
An attempted assassination there by Alan, a targeted caster curse coming through.
Twice the charm.
I think, just zooming out here, the players that we do need to keep an eye on, Jedasar, Pepoglad, Snooty, and Motive, they're the players that we really need to be focused on, that the results for them will matter the most. Our players on 54 points, even if they go 8th, will be on 55, which is what we're expecting the cutoff to be, so they should be fine. And as you said, the likes of Solo and Why You Mad, very unlikely. So half the field here with it all to play for, and not just regionals week 2, keeping their pro circuit dream alive, Panda.
Yeah, that's the big one. I think for some players in this week 1, the big goal is still making it to TAC Crown for players who expect a lot from themselves, players like Jedusor maybe even. But for most of the competitors in week 1, I think the real goal is just either gaining their pro circuit slot for the first time or maintaining it after not having the best showing throughout this set in the 3 TPC Cups that were played.
Yeah, and we see half Econ opener, given that there is only 2 components start, and we see Jedusor sync Twilight Assault while having a Bow Glove, which are pretty much premium components for the Shen, so I would be very surprised if he does not pick it, which is exactly the case, sitting already on 1 Shen on the bench.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing he was probably doing was just having a quick glance around to make sure there isn't any Bastion Zaya or crew players that could have threw a spanner in the works, but as you said, components really strong, already got the Shen, instantly locking that in.
We've seen Shen perform at a really high level throughout the entire tournament. I think it's just one of those safe lines. You see it offered, you know that, worst case scenario, it's contested by 1 Bastion player, but he's usually playing for Fast 9, not really holding too many Shens. And it just seems very strong at top 4 in particular when you have players who are kind of shooting themselves in the foot and trying to coin flip mech and Fast 9ing without enough gold, etc.
We do see the worth the wait Callista, which is we've seen maybe better worth the wait so far today, but Crescent is one of the players that even like a 7th place would be more than enough to get him in. So in terms of a tempo augment and something that just allows you to gain a few placements, a smart pickup, even if it's not maybe the best pickup.
But a quick thoughts on the Snooty's dummy, Edgelord Juggernaut.
Ooh. I mean, Volibear did get buffed.
Yeah, I think
that's going to be the end of my point.
Volibear, I am down.
I do know the Spanish players, when they were prepping for this tournament, they were pretty high on Zaya reroll, but that, of course, is with Bastions, thanks to the synergy with Shen being an edgelord as well. Not sure what Snooty can cook up this game. I do know they have been pretty open to playing non-meta lines, and they do know a lot of tech, so I think Snooty won't be too scared playing down this edgelord line. I know Tiny Team in particular, as a combat augment, is insane with edgelords if you play into a vertical.
Potentially as well, we've seen Soulfighter in Americas just perform really well, and as a +2, you can fit both of them on the board, and it just quite nicely. So potentially even can take it that way, or just lean towards this legendary's angle towards Lee Sin if you can high roll one.
We saw yesterday kind of the 4-4-4 with 4 Edgelord, 4 Juggernauts, adding in just very high quality units like Lee Sin, Braum, and making it work. Especially if you have a lot of items, which we did start off this game with 1 extra item that you could pick up. So that could be a path as well.
I think this might be the reroll Zaya. Just ignore completely Juggernaut.
Yeah.
It's time. Sunfire Slam? Yeah, I think it's the Bastion Zaya angle. So no Snooty in next week. GG's.
There is a Shen player in the lobby as well.
Alan for real is going to get axed from this cast now. That's the last comment that I allow.
Sorry.
I think I have a long enough tenure as a caster in EMEA that I have the power to eliminate you from this cast if you keep it up.
You've got a veto, and you can activate it.
I've earned it.
Would you see that with the Shen player in the lobby as well? If you could, something you do want to ideally reroll alongside it, so it makes it even more awkward. But the Rageblade Sam pretty much has locked him into it, unless he tempos maybe just off the back of Xayah early and tempos into a TF and just plays a Juggernaut front line. That is maybe a way you can just find it out.
I think Snooty was in a very similar position in yesterday in one of the games, and we were trying to see if he was going to play into Xayah reroll or into Fast 9. Obviously, this spot was a little bit different with his augment, but he went into the Fast 9 as well, so I think he's definitely open to that option.
Interesting spot Solo has presented. This looks like an Ashe with the double Kraken and Deathblade. Even though Solo needs a win, if anything that could save him, but interesting choice there. Maybe reroll Xayah as well.
Xayah seems very contested. Okay, Snooty is for sure, I hope, not going to play Xayah reroll. I think Genuzar is also scouting a little bit and be like, wait a minute, didn't Banda just say that Shen would not be contested?
That was the real caster curse, was saying, okay, Shen should be open here, perfectly fine, and the rest of the lobby were listening in and going, oh, okay, we'll just Xayah reroll, we'll ruin this game. But we do see here the Nico hero augment, which has been pretty much an insta-click for so many players going through. So reliable, and the items already are just sitting really pretty, and we've seen how powerful this can be. This is a player that doesn't really need a massive result, so already having such clear direction, just being able to get that over the line and knowing that your game is unlikely to fall apart, feeling pretty confident about securing that pro circuit.
Around the lobby, there is not many mechs, given that we had a loot sub opener with the chest giving the tailored items, makes the hero argument so much better due to the fact that you are getting the desired item.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that as well. It's why we're seeing kind of BIS on pretty much every unit already in stage 2, so it makes it that much easier to play for reroll lines in particular, where you want to have the BIS to pair alongside the 3-star spike in stage 3 in most cases.
It makes us hero augments as well, and also worth the wait. Things like this, just more of an insta-click, knowing that you're going to be getting items coming through that you can make use of early. And we've seen a meta where a lot of, elsewhere people have been opening, but this is definitely a game where people are actually putting together some boards, which we haven't seen too much of across the weekend, but we do see 2 players are angling a 5 loss at least.
Is this the alternate universe where we'll see 0 mechs, perhaps? Oh, never mind. Worth the wait, Kalista into mech. I see it now.
That's a rating gold. That's what that is.
Yep.
Maybe this Kalista might become a veteran Kalista or mentor.
Uh-huh. With the Flex Aatrox GP in the bench.
I did see that is some, I think, top 3 a game with veteran Kalista. Pretty high up on the US ladder. We'll see if that'll be the commitment from Crescent. Maybe trying out some new tech. He's on 54 points. It's hard not to make it from this spot, according to Barry, who will take any blame if he doesn't end up making it through.
I'm happy to. I'm trusting the likely scenario of the cutoff, what we're expecting it to be. But as you said, of course that can change, which does give the potential for some of the players like Solo to still have a chance. The cutoff is by no means predetermined. Definitely a possibility that it could change quite drastically.
It's pretty top heavy, so it could be 54 technically. Mm-hmm. I think, given that like Jedusor is on 51 and the rest of the players being 49 or below, could shift it slightly. Crescent hits that Kalista free of the War of the Wait, so that should secure him throughout the next stage, safely into that mech on the stage 4.
For now, Snooty is slamming
Xayah reroller.
I do still think he will be pivoting into TF later on, but for now, just a very strong board, right? 4 Edgelord online, the Yasuo coming in, giving the mentor bonus to the rest of the team. Solid items on this Shen for now.
Gets to the Crystal Gambit as well. It's just for free.
Yeah, this is the same exact spot that Snooty was in yesterday, where he went fast 9, because why roll when you have already a fairly strong setup played for?
Yeah, definitely sitting really good slams coming through, and it just makes more sense as well. It's not like a composition you desperately want to play. It's fine in certain spots. So, as you said, if you can tempo into fast 9, which is much higher cap anyway, just feels like it's going to be the more comfortable spot to do.
And we see the second argument selection. Snooty going for another combat just to make sure he can hit that maximum cap. Shadow Clone with the best friends, pretty good use of the augment combos all together with the dummy.
Okay, Motif still a 6 win streak with Golden Edge Gnar. Something we don't see very often since the changes to how this stacks on PvE, or how it doesn't stack rather. Only working now on player combats. 3 gold coming up very, very soon. It's a very good item set up in particular, right? The Rage Blade, the QSS giving attack speed, and the GS. This is one of those god spots where you have the chance to play high tempo, preserve HP while also playing for high econ.
Yeah, Motif needs it.
We've not seen too much Golden Edge openers, but as you said, with it being loot sub, getting the item coming through makes it even more tempting. If you already have 1 slam on top of this Gnar, you can get that second coming through. And being able to win rounds off the back of it as well is just an added bonus. You're content with win-loss and knowing that you might not be able to go all the way. We do see, unfortunately, it falls down here, but being able to gain so much gold already off the back of that early streak.
Even if you lose the win streak here, if you can stay fairly healthy, like 80-ish HP coming into stage 4, you'd be very happy with your Motif.
And Jeddah saw here a player that, even though they're not necessarily contesting, a lot of the lobby are holding the units for the time being, and they might be using them as item holders and pushing on, but it doesn't mean that maybe going to find as many copies early as you would have hoped, but still sitting fairly comfortable, having that upgrade and having a pretty stable front line, but would like maybe 1 or 2 more upgrades.
Hitting that Garen to already Shen 2 is, while having 3 items, pretty comfortable. He would love to hit Leona here on 6 as well for that 6 Bastion spike, but that's not too shabby.
I'm actually quite surprised how little Katarina we've been seeing the last, 4 games on broadcast, considering they had fairly good stats yesterday. Obviously, the mech matchup is not ideal, but from a good spot, a good direction in stage 2 and uncontested, I'm a little bit surprised players aren't opting into it a bit more.
It's been a very reliable top 4 as well. When you actually look at how it's been performing, it's been the consistent, okay, you're not going to finish any higher than 3rd or 4th, but as you said, I feel like we've already seen it maybe once out the day, at least on the broadcast, and feels like, considering how popular it was amongst the first 2 days, maybe players just haven't had the spots for it, and that likely is the case, but yeah, maybe thought we would have at least seen 1 or 2 more people angling it.
Big Cassante potential for Sadib here, who is playing in the Protector line, but opts to go for the Ash with the BF sword instead.
Does just get that Edge of Night online, and it's a 4-cost Edge of Night. I think fairly I'm happy to pick that up straight away.
See the lobby slowly unfolding, what players are angling towards. Nico player started not hitting the... Oh, he just started rolling now. Seeing some Nikos. Needs the Nico to be stable off. Usually the players have to roll on 4-1 on 7 just to make sure they don't kill Eco on stage 3. Not the case here due to the Sadib just dropping a bit lower than he would wish for. And roll to 0 for Nico 2. Oh,
very tragic roll down here. It's this so late. 5 Protector as well.
No Cassante.
And just 1 Ahri as well, not even Ahri 2, considering he's down to under 10 gold on 3-5. So maybe a really hard position to recover from economically.
Loot stuff will provide. No worries.
I believe. There's infinite gold around the corner, but as you said, just had to roll so deep there, and even skipping over things that if you... Yes, you're going to play the Protector line, of course, with your augments, but the game was almost going, oh, here's all the Star Guardian units, by the way. We know you don't want them in this particular game, and you can't hold these pairs, unfortunately. But as you said, now getting the Ahri pair as well. It's 10 gold. So it certainly is a rough spot to be in without finding that Cassante.
Does find double down. Really good synergy for the Nico hero augment as a way to elevate her even further up.
One problem to get out of there, just fruit problem. Not gonna be quite the case for the mech players who still has to go through the stress of hitting one.
Now, this is one of our players that we did want to keep an eye on. This we separated them out in the beginning of the lobby for players that really do have it all to play for. Patient study into forward thinking. Certainly a comfortable spot to be in. They're going to have so much econ coming through, potentially even more with loot sub, so we'll have to keep an eye to see if people are glad it's going to have a massive turn fairly soon.
Yeah, say that, but like if you look at the components, if you would have either of the Fast 9 kind of items, either for mech or like some sort of the Bastion or Juggernaut, that would be cool. But like, what do you even want to play that's a win-out spot with those items? Like, you really don't want to play forward thinking into Samira.
It feels like some of the slamming Edge of Night rather than keeping like a Sterax open, which you can use on any of the Fast 9 lines. It does feel like he's been slamming to preserve HP, but as he said, has just left himself in a really awkward spot item-wise.
We do have a Soul Fighter player as well in Crescent. We have seen Contested Soul Fighter hasn't really fared too hot throughout this tournament. I will say Peppo does not really need a win. He's at 52 points, only really needs like a fourth, a third. That would be more than enough. So I think he just have to really pick his comp in a good way for the roll down in particular, and hope that once he does roll down, he stabilizes and is able to, at the very least, lock in a top 4.
It's adorable that you think that Crescent is playing Soul Fighter. That looks like a clearest mech to me.
I think Callista's staying the whole time. I believe a player that's sitting pretty in the standings doesn't need to take too much of a risk and join the mech disease rat race. Maybe he can just go, okay, there's going to be a few of the mech players that hit and bleed out if I can just play the Soul Fighter line. But as he said, we know we've been tricked before. We've seen many people sell boards completely and just pivot out of it, so definitely still could.
Yes, mech holding 0 mechs.
Listen.
There's a Senna.
He gave up on the plan because he did not find a single Leona. Wouldn't be the
One
case?
Leon and the board is sold.
Yeah. I mean, Experience reminder. Just saying.
That was a little bit of a different spot, I would say. He had way more resources on Scuttle Puddle as well. But we'll see what this ends up being for Crescent, who is now starting to lose a little bit of that HP. Still the leader when it comes to the HP totals coming into this stage 4 off of that 4 win streak. Looking on the flip side, though, Peppoglad, now the big roll down is coming through. We'll see what he ends up committing to and what he picks up on his 3rd augment.
He has to be quick here with the augment because he has a lot to do. So
even more econ.
Those 9. Yep, going for
Picks
Mac.
up karma.
okay.
Well then.
One Yone is gonna have so much gold to work with.
Rolling before everyone else as well, so does get the Yone, does get the Lee.
Yes,
okay.
Has to do his fruits now.
Fruits. Keeps trolling, not going for the
Finds
fruits
Illusion.
just yet.
Yeah, it was the final unit he was missing.
Ooh, opted to buy the Senna upgraded instead of rolling for the fruits first. Not the usual way
Could be
we want
risky.
to approach it. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very questionable play. Maybe not going for the pilot due to not having a proper items.
Yeah, maybe thinking with Lee Sin and Yone pair as well. Maybe you can just actually itemize one of the legendaries instead. Not good.
Look at the arguments. No, there is no shot to think you can carry off the Leon. Like, please, you have to. You must.
It's a big win, though. It's a big win after a dizzy turn where he didn't quite execute as quickly as he would have liked. Most likely, he was probably expecting this to be a 2-turn transition and a loss in between, but gets the win here. Gets some breathing room as well at 38 HP.
Yep. And as we said, a player that doesn't need the win as well is it potentially.
Well, he needs to
can
not go
bridge
8.
the gap. Yeah, he needs to not go 8. Yeah, but
He needed the round win, let's say.
the round win's important for sure, and then this rise potentially a bit too expensive.
No way you buy it.
No way.
No. Okay,
Let's find Mac
he just ripped it. He just ripped it directly on the Jarvan with no fruits left. That's crazy.
And he can't remove the Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, he has no. Yeah, he needs to find another. Okay, he found another Jarvan for later. That's good. So now he needs to find a replacement Aatrox, and then he can
9.
flip both fruits. I mean, or just wait for the remover.
Is this the one time in the history of TFT where PepoGod is hoping for an Aatrox on Carousel?
I think in this patch, people have been hoping for that quite a few times, unfortunately.
And someone griefs him by taking an Aatrox first pick.
We must ping the Aatrox. The Aatrox pings must be coming through.
Actually, fruits diff. Why you went pro going for that Kale reroll of the scoreboard scrapper, just able to beat a fast 9 board. Very impressive. Logs the Jarvan. He knows how important it is. And that's a Kale.
Missed.
The Dusel dropping quite a bit of the HP on the back of that Shen not being able to hit a 3-star. Going into the stage 4 could be pretty bad sign for him, given that he needs at least 5th placement this game.
Denizar was holding, I think it was 6 copies of Xayah at one point as well, trying to opt into Xayah as a duo carry alongside Shen. I think has given up on that, maybe is a reason why he lost some gold in that process.
I'm just happy it's the least mech lobby we've seen so far. Like, we have the one. We have the one.
Snooty was also going 9. It looks like from his board, he's still carrying Xayah 1, I think. 1 off Shen for Jedu here.
Yeah, he has to be going deep. I don't think he can afford to lose another HP.
Yeah.
There we go, the last roll finds it.
6
Needs
Bastion
to
as
hit
well.
7 for the Edgelord. Snooty finds an Ash. Very good combat arguments.
Yeah, having a
Needs
little
the
buddy.
upgrade. Okay, there is no shot he can go 9 off this board. Like, he's losing 2 life, so he's dropping potentially to 2 lives total, maybe 1, then 1 bad fight and it's over. This might be misjudged on the spot.
I think from this
We'll have
point,
to see.
I mean, some cost has almost set in where this round he's thinking, okay, do I just fully commit to this 5-1 level 9, hope that we can pick up a copy of TF? People got losing it again. Really is struggling without this extra fruit.
And Snooty maybe needs to take that risk. He's on 49 points.
What
He
a
needs
shot.
a really big hit.
He can't pick the Jarvan. I think you have to sell Yone Jarvan, buy Lee, lock Jarvan, or buy it after win. I think that's the play. No, just sell. Okay, never mind. Just sell Yone.
2 lives still.
Yeah.
Sell Jarvan to buy Jarvan. That would have been the take.
That's a genius play. Oh Jesus.
But still looking for the Aatrox. That's more important. we are missing this.
No.
Aatrox
He
badly.
doesn't need it anymore. He can just flip the fruit after the stage.
And we never miss.
3 lost
No,
from
he doesn't
solo,
need to
so
meet. He can't
should
meet.
be a
true.
pretty easy win here for Pepo. It is going to be the case. Home run win for Pepo here, who stabilizes on 19 HP, still 2 lives. Snooty, on the flip side, has taken a loss, it looks like, now down to 18, 8th in the lobby coming into stage 5. Gambling on going 9 and saving this game. We've seen so many players fail in this same exact position. We saw from Solby many times today as well.
We'll be checking Snooty's spot just in a second. Yeah. And yeah, going fast 9, we'll have, what, 20, 30, 40 gold to roll. And that 40 gold has to be enough to get Set to, Ash to, Volibear to, Set. That's a lot of gold you need to spend on
We've
the
got a lot
enemy.
to do. We do have a lot to do.
TF2.
Yeah.
Any more 2 stars? Barry, you want to throw one in?
I think that's enough to be looking for.
Oh?
He can do it. Oh, a bird. Baustand.
Gonna be around 40 gold to work with as we
40.
come into this roll down. His entire set is at the mercy of what he's able to hit here to stay alive, to go back to the pro circuit for one more set in set 16.
Vandali.
We are certainly lacking the gold to upgrade the amount of legendaries that's been listed, but
I mean, gotta roll deeper. Like, you cannot be stink on Ash 1. Like, come on. Come on.
Holding a Varus. I feel like there's things we can sell off here.
To his items for now. Facing against Solo, who is holding on to all of his gold. Solo is on 100 gold right now. Hasn't spiked yet. Maybe it's a weak enough opponent to stay on 2 lives here for Snooty.
I mean, that's a bonus. A player who did not roll a single time in the game yet. You could be hoping for better matchmaking.
It's the only matchup that's I imagine that is remotely favoured right now and gives Snooty that 1 extra round. But
I think that Solo is going to roll for a similar board,
hit.
I think, on 5-2. So Snooty has to be fast. All of his key units will be taken out of the pool by other players going fast 9 and rolling as well. There's a TF. Immediately, I imagine this Ashe might be sold. Maybe not. Trying to hope for the Ashe 2 power spike.
Solo also rolling, as you said.
Finds TF1.
Okay.
Surfing
Surfing 2.
Big spike. Gwen goes to the dumpster.
Is this
Finally, with
TF1
the
coming in
unit.
on 5-2 enough for Snooty? That's the big question. And Solo as well going to be down to 2 or 3 lives. So it's a similar position for both players, actually.
Rolling for the same units.
Both really rough spots to be in, and
I mean,
it feels
to be
like
fair,
there's not a lot of room for Snooty to hit much more here, but for the time being, maybe has just found enough coming up against Jedisol.
Solo with Tesla might be strong enough. If he manages to find that 2-star TF, that is a lot of damage.
This Swain is putting so much work for Jedusor. It's just a little bit too much. It looks like Snooty will take a loss here. It's a small one, but it is going to be 1 life now in stage 5 for the Spanish player.
Pepper got lost as well, so our mech player we thought had stabilized pretty hard.
Wait!
Losing out there in that last round.
He messed up, or he intentionally is putting Jarvan to the mech?
We talked about GP3 coming out and surprising. It's now time for Jarvan to pop out and stun 1 unit at the end of the fight.
Okay, this cannot be correct.
This is the gift Trojan horse, the actual gift.
Iona 2 in the shop.
And Peppo needs to not go. Needs at least a 5th, right? Or a 6th at the very least.
I think he might have messed up. He might have locked the Jarvan he has in before the creeps, and he just upgraded, and he just didn't bother putting the right units into the blender.
It is still
he should have
Nico
locked.
2.
He should have locked for an additional round, right? So he
If he
sell it. Yeah.
No, you have to sell Jarvan. You have to always sell the Jarvan. And you have to remove
Karma
the
cleanup.
fruit from the Aatrox.
The Karma does enough to clean up. Peppo's still alive. I think Snooty seems to also still be alive here. There is going to be no TFs on the carousel for Snooty. There is a Yone if someone is still missing Yone too.
Yeah, the Crescent is looking at the bottom of the lobby and just thinking, can you guys finally fall? Like, how much more HP do I need to bleed out?
And now, in a game where there was only 1 mech player, you would think they would be flourishing. But unfortunately here, a few missteps has potentially meant that we're going to see a lobby where an uncontested mech isn't able to reach the same cap that we would expect it to. And in terms of what we've seen so far today, it's probably the most varied lobby with quite a few lines coming out. And it does show that it's not being as mech heavy as the rest of the day. So
I think it's too little too late for Snooty. TF pair, Lee Sin pair. Little Buddy's only getting him 2 units worth of value, right? The Neferi and the Vi. Just the game hunt did not quite pan out as he was expecting, I think. Maybe Little Buddies was picked up thinking more around a 6 Juggernaut frontline with more lower cost units buffing up the Ashe, maybe the TF in the future. Snooty's facing Motive, and Peppo is going to be facing YU Mad Pro on that kill reroll.
That's unusual, having 3 TF players in a lobby going fast 9 on the back of the only gold augments. I think it's just the loots are that caught players greedy to go to 9, and Snooty looks like he might be the dropping the ball here.
That's going to be
Snooty
it.
does fall out, unfortunately, and we said it was a difficult spot to be in. He had so much to do, and he needed many more resources than he had available to himself, and unfortunately does fall out there, but does finish in 7th place. But that unfortunately
Surprised
won't be
Sadip
enough.
didn't find like how many Fast 9 players were in the lobby? Sadip didn't find stabilization. Even though he was on Nico 2, he should still be a bit more stable throughout the game.
I think the roll down on 3-5 kind of sealed the deal. We saw he went under 10 gold on level 7 on that 3-5 roll down, not hitting the Nico 2 until the very end and missing the Ari 2 as well. For Snooty, the end of his chance of playing in Pro Circuit next set. Coliseum did go in for the Spanish contingency, so still 2 players next set at the very least with Brevin, but sad to see Snooty go for sure.
And Sadib will be having to wait and see if it's enough, because we don't know exactly what the threshold will be, and he was a player that still gave himself a chance here, but could have secured it with just 1 or 2 more placements, so he'll have to patiently watch out the rest of this game to see if that's going to be enough.
I'm not taking the blame for the Snooty's outcome, just saying.
Solo also down, only 49 points for the German player. Also going to be locked out of competing in the Pro Circuit next set with the results across these last 2 games. Peppo, though, the big winner despite some unorthodox plays and the mech pilot onto this Jarvan. This top 5 puts him on 56 points.
He can still
expect will be enough.
place the Jarvan.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably just removes the fruit now. He doesn't need to remake the Jarvan. And,
That would be the
move
better play, I think.
it. Yeah. And move around the TGs.
A spat is getting through. Which for somebody they might be able to make use of, but not our mech board right here.
Jedusor can't really cap higher at this point on the loot sub. I think that's it for the Jedud. He can't really go beyond that without like some sort of Braum 2 at this point. And there's so many Braums taken. It's not happening at this point.
Really big pickup though with the raid boss for this Shen as the final augment for Jedusor. He was on 51 points coming into this game 6, so in a similar position to Peppoglad, 1 position ahead would lock him in. So big news for Jedusor, who played from the play-ins. He was not having, I think he had obviously his worst set of TFT of all time since he rose to that elite level, dropping out to compete from the play-ins onwards, but has clawed back in a big way.
Yeah, has recovered and coming through the play-ins. You can see slumps there, but maybe he still has been
No,
enough.
he's on the break point.
So
The 55 think
he's
already got break point.
So we'll have to wait to see if that is going to be enough. But for Peppo here, navigated a less than optimally played out stage, but has got to the point where things should be fine. So the mech player escaped, it seems, from that potential mess up earlier on, and now uncontested on the line, should be able to see this home.
So we have a 3 players that should be guaranteed from this lobby that goes through, which is the Crescent, Pipoglat, and Motive. And Sadip and Jedusor being under the big question mark, and we don't know what's happening in the second lobby. So yeah, we'll have to see how the standings unfold.
We mentioned the cutoff was likely 55, which could be a tiebreaker depending on your wins throughout this tournament or your top 4s plus wins in general, but the cutoff could be 56. It could definitely happen, especially with the low placing players like Solo and Snooty not really getting too many points away on the total, amount of points that were available in this final game. So a lot of heartbreak potentially still in store for some of our tier 1 competitors that maybe are losing their spot this set.
Yeah, and for those players that are on the threshold now, they'll just have to wait and see how the other lobby's playing out, see if they have done enough. And it's such an awful spot to be in when you're sitting there watching, just waiting, hoping that you've done enough to get yourself into the pro circuit, and to be tiebreakered out would be devastating. So we'll have to see who can make it in.
Props to Motive on putting together a very strong board here. Explosive growth, final augment, allowing him to get it to 9, and now he's the big winner with the units that everyone was chasing, the Lee Sins, the Braum, the TF. He's upgraded all of his units, perfectly itemized, has a Noxious Trap on the TF as well. Really strong power-up introduced a few patches ago. And on the flip side, YU Mad Pro, also a great game with this kill reroll, is going to be winning the fight here.
And YU Mad Pro showing us how to play Scorpus Copper. We've seen double attempt on Ash, failing pretty miserably, 1 from Elia, second one from Cambis, and showcasing us that Kale Master play that we've seen on the America so far, not so much on the EMEA. And yeah, it's been pretty much very dominant line.
Yeah, Motive definitely the big winner. Why are you mad? Unfortunately, it was quite far behind, similar to Solo. And even if they finish first place here, maybe won't be enough. But for Motive, 51 points coming into this game for securing this top 2 finish, and we expect that will be more than enough. So expertly done to be potentially joining Ging with another Turkish representative making it through.
It's a really strong combat setup for this kill reroll as well. Blazing Soul, second augment, Unceasing, that kind of wants you to stick to the Juggernaut line and not try and flip over to 6 Wraith for the higher cap.
See here, the level 9 kill, scoreboard the entire game was just biding his time, but unfortunately not enough. And this TF board just barely clutches out there, and Motive picks up an all-important win, but he had secured it. And the bigger winner from this lobby coming in, 51 points, getting that first place, and securing himself into the pro circuit and into the week 2 of regionals.
Huge news.
Beautiful game. Yeah.
For Turkey, they did lose Klikornin as a representative in the next set's pro circuit, coming in from this set, but still Motive, a player who I believe either through Turkish ladder or just directly from his performances in set has made it to regionals before as well. So he's maybe not a tier 1 elite player that we see at the very top every time, but happy to see him find good form in set 15 and rewarded with the position in the pro circuit next set as well. I believe our analysts are getting ready to break down this final game, and more importantly, guys, to see the standings, to see who actually earned those 8 spots for next set's pro circuit.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I think we're just bubbling away, waiting for those final results to be confirmed, because Trouble, the journey, even just getting to this point for the players has been absolutely enormous. Functionally having to go through, if we include plans like 2 regionals worth of play to get to the end line, for this to only be the first part of the whole thing is astonishing.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. Particularly for Jeduzor, who's been an absolute rock in the EMEA scene, had to go through play-ins. He breezed through playing that day 2, playing into day 3, and he's right on the cutoff, okay? Surely there's like an average cutoff, but there's tiebreakers that go into it. There's like miracle runs with other people taking first, other people taking 8. So Jeduzor being on that 55 exact point cutoff, you don't know if you've made it through or not. And you saw it from his reaction at the very end as well. He just sank down into his chair, kind of like not knowing what his future holds after this.
You can really see these moments sinking in for these players, exactly as you said. As these moments pass, they step into these games knowing the doors will open and shut for them based on the decisions, every decision they make the whole way through the game. Unfortunately for YMAD Pro, even with getting into second wasn't good enough, but Motive takes hold of the opportunity, gets the first place, and it was a pretty brutal final lobby with so many players having so much at stake.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like a lot of players tested each other as well, particularly for Jeduzor right there. He was playing the Shen, and there were so many Shen plus Xayah players trying to basically tempo their way into Fast 9 as we have our standings ready, the thing that we have been waiting for, to see which last 8 players will be joining the pro circuit and playing in regionals next week.
So everyone highlighted in white has gotten through to week 2, and of course also means they joined the TFT Pro
Jeduzor!
circuit. So Jeduzor falls short by 2 points.
No.
Enzo out as well. Snooty, of course, we expected from that last game. Cambiz, Solgasang, Salvi, incredible cadre of German players coming here. We expect to see make it through to week 2, but will not be across the line.
Yeah, and we talked about all the French players that are already waiting next week in the regionals. They lost 4 French players, but look how many are making it through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not even okay. I started feeling bad. I'm not feeling bad anymore.
We've got to remember, of course, in week 2, there's plenty more French players there already. But I'm glad to see, of course, Volta in particular in 7th place there, as our reigning EMEA champion gets the chance to defend his title next week as well. But I mean, we're really set up for an extraordinary 3 days next week to finish out regionals officially.
I just wonder how next week is going to pan out to be, because we saw a lot of stabilization through reroll lines that weren't necessarily expected. Like, I feel like as we kept rolling through the later lobbies, we saw less and less Katarina coming through, which is kind of like your stable line of a reroll together with the Malzahar. And then suddenly the Janna started coming through. We saw some crew angles. We saw so many different types of rerolls coming into the play. The Zaya together with the Bastions, the Shen, the hero augments. So I feel like maybe a lot of players might actually pull away so much from mech, and if it's a fast 9 angle, you play like the Juggernaut / Bastion with whatever backline items you have and whatever 5 costs you get, or just play for a reroll line, because it feels like players who tunneled more on finding reroll lines and not getting contested by mech were kind of the ones who achieved the most top 4s.
Yeah, well, I mean, from this game in particular, I think I was really surprised by how poorly things went for on the hero augment side of things. But as I was saying in the game, I think it was a little bit of an outlier compared to what we've seen from before. But I think you're absolutely right, Trouble, that, you know, especially once it comes to next week as well, and we've got only the 6 spots left at the Tactician's Crown to earn, you know, to be able to put your game on just hoping that you get a better version of the same game plan online it feels too much to even countenance. But let's take a look and confirm fully who are going to be our members of the TFT Pro Circuit next season.
Wow, here are all 32 players that we're going to be seeing next week, going neck and neck to take their spot at the Tactician's Crown, and of course be crowned the champion in EMEA. Of course, we have so many players, well, everyone pretty much, to qualify from China, and a lot more players to qualify tonight, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Counterfeit later on in Americas as well to join the already 12 players. APAC, of course, fully qualified. And damn, this looks like a stacked Tactician's Crown we're going to be having.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. We're getting confirmation hour 20 before the Americas version of this very same event starts up in the same way. I think particularly, of course, with the TFT Pro Circuit as last season, with the cross-regional competition that's been happening there, I like to think that we've managed to acquire a few more rivalries along the way, which would mean that our players will be watching that series or that event with a lot of interest as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you kind of saw a few rattings going around in terms of the carousel, some other things being left open. But from what I know, we do have Vigos waiting on the interview. So bring him in.
Vigos, thank you so much for making the time. Welcome to the stream. I kind of wanted you to just sort of run through the whole weekend for you, because it's been a long journey, even from us just sitting here and watching you guys play. How confident did you come into the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long journey. Yeah, I think coming in, I was like kind of on the fence, you know, just trying to play my best. But I knew like so many good players were here, so yeah. But I had the confidence. I knew I could do it, and I just about managed to do it. Yeah.
Vigo, you are the sole representative from Denmark, I've heard. So coming into this one, and there's like the German study group and the French study group. What was your study group about?
Yeah, so I don't have a study group. I just try to learn the game in my own pace and
That's right.
see what I can do. Yeah.
Talking about your own pace, there is a speculation. We saw a lot of mechs going around, but also a lot of rerolls kind of rose towards the end of the tournament. Going into week number 2, do you think that a lot of people might kind of hone down on their skills towards the rerolls because they're slightly a bit more uncontested?
Yeah, I mean, I especially went in with a read that was like, I didn't want to play mech that much because I knew I could low roll. So I was playing reroll a lot, especially Katarina. And I think that managed to scrape me a lot of points playing that especially. And I think that's one of the edges I had.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was true for your lobbies, because, but we did see that Katarina was kind of dropping off a little bit as the day went forward. Was that true in your lobbies as well, or did you manage to keep it going the whole way through?
I think like when I played Kata, it went fine. Like I got usually like four for third, and I won a game, but that was with like Artifact and Radiant. But like I just got consistent scores, but nothing special. Just what I needed.
Well, the follow-up to that would be, in this particular context, being in the top half of the players was absolutely right. So that feels like 100% the right game plan, because everything is reset now heading into next week. But next week, if you want to play at the Crown, you're going to need to be one of the 6 best performing players. Do you think you can adjust strategy to try and, play for the more high end?
Yeah, I mean, I have to, let go of my top 4 strategy probably a little bit. And try to play for the wins more, and I'll try to do that the coming week. Practice some high end stuff.
All right, we look forward to seeing it. All right, well, that will be. We want to let you go for now to enjoy your rest and relaxation. But just before we do, is there anyone or anything you would like to shout out before you go?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out my friends and family. They are always supportive. I want to shout out my grandma especially. She always watches my tournaments and how I'm doing and sends nice messages. So that means a lot, and it helps me, play the game better.
All right, we're all here for the support of families. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations on making it through to week 2, and we really look forward to seeing what you're capable of at the high end, the bleeding edge, and hopefully earning your spot at the Crown.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Man, W grandma, honestly. W grandma, W family, anyone supporting. Again, I come from a country where, like esports and games is not necessarily seen as a career path, right? So to see so many level players that have been interviewed saying, hey, I've got the support of my girlfriend, my mom, my dad, my family, my grandma is watching and they sent me. Like, honestly, I just want to talk to this grandma and be like, okay, tell me your understanding about TFT. Like, tell me, do you think you could have played a different line? Do you think you should just pivot off of rerolls and maybe try a mech for next week so he can win? Like, I'd just love to have a convo with the grandma, honestly.
I think it's becoming a truism that esports grannies are the secret lifeblood of so many successful careers in esports. So I think you're absolutely right. But I mean, for the 20 players who did make it through, what an incredible journey to be able to make it through that far. Of course, so many hearts broken from the tail end there. I hope, at least for players who didn't make it into week 2 and therefore didn't make it into the pro circuit as well, that they will take heart from, we were very much in the same situation in the previous season where a load of players who really everybody thought should be part of the pro circuit didn't quite make it in for one reason or another. It's going to have to be re-earned every single time.
But isn't this the fun of it as well? TFT is more of an individualistic game where you yourself being super good, away from orgs, away from study groups, as you and yourself being really, truly good at the game can get you far, right? This is why we have so many different storylines and players rising every single season, is because if you put the work in and you're good enough, you will get where you need to be. And it's been a fantastic entire weekend, and I can't wait to see what the next one brings as well.
All right, well, that will bring us pretty much to a close here today. Just a few dates for the diary in case you don't know about them already. Of course, next weekend, starting on October 31st, that will be week 2 of the regional finals. So the whole thing you just saw, we're going to do it all over again without the playing stage for just 3 days with our 32 players, cutting down to find our regional champion and our 6 more players who will be going to the Crown. Then, of course, that Crown takes place on the 14th of November. And beyond that, of course, the 12th of December for the Paris Open before it's all said and done. Of course, if you want to follow any of the social medias, Compete TFT on X, on Teamfight Tactics on Instagram, Play TFT on Facebook and YouTube. And for our casters, Alan ZQ, TFT, Impetuous Panda, G_Trouble Inc., Counterfeit Cast, and Barry Bannon. That's all from me here. Trouble, you would like to say a final word before we head off today?
Yeah, of course. Big love to you and the entire TFT family and the production, and Carlos, our producer behind everything, who keeps bringing me back for some weird reason. Something's wrong with that. So thank you guys so much for inviting me back. It's always a blast watching TFT, and I'll be your biggest fan next week watching the end of regionals.
All right, thank you guys so much again. Remember, 14th of November will be the crown, but October 31st next week will be the second part of regionals. Again, just like Trevor said, thank you to everyone behind the scenes who made today's event possible. And again, we'll see you in 1 week's time as our 32 greatest players go face to face for the title and for the spot at the crown.